new series in our member community, planetary profiles or planetary people.
Okay.
Because it,
5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome to day 2 of the Humans to Mars Summit, coming to you from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, as you may be able to see on the hat, and very happy to be here once again to anchor the live stream. We will be with you all day once again on this second and final day of the summit. It has been my great pleasure to do this. We've lost track for something like 10 years now. We have another terrific day of great presentations and panels lined up for you. We're going to get that underway very shortly on the stage when I introduce the CEO of Explore Mars, Chris Carberry, who will in turn introduce us once again to the president of Explore Mars, J.R. Edwards. And we'll talk a little bit later about some of the stuff you can look forward to. But we will be here right up to, I believe, 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. And for those of you, anybody out there on the west coast of the United States, thank you for joining us so early in the morning. I have a terrific guest, someone I love to talk to, who's going to join us for this opening, and that's Jim Green. Welcome, Jim.
Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Very well.
Good.
Is NASA Chief Scientist Emeritus? Does that sound good?
Well, that's what it ends up being. You know, you have to retire to something. But I'm having fun. As you can see, I'm still very active, not only in research. I've done a couple papers since I've left NASA, but also very active in how the program can be shaped and really excel in what we do in space.
You have been a very active participant here yesterday. Lots of great questions for panelists, for presenters. And it was kind of fun to call on you in the audience with a question. When I was sitting next to your, descendant, Lori Glaze, who now heads Planetary Science, which was another job you had for a long time. How long?
12 years. 12 years, which is a long time.
Yeah.
I think the average is 2.8 years. So Lori's done that now, so she's one of the few that have made it well past that. It's a very difficult job because you really take on recognizing that it supports a huge community that's making enormous progress and scientific discoveries almost every day. And when things don't always go right, and you can be very disappointed or even depressed, and then you try to figure out, how do I, stand back up and go forward again. So this is in the area of missions, big missions in particular. Always have the start-stop activity going on. Like Mars Sample Return right now. It's a perfect example. But I have to tell you, that's actually the standard operating procedures. I mean, I'll give you an example. Europa Clipper, we're launching that in October. Yeah. We're launching a fantastic mission, but that's not the mission we originally planned.
What was planned? Not a lander. Was it a lander and an orbiter?
No, it was an orbiter of Europa.
Okay.
And in the radiation belt, it would only last 90 days. Now, when I was head of Planetary, and we had many missions, Phoenix was a mission that went to Mars, landed in the northern hemisphere, what we would call above the Arctic Circle. It was only going to last for 90 days when then the winter would overtake it, which it did. And so I watched how the team worked, and the stress on the team was unbelievable. So the ability for that team to be able to get results, analyze them, figure out what the next thing to do, upload those commands, and do that iteration, when in reality, you're also trying to stay on a Mars day. So you have sleep deprivation, you have responsibilities in reporting your data, you have responsibilities in doing the next best thing based on what you find out from your, it just was a nightmare, okay? So I thought, gee, are we gonna do that with another community, the Outer Planets community? The other aspect of that is we also had instruments like the radar. And the radar is going to collect an enormous amount of data. But the problem is, since we're orbiting Europa, we can't send it all back. So that means we had to develop a capability on board to analyze the data on board and bring a subset back.
Which is a very smart spacecraft.
Which is way too smart spacecraft in a radiation environment that all it takes is a single event upset, and 3 days later you might come back up. Okay? Yeah. Just think of Galileo.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. So all those problems really prevented us from going forward with a really solid plan. And then a miracle happened, as it usually does in this business. Somebody came up with a better idea. And the reason why we wanted to orbit Europa is we have a mantra in planetary science. It's flyby, which gives you the initial assessment of what's going on, okay? Orbit, so you can get high-resolution information and what you need to do the next step, which is land and return samples, all right? And we've done this with the moon. We're nearly there with Mars. And there's many objects out there we want to do that with. It'd be fabulous to bring a sample back from Europa. So we also have to have high-resolution imaging, okay, on Europa Clipper, which we do, of course. So what was happening with Cassini and Titan, we were doing flybys of Titan by orbiting Saturn, but we were putting together a global picture of the body, just as if we were orbiting it. So that one idea, let's orbit Jupiter with flybys of Europa, allowing us to dip in the radiation belts, do the flyby, get the high-resolution imaging of a scan, come back out, and send all the data back. And then extend the time, not a 90-day mission, but perhaps a couple-year mission. That won the day, and we were able to move forward with it. I was able to get a new start, got Charlie Bolden's approval, John Grenfell's approval, went to OMB, got Congress's money, and now we have Europa Clipper.
It's got to feel good to know that the Juno mission was kind of a proof of concept for this approach, right? I saw Bob Pappalardo just last week, the leader of the Europa Clipper mission, and he said, you bet, does that make us feel a lot better about our chance to hang out at Jupiter and Europa for a long time?
Well, there's another couple things we're learning from Juno. So we put the electronics in a vault, okay? Yeah. You know, so that as it goes through the radiation belts, it's able to survive and come back. But the camera, which was added, and was an outreach activity, but it's proving to be a wonderful, well, I would say, science instrument.
Which was not expected, right? I mean, it was basically something for the public?
Yes, and because its electronics is not in the vault, we didn't expect it to last. But guess what? It's doing fantastic. I can't be happier.
And how? Yeah. Right. Beautiful, gorgeous, gorgeous images coming back.
It is. So the bottom line is these strategic missions, okay, that are very expensive, but we get tremendous payoff, you know, from them. We push the technology envelope a little bit. Sometimes maybe too much. You know, Curiosity, when I came to NASA, and Curiosity was my first big strategic mission, I sat and recognized, hey, I need 10 miracles. I'm going to not do missions with 10 miracles anymore, you know, although they pulled them all off, okay, and that was fantastic. So those kind of missions really go through a torturous path before we really settle in on the right way to do them.
I would love to talk with you some more about Mars sample return and what that is meaning across all of planetary scientists and what it means for the head of planetary science at NASA. But I see Chris Carberry coming out on stage, so we'll have to save that conversation for another time, Jim.
All right. Well, part of that, listen to my talk today.
Absolutely, and we will stick around for that. I certainly will be here, and hopefully we'll get lots of other folks who've joined us remotely to do that as well. Thank you very much, Jim.
Oh, my great pleasure. Thank you, Matt.
So that's Jim Green, as I said, former chief scientist, and for 12 years, the head of the Planetary Science Division within NASA. Chris Carberry is up there at the podium now, and so I'm going to throw it down to the CEO of Explore Mars. Chris?
Thank you, Matt, and welcome to Day 2 of the Humans to Mars Summit. And thank you to everybody who was able to come to the reception last night. It was a lot of fun. So before I bring on our president, J.R. Edwards, just want to thank our sponsors again and make a few announcements. First off, thank you to Aerojet Rocketdyne, Draper Labs, National Institute of Aerospace, who does our webcast, Northrop Grumman, Collins Aerospace, Ardbeg, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, MDA, Paragon, Advanced Space, Borderless Labs, Redwire, Honeybee Robotics, the Honorable Edwin Perlmutter, Olson Wine, Allison Renault, and 2 Planet Species. So thank you to all of you, for making our event possible. Just a few quick announcements. We still have spaces left for tonight's reception, closing reception, which will start right at the completion of the conference this evening, and that'll, have light hors d'oeuvres and be featuring Olson Wine, Pinotage, Shiraz, and Chardonnay. I mention that every year because they've been our wine sponsor for a long time. Greg Olson, one of the famous private astronaut, and he owns a vineyard down in South Africa, so he's generously been our wine sponsor, I think, for the last 8 years. So hopefully you'll be able to come to that. We also still have space tomorrow at our Innovation Coffee Hour, so hopefully you'll be able to come to that. Please register online if you can come, or let us know. That will not be in this building, though. That'll be down at the Elliott School of Government down on East Street. We will send you, anybody who registers, the directions to get there. We also, anybody who's interested in coming to the Hill tomorrow, there's still space for Mars Day on the Hill if you want to help us deliver material to every member of Congress. And lastly, there's also, if you're interested in buying Alcohol in Space, that's The Music of Space, my new book, or Alcohol in Space, you need to do it on the website. Because of rules here at GW, you have to pay on our registration site. I'll be signing them over at the book signing table right over there. And just a FYI, Alcohol in Space, the film adaptation is being released as well. We had a premiere at the Space Symposium, but it should be on streaming services over the summer, so hopefully you'll check that out. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce the president of Explore Mars, J.R. Edwards. Oh, one last thing just before. If there are any speakers here, if you're on a panel or speaking, please try to come back to the backstage area 20 minutes before your presentation. You go all the way back to here, you'll see the door to the backstage area. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the summit. The missions are upon us. Those were the words that we heard from Jim Free yesterday. I felt the full weight of Jim's words as he admonished the entire stakeholder community to act with urgency. So here we are on day 2 of this summit. There are forces, whether gravitational or not, compelling humanity into futures we know to exist. We are living in those futures. At Explore Mars, we embrace those futures while celebrating uniqueness of expertise, perspectives, experience, and cultures. We are erasing those artificial divides and lines of demarcation, actual or perceived, that previously existed among different factions of the exploration community, and at times burdened some of the essential cross-border partnership and collaboration. You'll hear more about that today. We are sensitized to the geopolitics of our time, and we consider how we address issues of conflict, both now and on other planetary bodies. And we heard a little bit about that yesterday. We are platforming timely status reports, inspirational talks, vigorous discussions, and debates that are thoughtful, respectful, and will serve to bring us closer to uniting around shared visions. In our community, we do not suffer from vision impairment, or as one of my dear friends, Dr. Mohammed Zaidi, refers to as vision deficit. That's where individuals and organizations have an inability to see beyond their nearsightedness and are focused so much on the short-term gains that they are unable to appreciate the fullness of possibilities. At Explore Mars, we are creating the viable conditions for sparking big ideas while nurturing and unleashing human talent at its greatest potential. This is who we are, and this is what we do. For those who are already traveling this journey with us, we are deeply grateful. Thank you. For those who are now intrigued and wish to engage, we invite you to join us. We welcome young people to the most seasoned among us. We welcome the big, bold idea visionaries. We welcome those who are pragmatists, who may find it insufficient to explore those lofty ideas absent methodical, strategic plans and actions that will serve to realize those visions. Wherever you may be on that spectrum, there is a place for you in Explore Mars. We welcome your time, your talent, and your treasure. Your support will enable us to accelerate our paths along this journey. And I encourage you to contact Chris and our excellent team. We are happy to hear from you. Finally, you might recall that yesterday I opened the summit by announcing our focus on Moon, Mars, and beyond. Well, you say, but you explore Mars. We heard that Moon, Mars theme throughout each of the talks yesterday. As we are people of action, I am very pleased to share on behalf of the board and our great staff that we will host the Moon Mars Summit in 2025, and we look forward to seeing you there. Now, to kick off today's first of a fantastic speaker lineup, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Masami Onoda. Dr. Onoda is currently the director of JAXA Washington, D.C. office, representing the Japanese Space Agency in the Americas. Dr. Onoda has extensive experience in international affairs, space policy, satellite applications, and industry relations. She has held several international positions, including at the Intergovernmental Group on Earth Observations, Secretariat in Geneva, and at the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs in Vienna, Austria. Dr. Onoda holds a PhD in Global Environmental Studies, a Master's in Environmental Management, and a BA in International Relations. Dr. Onoda is no stranger to our community, and I am proud to call her friend. Welcome, Masami-san.
Thank you, JR, for the kind introduction. Good morning. Thank you for coming out early in the morning for this I'm very honored to give this opening talk for day 2 of Humans to Mars Summit 2024. Okay, so we have our slides up. I have the clicker. So I am very pleased to be here this morning to present about the historic announcement that happened this April. So, sorry for those who's you have the astronaut in between you and the slides, but I hope you can see the smiling faces. On April 9th, 2024, the smiling faces of NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and MEXT Minister Masahito Moriyama hold the copies of the historic agreement between the United States and Japan to advance sustainable human exploration of the moon, signed at NASA headquarters. They look very happy. Thank you. There's still more coming. Under the implementing arrangement, Japan will design, develop, and operate a pressurized rover for crewed and uncrewed exploration on the moon. NASA will provide the launch and delivery of the rover to the moon, as well as 2 opportunities for Japanese astronauts to travel to the lunar surface. And this is what was on top of all of this. The next day, April 10, President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida, in their joint statement, announced a shared goal for a Japanese national to be the first non-American astronaut to land on the moon on a future Artemis mission. So this was such a historic week that it was hard to believe it was actually happening in front of our eyes. So I decided to give you an account of the week, seen through the windows more like, of our two fellow Rover models who came all the way from Japan for these events. So I call them the two Rover models, 1/5 and 1/10. Their last names are Toyota. They started out from the signing at NASA headquarters on April 9th, the left with the astronauts beaming also. And then from there went to the White House being admired by the President and the Prime Minister and the First Ladies. And then from there, directly in the middle of the night, transported to JAXA Washington office at night. Because it was embargoed, we wrapped it up in a leftover tablecloth. That happened to be Planetary designed, so it even stood up more to the pedestrians. And then unveiled that the next day for a press conference by Administrator Nelson, Minister Moriyama, and JAXA President Yamakawa at our humble office, which made us very busy on that day. On April 11th, while the Prime Minister introduced astronauts Dan Tani and Aki Hoshide to the US Congress, they were transported to State Department for the luncheon, where Vice President Harris again highlighted the historic announcement. This week, in every single event the Prime Minister attended, space was the main topic. And by the way, the one who carried out this mission model transport was Mr. Narita, sitting right there from the Japanese embassy with our Toyota colleagues. Thank you so much. So it just symbolizes this doesn't happen without teamwork and all of the work, collective work of the whole entire team. So this is the road to participating in Artemis. Since the decision to join the Artemis program in 2019, the Joint Exploration Declaration of Intention Statement, signing Artemis Accords, then Gateway MOU, Prime Minister announcing the intention to land Japanese astronaut on the moon, signing Gateway IA. That was still 2020, December 31st. Sorry, the signing of the IA was in 2022 in November. And then 2023, the framework agreement was signed in January, up to the President and Prime Minister's announcement that I just presented. So it's a pretty long way, seen from 2019, and over COVID 2020, we did a lot of work. Artemis Accords, the Gateway MOU were all done during this time. And then we went out to very high-level agreements and also selecting 2 new astronauts in Japan. And what was brilliant about this process was that we approached it by building a sound bilateral legal framework. The framework agreement that had been negotiated for years before that was concluded just in time to make the pressurized rover IA possible. So if there are lawyers in the crowd and want to dive into it, we can do this to our heart's content later. But in short, the red part is covered by the ISS, IGA, the governmental agreement. And we did this time conclude the framework agreement in the yellow part and the IA that is under the framework agreement. So you can see we moved from ISS gateway and then to the lunar surface and had thought out very carefully this legal framework. And of course, all this was supported by technical program activities, much the same as we have been doing in the past decades for a number of our joint projects. The Pressurized Rover in phase A today supports 2 crews living for a continuous 2 weeks on the lunar surface. It has deployable solar arrays and 10-year life of overcoming lunar nights with a rechargeable fuel cell system. It can hold 2 people. We call it Yojo Han, 4.5 tatami mattress width, commonly referred to as in Japan the smallest type of apartment unit habitable. So I think it will be very comfortable. Now it is an all Japan endeavor with Toyota, MHI, and other industry. I have been showing this chart also in this conference numerous times over these 6 years of my tenure, and happy that we are starting to actually tick off some successful projects like SLIM, as Masaki Fujimoto-san and the panel yesterday presented. This is one of our wonderful OK size missions. LUPIX with ISRO is upcoming. We work with ESA and NASA on lunar navigation systems. We bring HCVX very soon to the ISS and then to Gateway. We will work on our Gateway contributions, including life support system on IHAB through ESA, Martian Moon Exploration, MMX with NASA, ESA, CNES, DLR, and ASI, and on Mars Ice Mapper with NASA, CSA, and ASI. With these missions, we hope to contribute to the Artemis objectives and architecture as a valuable partner. And this is the last slide. The last thing I mentioned, of course, is budget. This year, under the Space Strategy Fund, 300 billion Japanese yen, that is approximately $2 billion in today's rate, part of a prospected 1 trillion yen over 10 years, was allocated to JAXA to grant to industry and universities. On April 26, just a few days ago, the basic principles and implementation roadmap for this fund were announced. JAXA, operating the funds, will issue a call for proposals this summer. So thank you very much. It has been a true honor to work with the community to see this through, which only puts us at starting point. I look forward to making more history with international partners to go together to Moon and to Mars. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masami, and the rest of the panel will be out to join you in a second. Thank you, and that was very exciting. And this is actually an exciting time because, you know, the international nature of our plans to go back to the Moon and Mars is historic. And I was notified backstage, as of, you know, today we now have 39 countries that have signed the Artemis Accords. And so to talk about this, historic international cooperation to go back to the Moon and on to Mars, our MC, Matt Kaplan, will be moderating an exciting panel called Moon to Mars, Integrating NASA and Partners. So, Matt?
Thank you, Chris. Masami, good to see you. Your seat is right there. We'll get everybody introduced here in a moment. So this is that very international panel that, if you were with us yesterday, I mentioned. I just want to say, Masami, wonderful to be able to follow the progress of one nation's progress toward the Artemis Accords and all the other great work that Japan is doing. So even though you've already met Masami, I will reintroduce her in a moment, but I'm going to start with the person right next to me, Rebekah Davis-Reed. She's the lead for international integration in NASA's Exploration Systems Development, Mission Director at ESDMD. Prior to joining that directorate, she was Associate Director and served as Acting Deputy Director for Exploration Architecture, Integration, and the science that other director at the Johnson Space Center. Sorry about that. As you heard, Masami directs the Washington, D.C. office for JAXA, the Japanese space agency, Aerospace Exploration Agency, to be precise. And we are also joined by Adnan Al-Rais, who has joined me before here at Humans to Mars. He is the Assistant Director General for Space Operations and Exploration at the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center in the UAE. In his capacity as Senior Director of the Remote Sensing Department, he and his team are responsible for all downstream activities of the MBRSC space missions. He is also, very significantly, the program manager for something that we will hear about, the Mars 2117 program, which is quite exciting. Working on the strategy and leading initiatives to build a settlement on Mars and send humans to Mars from the UAE by that year. Didier, you're back. We were together yesterday for that panel about science. He is the strategy and coordination group leader for ESA and coordinates human and robotic exploration at the European Space Agency. Finally, someone else that I've always enjoyed talking to, Mike Gold, who is the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire, but was also, for a while there, NASA's Associate Administrator in the Office of International and Interagency Relations. We're going to hear from each of these folks for a few minutes in this fairly short segment. And Rebekah, I want to turn to you first as this person who is, I suppose, in this group, most involved with this still at NASA.
Okay, thank you for that. I am not going to go through this long set of charts because you've heard most of it already. But I do want to talk to you just a little bit about our Moon to Mars objectives. Can you go forward? Keep going. Keep going. There. Okay, so we've talked to you a lot. You've heard a lot about the Moon to Mars objectives and how we're architecting from the right. There's a set of recurring tenets that are part of the Moon to Mars objectives, which are a set of themes that cut across all of our goals for spaceflight at NASA. And as you can see, the very first recurring tenet there is international collaboration. So when we think about going back to the moon and going on to Mars and eventually exploring the solar system, we're not going to be going alone. And those international partnerships, the collaborations that we have with all of the folks that you see here on the stage, as well as many more established and emerging partners, are going to be essential. Because when we explore, we're exploring for the benefit of humanity. And as you all know, being well involved in human spaceflight, it's hard. Spaceflight is hard, and it's complex. And when you have that level of complexity, you really cannot do it alone, nor should we. Next slide. You've heard this. Patrick Chai talked about this better than I ever could. Go on to the next slide. Okay, so this is really, if you want to learn more about the Moon to Mars objectives, our plans for international collaboration and international engagement, I encourage you to take a look at our website. There is a QR code up there because we have made our way into the 20th century. And there is, in every ADD, which comes out annually, there's a great description of our ongoing and planned international partnerships under the discussion of recurring tenet 1. I encourage you to take a look at it. And for those of you who are interested in partnering with us, that's a great place to start. That's all I have.
Excellent. Thank you, Rebekah. Sure. Masami, I don't know if you would like to add some additional comments, particularly addressing the fact that we do have a lot of integration that has to take place if we're going to achieve the Artemis objectives.
Yes. So I first wanted to thank each and every probably person in this room, and also each and every panelist and speaker here, because we've all worked together very much as a team to reach this point, which is just the starting point, as I said. And the architecture, the objectives help us very much doing so. In one of my first panels that I sat in the Humans to Mars Summit, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I did mention that Japanese are very planful. We hate surprises. We want to be very much prepared. And if you worked with Japanese before, you would know that. And that we like to take incremental, step-by-step approaches. And I think looking back, we have taken just that, and we've been able to do that with the leadership of the United States and also our partners. So this is very much an accumulation in very much a way that I believe the Japanese government also and JAXA are happy to work along with. As you say, there will be a lot of integration, a lot of work. And we have still a lot of pieces that have to come together, not only Japanese, but other countries have to all come together. And I look forward to the discussions on that. Thank you.
Can I say, and I think I said it on stage yesterday, I am so impressed by that pressurized vehicle that Japan
Yes.
might be able to provide for
Yes.
our
Oh, I'm sure we will
exploration.
be able to provide, yes.
Excellent, excellent. No surprise. Adnan, I am just as amazed by the dedication of what is a fairly small nation that has made the huge commitment that the UAE has made to space exploration. And I wish we had time to share a video that showed not just what is happening in deep space, but the enormous amount of work that you're doing in terms of Earth science, Earth observation. But of course, we're looking out toward the moon and the red planet here. So talk about some of those highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you very much, Matt, for inviting me to the panel, and also the organizers. I'm very honored, pleased to be back here in the Humans to Mars Summit. Also, my esteemed panelists here, thank you for joining. So when it comes to the UAE National Space Program, we initiated that back in 2006 with the Satellite Development Program. Then we branched out to the HOPE mission, exploring the Mars, and beyond that with the Human Space Flight Program, which we had the first astronaut launched into the International Space Station in 2019, and the second one to ISS for a long duration mission for 6 months, and looking for missions beyond that. We have also a Mars 2117 strategy. We're going to talk more about it during the panel today, and what is the mechanism to implement that strategy throughout the different programs and different initiatives. And all those programs, initiatives, and projects align with the Global Exploration Roadmap, and also we have the international element always integral in all of our programs and all of our missions. Every single project, every single mission that we worked on, we work with international partners, because we believe that space is for all. Space is a place where you need to work together in order to develop the science and technologies that will serve the humanity here on Earth. So to do that, we have to work together closely and align our goals and our objectives and our projects to achieve that.
Thank you. I have to say, as impressive as missions like HOPE, and the success of that mission and other things the UAE is doing, I am particularly impressed by how ambitious an effort is being made to provide that airlock for a gateway.
Absolutely. I mean, that's another big element as part of the strategy, the UAE being part of the Gateway program through providing the airlock module, as well as supporting not only the development, but also the operation, and having also the first Emirati going around the moon as part of this contribution. We're looking way beyond that as well, not only on the airlock module, but also beyond that to achieve the overall goal of everyone here, basically, to reach Mars and sending humans to the surface of Mars.
Didier, turn to you now, and that other very important partner in Artemis, not just ESA, but the member nations that are part of the European Space Agency that have individually become part of the Artemis Accords.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, these are just very nice examples of the tip of the iceberg. That's what you see. You know, UAE providing a very significant contribution to the Gateway. Japan, very nice contribution to the Artemis architecture. What you cannot imagine is what is behind this, and the years and years of preparation and discussions and interfaces and so on. So if we talk about Moon to Mars, it's not just the hardware issues and so on, the provision. We have to test also for the human Mars mission, this collaboration And that is very fundamental. If we look at a little bit at what happened and what worked, also on the European side, providing the European service module, for example, to bring the Orion capsule around the moon and back. What is interesting is once you're in charge of an end-to-end element, that helps quite a lot. Of course, there is the interfaces with the Orion, but at least it's not too complicated, so to say. I shouldn't say this because if the engineers back home hear this, he doesn't know what he talks about. But okay, anyway. So it's relatively straightforward. Providing modules, of course, for the gateway, we do this as well. Has been hiccups, changing of the launcher, redesign, and so on. It's part of the let's say, of the pathway, so to say. But what we have learned also from the Mars sample return issues is that one has to be in charge end-to-end of a decent element. The other thing is we shall also be, as partners, involved as early as possible in the architecture, reflections, and the trades. If we keep waiting for the big picture, so to say, provided by NASA, for example, sometimes it's really much too late in our reflection process, in the developments, and so on. So that's why, for example, we have decided in 2019 to go for a lunar lander, which is a decent lander, so it's total mass nearly 10 tons, and landing mass 1.5 tons. And we do it end-to-end, which means we launch it, we land it, we operate. But then, of course, the issue comes with what do we put on it and by when. And this is one of the first difficulties. If you're too much ahead compared to the other partner, you have to catch up at a certain stage. So being part of the reflection in the architectures and the trades much before, let's say, the developments or a lead organization like NASA comes with a plan is really essential. So we have to learn from this for the Mars initiative, which the message is very simple. We have really to team up all the partners well ahead and to do our reflection in common, and then to decide who does which part and how far we could limit the interfaces. Because as soon as you have interfaces, it gets quite complicated.
Mike, as somebody who probably has done as much as anyone I can think of to encourage the sort of international collaboration that we are hearing about here and that we see evidence of in the Artemis Accords, I would think that you have reason to be pretty proud. And I also know that you understand the difficulties of making this happen, as we have just heard from Didier.
I wish I was getting a royalty per country. Need to work that out better. Next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, the Artemis Accords, while it seems inevitable now, was extraordinarily challenging to get through. And the reason that we succeeded was the participation of 3 of the 8 founding countries are right here. By the way, if you think the Artemis Accords are well written, that's because of Japan's contributions. Japan speaks far better English than we did and did a wonderful job. And by the way, you know, Japan and Masami personally was one of, if not the first foreign partner that we came to discuss the Artemis Accords. And again, Japan provided great feedback and support. And United Arab Emirates, the inclusivity of the Accords was driven by UAE. UAE had a terrific broad vision for what the Accord should be, and that any country that signed the Outer Space Treaty could participate in the Accord. So we have great gratitude to these countries for supporting it, for pushing the Accords through. Now, with 39 countries having signed, the Accords and the concept behind it was to have the broadest, most diverse global human spaceflight coalition in history. It is a dream made real. And every year I like to celebrate with a cake at an event. We have an anniversary celebration. And we're going to need a bigger cake. That I think we're going to need 2 cakes moving forward. So extraordinarily excited about the success of the Accords. Space development is not just about better technology, but it's about building a better future for all of humanity. And that's what the norms of behavior in the Accords represent. Next slide, please. Speaking of technology, though, for a moment, I just wanted to point out that the success of a Martian exploration depends largely on the moon and even reaching back to low Earth orbit. A wonderful example of that are the rollout solar arrays that Redwire is building and is operating now at the International Space Station, if you want to try and click to get the video to play. These arrays are compacted like a carpet and then roll out, creating a lot more volume, a lot more energy. We're now building...
And then is an astronaut.
Absolutely, it was an ESA astronaut. You can see him, although it was an Emirati astronaut who helped prepare it. It was Sultan. So a great team effort, I must say.
There you go.
Absolutely. But these arrays are also going to be used and built for the Lunar Gateway. Those will be the largest solar arrays ever deployed by humanity. We're looking at applications on the lunar surface. So an example of how LEO, the moon, leads to Mars. We need to build the foundation and then implement. Next slide, please. And here you see the arrays on Gateway, and this is in beautiful Goleta, California. I recommend visiting, and you can see the size and scale of the arrays. Next slide, please. Additionally, at Redwire, we were very proud to print the first human meniscus in space. This is another example of how on the International Space Station we can create biotechnological solutions that we're going to need for Mars, because you can't go to the local hospital when you're on Mars. We're going to need to bring medical technology, and who doesn't want a meniscus, right? Like, I think we could all want it. And again, kudos to international astronauts, particularly Sultan Al-Nayeli during his long duration mission, printed that meniscus. So we're very grateful again to our friends at Emirates. Next slide, please. We printed it via the biofabrication facility, the BFF, if you want to try and click the video there. Let's go to, that's fine, it's the next slide. The BFF is what allowed us to print with human tissue, and I'm very proud to, I don't know, not quite announce, we've been talking about this. We printed cardiovascular tissue for the first time on the International Space Station. Brought back live cardiovascular tissue from the ISS for the very first time. And if we're going to have a safe mission to Mars, if we're going to be able to repair heart damage, et cetera, these are all technologies that are key. So my message is to look at Martian exploration holistically, that we need LEO operations, we need the ISS, we need Gateway, we need surface operations. This is how we're going to be successful as we go to Mars. Next slide, please. A couple of other technologies just to mention. We had cameras on the CLIPS mission, the Intuitive Machine mission for hazard avoidance, and also with NASA, we're working a very innovative program called MASON, where we're looking to take regolith and create berms, roads, even structures on the moon. Again, key technologies if we're going to be successful on Mars. Next slide, please. And as I began with the Artemis Accords, let me close with the Artemis Accords. And we try and go to the next slide. Again, we want a better future in space for all of humanity. And if we continue to lean into our values, support norms of behavior such as peaceful cooperation, interoperability, avoiding debris, full release of scientific data, then we can have a future that's going to be much more Star Trek and much less Star Wars.
Thank you, Mike. Live long and prosper. I'm with you there. A wonderful introduction to why this is so important. We all know, though, that hiccups take place. Challenges come along periodically. We talked a little bit about one of them yesterday that has just surfaced in the last few weeks, and that's Mars sample return, which is now beginning this new process of being reconsidered. And of course, ESA has always been a big part of that effort, Didier. Using that not really to talk specifically as much about Mars sample return, but about how these things, when they surface, are handled across an international collaboration. Rebekah, I'll look to you. That has to add some challenge.
Well, I think anytime you do something hard, like spaceflight, and complex, like these missions, we don't expect them to go perfectly, right? Which is part of the reason why we build frameworks for collaboration so that when problems arise, we're able to work with our partners and try to figure out what the next steps are. And ultimately, as Mike said, the goal is not just to get there, but to get there together. So we do what we can. We figure it out. It's not easy, but if it was easy, I don't think it would be quite as exciting as it is.
Space is hard.
Space
Didier?
is hard.
Yeah, I mean, ESA, the strength of ESA, it's 22 member states. And we have this triannual meetings at ministerial level to get the funding for the 3 next years and beyond. Therefore, when you start a project, when you have 22, let's say, countries, breathing in my neck, if I can say so, every day, you have to be very, very sharp, so to say, and you construct the future with them. Once it's done, it is a stable, big boat going ahead. So unlike in the US, where you have more an annual process, and Congress can change mind and others as well. So you have one partner which is relatively stable, and the other partner which is can have ups and downs, if I put it simply. Therefore, the issue, of course, is therefore these interfaces. And I come back to the point I made just before. We provide the Earth Return Orbiter, and on this is a US-provided system to catch and grab and release and so on the samples. So we went ahead, and therefore the interfaces, we had to be a little bit ahead and guess some interfaces. And that we have run into this kind of problem. There are other problems, of course. So again, in the future, we have to think about an end-to-end part of a bigger program where every partner is really in charge end-to-end. I think the Pressurized Rover is a very nice example. Kaplan did an excellent job in foreseeing the sweet spots, so to say, and to say, I'm doing it. I'm doing it, and I will be in charge. Of course, NASA will be lending it. So I think this is a very nice example of how we should do things. If you complexify it too much, you know, we can only look for problems. We can afford problems now, so to say, in the Moon to Mars objective. But we can't afford these kind of problems once, you know, we will really start to have a human mission to Mars, because that multiplies by a factor 10 the complexity.
The fact that it's hard is why it's worth doing. The beauty of space is that it's so difficult, so challenging, that it forces us to come together as humanity to be able to conquer and succeed with these problems. And if you look at the Artemis program, I appreciate you mentioning that, you know, there's a partner that's been a little bit up and down. If you look at human spaceflight beyond low Earth orbit at NASA, failure hasn't just been an option, it's been a historical certainty that we have failed to sustain a human spaceflight program beyond LEO since Apollo. And that is why the Artemis program was designed to overcome that challenge, that it was bipartisan. And more importantly, and this is why I was brought to NASA, it had to be international. The international aspect not only benefits in terms of capabilities and finance, but sustainability. It creates the partnerships that creates the political longevity for the program. And that's why it's going to be successful. And in terms of problems with Mars sample return, I can tell you as the private sector representative on the panel, we don't have challenges, we just have opportunities. And I believe that, as we've already seen with NASA soliciting ideas for commercial participation, how can we leverage what we've done in the CLIPS program, that we will actually come out of this with a more innovative, with a better program that we began initially.
We do these things not because they're easy, but because they are hard,
Well said.
said JFK. Beyond Artemis, I think of, it's hard to think of a mission like a planetary science mission in deep space that is not an international collaboration at some level. Masami, I think about MMX, the Mars Moons Explorer, a sample return mission,
Yes.
which has a great deal of international
Yes, it
cooperation.
does have, it's a mouthful really of international partners, and also At the beginning, I was, as an international relations person, almost worried that we have too many. But no, this is very, very good. And also, I've never seen the amount of attention like I presented in my presentation, all because of international cooperation. I've never seen this amount of international integration and cooperation that we've been working on in the past years. We've had the ISS, we've had COPUOS, we'd had CEOS, GEO, all of this, gap analysis and all of this, but I think we've, over the decades, learned a lot how to integrate our program planning together, and I think we've reached one sort of maybe a way to make all of this happen with the architecture in Artemis, and like Mike said, I can only see opportunities ahead.
Adnan, I think of the HOPE mission as well, which became a partnership between the UAE and in particular a school in the United States that became a real partner in the UAE and I think helped to ensure the success of that mission.
Absolutely. I mean, the HOPE mission, also other missions are great examples of that element of international collaboration. We work on that mission with 3 main universities in the United States, and also with the industries here and with NASA as well as international science community to achieve that common goal to send the mission and study the Martian atmosphere. We had a successful mission, still operational and collecting more science data. That's available to the international science community through our science data center. The same philosophy applied in all of our programs and missions. When it comes to the Mars 2117 program, our 100 years strategy to send humans to Mars and building a settlement on Mars. And the reason it's 2117 because it was launched in 2017. So when we started working on that program development of that strategy for implementation, we looked into the global exploration roadmap. We looked into the Moon to Mars architecture and the work that's happening internationally. And we linked that with our own strategy and our own plans. And accordingly, we developed our, defined the gaps there in terms of the science and technologies and the global exploration roadmap, linked that with our strategy, and accordingly, we developed multiple programs and multiple missions, starting from the lunar exploration program and development of the missions to the surface of the moon, which we launched the first robotic mission last year, and now we're developing the second and third missions. And all those missions had science and instruments and experiments from the international community. We branched out into the human life sciences. So it's not only the robotics and the engineering element is important, but also the human element, because at the end of the day, we're sending humans to Mars, and we need to be able to develop the science that will and technology enable us to sustain a long journey. So we started our life sciences program, developed the analog programs. We passed in the first 8 months of total isolation confinement mission, and Friday, we're going to have the first Emirati participating on the HERA mission, the analog mission with the team at Johnson Space Center. For the first time, there's a crew member from the UAE participating in that 45 days of isolation confinement, as well as we have science and experiments coming from the UAE researchers and students and scientists integrated into that mission. Beyond that, we have the gateway and being part of the gateway and providing the airlock module. So all those, and we have many, many more examples on how we work internationally with our partners here in the US, in Europe, in Japan, around the world. In all our missions, we look for opportunities for where we can work together, we can host payloads or develop capabilities together. Because at the end of the day, when you're developing the architecture, every nation should contribute in a way or another. Whether you are a small nation or a big nation, you have to be part of that. And the UAE taking this seriously by having the 2117, it's a commitment that we're going to continue investing in science and technologies, and we're going to do that collaboratively with everyone.
That takes us where I was hoping to go next. And panelists, please keep in mind, even if I direct a question to one of you, jump right in. We want this to be as conversational as possible. Rebekah, the nations behind those 39 and counting flags that we saw, some of those nations are not as active or as prominent, as accomplished in their space activities as the ones that we see represented here. And I wonder, as they come into the Artemis Accords, what's in it for those small nations that have fledgling space programs, if they have one at all?
So I'm going to give you a short answer, and then I'm going to kick it over to Mike to give you the longer answer. But as we heard, even from our well-established partners that are on this stage, there's a wide range of ways that you can participate in the missions. And it's everything from building something as big as a pressurized rover to sending a science experiment on a Hera. It's not all in space. We also have a lot of opportunities to cooperate in terrestrial research. So that you don't have to come with a rover or a lander. There's a lot of ways to be a part of this really extraordinary undertaking that we as a global community are doing to go back into space.
Well said, Rebekah. The countries that don't have space agencies and are taking their first steps into this brave new world are the ones that I'm most excited about. Again, the Accords were designed to be the broadest and most diverse global human spaceflight coalition in history. And in some ways, the Accords were a reaction to the IGA and the ISS. While obviously the ISS has been a tremendous engine for international cooperation, hundreds of experiments from hundreds of different countries. And sorry, I'm a recovering attorney, so now I'm going to talk about the IGA, which is the Intergovernmental Agreement, which is the document that runs the ISS. There's a few countries that are involved, Japan, US, ESA, among them, that are part of the IGA. And it's very difficult, if not impossible, for other countries to join the IGA. And therefore, with the Artemis Accords, we wanted to create a paradigm that no matter how wealthy the country was or how developed it was, for Emirates, say, airlock, or with Japan, the Rover, and I drove a Toyota today to just show my support to Masami, that no matter how large or wealthy or how small or modest, that there's a place for you in the Artemis program. And even if it's a couple of grad students in Ecuador or Bahrain that's contributing, looking at data, that's important. That's a start. And that's spreading the benefits of space throughout the world, which is what the intent of the Artemis Accords is.
Absolutely. Sure.
No, please go ahead.
I just want to add, if you allow me as well. I think it's important that we always consider, the other nations that they don't have space programs or activities to be part of your programs, and this is something that we are considering as well. And we did that when it comes to the lunar exploration program, for example, the first rover. We had one idea, which we took samples from different nations, from different scientists through a call that went out. And we took those samples, we put them on the wheels, between the grousers of the 4 wheels that we had on our rover, taking it to the surface of the moon and using the instruments that we had on the rover to study that reaction between the samples and the lunar regolith and provide that science and data to them. Unfortunately, the landing was not successful. We are there, but in 10,000 pieces. But we're going to do that again on the second rover and the third rover. It's an opportunity. It's a very simple, straightforward experiment, and it's an opportunity for everyone. You don't need to be, a well-developed nation in space in order to be part of that experiment. We have also other programs which we call the Payload Hosting Initiative, which we develop every year a small mission, and we, in collaboration with the United Nations, the COPUS, the Office of the Outer Space, we launch this program every year and open the opportunities for other nations to propose their payloads, their science, their instruments, and host it in our satellite and launch that every year. I think it's important that even for us that are new in the space and developing as well our capabilities and programs, I think it's always important to consider also other nations within your region and also internationally to provide them opportunities to be part of the space programs.
Yes.
Usually the way we work is, let's say at working level, we have ideas and we confront them and so on, and then we have technical interchange meetings. At the end, we do memorandum of understandings once we are stabilized in what we want to do. Maybe we can also revert it and a little bit like the Accords, make a kind of agreement well before on who should or can provide what. It's a little bit what has been done with the Japanese rover. They hadn't done a phase A even when they started saying, we will do this. And NASA accepted. So by taking this example, I think, again, we have to work together on a human to Mars architecture together. And then we have to see who could provide what well in advance. And then sign a kind of agreement, because we have to do these kind of things. It's not just the word that counts. And then we go ahead. So maybe there is something also to be done differently in the future, and not just waiting, so to say, until we know exactly what we do, and then we do an agreement.
So that's exactly what we're trying to do. So thank you for setting up that great thing. But with the architecture, it allows both large established countries and smaller countries that have nascent space capabilities to look well into our long-term plans and see where they can fit in, and where their own industry, where their own interests align with the architecture. And so our process now is to create study agreements, which basically do just what you said, Didier. They allow us to have these conversations with countries that think they might want to play a role. And we've seen more and more something that I find very exciting, which is some of the countries that don't have an established space program but want to participate are working with their industry to come up with ideas that the government can then partner with us to implement, and sometimes mapping the things that are interesting to them to what we need in the architecture in a way that allows us to have very long-term forward-looking conversations without having the burdensome, like very large MOU or IGA type of legal framework that needs to be put in place. And I find that very exciting. And not just because it allows us to cooperate with new partners, but as Mike said, when we have problems, the great part about that is it allows us to innovate. And as you've heard for the last day and a half, what got us to LEO is not going to get us back to the moon, is not going to get us to Mars. And bringing new voices into those conversations allows us to innovate in ways that we might not have thought of if we were just looking at our own history.
I think Didi's exactly correct, that we need to be proactive. We need to be intentional, particularly about the smaller countries. Again, United Arab Emirates does a great job. You put the United into United Arab Emirates, bring the world together. And kudos to Rebekah and your colleagues at NASA that as we've looked at the Moon to Mars architecture, you have gone out to the international partners. You have gone out to the private sector as well, even before those goals are defined, to get our feedback. And I think that's a bit of a sea change in the current ways that things have been done in the past. And again, I applaud Pam Melroy and Bill Nelson and everyone at NASA for not only changing the future, but changing it by altering the way we look at talking to our partners first, then coming up with a plan and proceeding per, I think, the vision that you're articulating, Didi.
Yeah.
So the message is join the party, there's cake.
Absolutely.
Apparently a big cake.
Yes, getting larger every time.
We're going to get to questions from out there in the H2M audience. So if you want to start lining up at the microphone, you're welcome to do that. We'll do that in just a couple of minutes here as we reach the end of this segment. It's no secret that there is another collaborative group out there that is looking for partners. Not, I'd have to say, with the success in terms of certainly quantitative success of the Artemis Accords. And I just wonder about thoughts that any of you might have about this other coalition that is hoping to bring nations together to put them on the moon and elsewhere.
So I think it's an indication of the success of the Accords. Remember that the Accords were intended to be a beginning of a conversation, not an ending. And to the extent that other nations, even those that haven't signed the Accords, are talking about how we implement the Outer Space Treaty. The Outer Space Treaty is a wonderful document, the Constitution of outer space. But you can't take the Outer Space Treaty and give it to our engineers and say, here, do this. We need to take it down a level to say, for example, treaty says avoid harmful interference. Well, how do we avoid harmful interference? And that's the safety zone description. We communicate, we are public and transparent relative to where we're doing and what we're going on. And while I certainly hope every country signs the Accords, I think they're excellent, biased of course, but to the extent that other nations are having that dialogue about how do we take the Outer Space Treaty from an idea to practice, that's a win. That's a win for us and it's a win for the world.
Anyone else want to comment?
I also think that from the beginning of the Artemis Accords, we've been saying that this combination of a web maybe of instruments that are non-binding, also legally binding. A good example was our Rover agreement, complementing perhaps the non-binding nature of the Artemis Accords, but they do work together. I think all of this happening not just in a part of the world, but also globally, we will see probably an evolution, I think, in the future, and see ways to work together.
All right, let's turn to the audience. And you're first up, young man.
How does the lack of established nations like Russia and China affect your progress? Thank you.
There you go. Two of the members of that other collaboration I was addressing. Anybody?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I missed the very beginning. I heard a how and then the countries, but no, it wasn't.
How does the lack of established nations like Russia and China affect your progress?
Of the Artemis Accords.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. What?
I mean, so,
There is nobody
so, and great question,
It is a
by
great
the way. I'd hate to see what your second question is. It's softball early.
That's why you're batting cleanup.
Yeah. There's a great deal in the Accords that candidly is a reaction to the way China is or is not, probably more accurately, doing things. The concept of the full, fair, open, and timely release of scientific data is an example of a provision of the Accords that was inserted because we're not seeing China act like that. And we want to encourage them to do so. Transparency, which is the very spine of the Artemis Accords, is candidly another issue that we have with China, that they're not clear about what they're doing, when they're doing it, how they're doing it. And the hope with the Accords, and I go back to my legal training, as an attorney, I believe in precedent. And even if China and Russia haven't signed the Accords or don't sign the Accords, by embracing these values of transparency, openness, freedom of science, we're creating a precedent that puts pressure even on the countries that haven't signed the Accords. So yes, ultimately it would be better if China and Russia would sign the Accords, even better if they'd actually abide by the Accords, but even if they don't, I believe the Accords are a forcing function. We're showing what good looks like. We're establishing a precedent that has influence, not just on the signatories, but even on those two nations that you mentioned that haven't signed.
There is probably another angle to this. I mean, here we talk about cooperation, but cooperation without competition doesn't work so well. And look back at the Apollo era. If you are, and we have the Olympics coming up in Paris, if you're the only one in front, you don't run twice to beat your own record. And therefore, the competition, also with China, has a very positive aspect. Without it, I'm not sure we would be as accurate and as fast and as collaborative without competition.
Thank you, Lucas. I think they're good answers to your tough question. Anyone else? Hi.
So the Artemis Accords has a lot of elements and things, frameworks, as we like to call it, from the Outer Space Treaty. Have there been discussions of looking at other treaties like the Registration Agreement or things like the Madrid Protocol for examining how we go forward, engage in deconfliction, and engage in like cooperative or even just kind of neighborly surface operations on the Moon and Mars? Thank you.
So while the Accords focus on the Outer Space Treaty, because it's the largest and most comprehensive, you also see several other agreements and treaties mentioned throughout the Accords. Just to give an example, the Agreement on the Rescue of Astronauts, that fundamental to the Accords is preventing conflict and preserving life. And the countries that have signed the Accords reinforce their commitment to the Agreement on the Rescue of Astronauts, whether those astronauts, by the way, come from countries that have signed the Accords or not. And then you look at how that reaffirmation impacts other aspects of the Accords, such as interoperability. The more interoperable the systems are, the more likely we're going to be able to support a safe and successful and expeditious rescue mission. So I'd recommend reading the Accords. They're a page turner. It's a quick read, but you will see mentions of other treaties, the Registration Convention, the Agreement on the Rescue of Astronauts, and the Outer Space Treaty referenced in the Accords. Relative to other treaties, and not treaties, but other concepts and agreements that are out there, we stuck with the United Nations treaties because they've been accepted, and that's what we're going to leverage. But again, a beginning of a conversation, not an ending. That the Accords were meant to inspire dialogue, to go to COPUOS, to go to the United Nations, look at what we can do that's binding, and what the conversations need to be in the future. The Accords are a catalyst for development.
So,
Jim? Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Like Mike said, the different instruments, if you seriously read through the whole document and try to analyze it, there are parts that are already written in those treaties or agreements, legal instruments, and those that go a step forward in trying to specify the practical issues that will come as the missions are upon us. We are, 50 years since the Outer Space Treaties and the accompanying treaties around that, agreements around that. So we need to pick up these questions about deconfliction or safety zones. How do we decide where to land, how long to stay there, things like that, and all the technical questions that accompany that. So I think the Artemis Accords does spur international discussion on that, whether or not you have signed to it or not, and I think that's the value of Artemis Accords.
And I will say the Artemis Accords are more than just paper. So the Artemis Accords signatories work together on a very regular basis to talk about the issues that are the focus, and I think right now we're working a great deal on non-interference, also interoperability, as you said. So these are things that we're trying to create real deliverables that will support global exploration.
Jim Green.
Okay, I love the Artemis Accords. It connects well with the Outer Space Treaty, which I think is one of the reasons why many countries are embracing that. And so the peaceful uses of outer space is where we can all work together, and we need to do more of those things. So it's moving in the right direction. Well, on one of those pages is the preservation of heritage sites. I really dearly love that, and it's not just because of the US. There's now many nations that have put things down on the moon that may be considered heritage sites. What is our next step in that? Have we declared what those sites are?
We need a solar system historic landmark registry, I think.
Or we could just go to UNESCO. It's a great point. By the way, Dr. Jim Green, former chief scientist at NASA, when I was at NASA, we'd go through these meetings where everyone at the agency would have a word, all the center directors, et cetera. It would take hours. And the reason I would stay on the call was because at the end of it, we would hear from Jim Green. And he would talk about the science, the wonder of discovery, and remind us on these calls why we're all doing this in the first place. So let's have a round of applause for Jim and everything that he did for us.
Enthusiastic applause. And we will hear from Jim later today as part of the H2M program.
Wise to do so.
So how are we going to take care of those landmarks?
So I will say in the Accords, again, they were intended to be a catalyst for a dialogue. And we could have spent pages defining what a heritage site is. Instead, we chose to note the issue and set the agenda that this is a topic we need to discuss and to move forward with. And I think this is a good example of an idea that should be discussed at the United Nations, that should be discussed in the COPUOS, that should be discussed in other NGOs to provide further definition. So the Accords were a beginning, really table setting for these are the issues that we need to tackle, and there is plenty of work left to be done.
Rebekah, that speaks to that this is a living document, the
Absolutely.
Accords.
Absolutely, yeah. As Mike said, this is the beginning of the discussion, not the end. And Masami-san said the same thing, right? This is how we start the discussion. This is how we provide a forum where all of the interested nations can come together, because what the US thinks is not the final word. We want to make sure that our partners are presenting their perspective so that, as I've said over and over, when we go, we don't go alone. And I think the Artemis Accords are a great framework where we can have these difficult discussions about how do you identify the heritage sites. It sounds easy, it's not, as you well know. And the same thing with, how do you define non-interference? It's incredibly complex because it goes well beyond policy to very specific technical discussions of things like plume interference and lighting and shadows. And it is much more than just a great idea that we sit around and nod at each other and say, it's great, we're collaborating. We really are trying to figure out how to implement that partnership in a meaningful way as we go back to the moon.
We are out of time, panelists. This has been a wonderful discussion. I come back, though, Mike, to your point that the Artemis Accords, perhaps beyond the achievements that it enables in space within the solar system, is what it may do for all of humanity. Let's hope that someday when the United Federation of Planets comes together that they look back on the Artemis Accords as one step toward that achievement.
You've broken the code for the ultimate goal.
Thank you, everyone. Please acknowledge this terrific international panel. And we'll turn to, I'm not sure who's coming out to get us into the next segment, but I think we can, and there's Chris, the CEO of Explore Mars. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Matt. Terrific panel. Thank you. And I got your pictures. I'll send them in a second. Thank you all. Thank you. We've had a lot of discussions about science, architecture, human health, but some of the technologies, the innovations required for going to Mars are really fascinating. One that really hasn't necessarily gotten into all the architecture plans is synthetic biology. And to talk about this fascinating topic, which really is actually kind of really entered the commercial field, but hasn't really entered the space field that much, Dr. Tiffany Vora. And Tiffany is the Vice President of Innovation Partnerships with Explore Mars, so thank you. And she has an impressive background, including the faculty and vice chair of Digital Biology and Medicine at Singularity University. She's also a non-resident fellow at the Geotech Center at the Atlantic Council, and her list of accomplishments goes on and on and on. And just brilliant scientist, brilliant speaker, and she also wrote this synthetic biology chapter for an upcoming book that Rick Zucker and I have coming out in spring or later this year, early next, called His Future Spacefaring Society. So hopefully you'll see that. You'll see Tiffany's wonderful chapter on this topic. So Tiffany?
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be back with you today to tell you about one of the initiatives that we've been working on at Explore Mars. I mentioned yesterday that I am a biologist by training, and so I'm going to take you on a journey to my happy place for the next 30 minutes to look at how biology can be a key enabling technology for the future of humans on Mars. So imagine a manufacturing technology that is self-replicating and self-repairing, meaning it's self-perpetuating. My clicker is advancing, good. That is modular. It's also flexible in terms of its inputs. I'm gonna stand to the side for a second because I'm a little behind here. It's a reprogrammable manufacturing system. It's also remarkably resilient. And if you keep it dry and cold, it can be stable for not just years, not just decades, not just centuries, but even millennia. Now, we have that technology. That technology is life. Life that has evolved here on Earth. And that's a remarkable opportunity for us to harness moving forward, figuring out what are the ways that humanity can survive and thrive on the red planet. And so today I'm going to tell you a bit about synthetic biology, and I'm going to draw on the insights from the working group that I've worked with for the last couple of years. That's made up of Dr. Lynn Rothschild from NASA Ames and Brown University, Dr. Erica De Benedictis from the Francis Crick Institute, and also Dr. Niels Avrish, who works on the CUBES project at Stanford currently. So the reason that now is an amazing time for synthetic biology is because the boundaries between the living and the non-living world are breaking down thanks to a variety of advances in exponential technologies. And so a classic exponential technology in the biology space is the DNA sequencing technology. When I talk about a DNA sequence, I'm talking about the order of A's, C's, T's, and G's that are in a living thing's genome. And that is increasingly interfacing with advances in microelectronics, quantum, AI, a whole bunch of these other synthetic exponential technologies. So what that means is today we're able to take the paradigm that biology is technology in a way that we weren't able to do previously. Now, this is a massive moment of opportunity, and it has not gone unnoticed. So about a year and a half ago, the Biden administration put out an executive order looking to turbocharge the American bioeconomy, where what we want is a sustainable, safe, and secure American bioeconomy was the focus of this. But of course, we're not the only country to have noticed that the potential for biomanufacturing is really large. And so, for example, recently the EU published this new study called Building the Future with Nature. So that's the EU's biomanufacturing framework. And countries around the world have been publishing strategies for building and securing their bioeconomy. You can see some of the examples here. Now, this map is from December 2023, and I know it's already out of date because, for example, UAE and Saudi Arabia have both put forward documentation showing that they're also intending to be leaders in bioeconomies and biomanufacturing spaces. So this is a really interesting moment because worldwide, there's more and more attention to using biology as technology. So the big value proposition here is the idea of sourcing more sustainable and non-petrochemical-based inputs into our various manufacturing components, which over time ideally would yield a circular bioeconomy. And the circular bioeconomy is great because it would not just protect the environment. It would also lead to socioeconomic development around the world, so new educational opportunities leading to new jobs, and support industry that we have today. I'll talk a little bit more about that as I go on. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there's an opportunity to make lots of money in a way that is more sustainable and more resilient than anything we've had before. And that maps really nicely to many of the sustainable development goals from the UN. So that's looking at the promise of the circular bioeconomy on Earth. And depending on what numbers you believe, we could be talking about trillions of dollars for the American bioeconomy alone by the 2040s. That is a very interesting prediction, and we will see how that plays out. Now, what that also means is that synthetic biology and the biotechnologies here on Earth are potentially poised for a breakout moment with R&D dollars being spent, investments coming, market share growing, more infrastructure being built, and of course, more jobs and educational opportunities coming into play. So that's great for Earth. But what that moment means to me is if we're ready for a breakout moment on Earth for the biotech and synthetic biologies, it means we could also be ready for our breakout moment for Mars and other locations where humans might live off Earth. That is a really exciting potential space, and that is what our synthetic biology working group really honed in on. So when we looked at the NASA taxonomy areas, of the 17 that were published in 2020, we identified 3 that we think synthetic biology has the potential to largely impact, in particular, over reasonably short timescales. So exploration and destination systems, materials, structures, mechanical systems and manufacturing, and of course the big one, human health, life support, and habitation systems. This is where we focused a lot of our attention. And of course, there's a lot of activities in these sections going on today using abiotic approaches, without relying on biology. That's great. But there are several important affordances of using synthetic biology and other bio-based approaches that these abiotic approaches lack. And I'm just going to tell you about two big categories of them briefly. The first has to do with addressing up mass constraints. So what's so wonderful about bio-based manufacturing is that you can make it as you go along. That's the idea, which empowers us to go from a take to a make philosophy, right? And especially as we have the availability of different inputs at different parts of the journey, that enables, again, that sort of circular approach where if you're moving, say, between the Earth and Mars, you could have loop closure within your spaceship so that things like clothes and packaging and materials, if they were designed this way a priori, could be fed as, could serve as a feedstock to feed into your bio-based manufacturing system. Now, the other piece there is that when you get to Mars, there's also ISRU that could be possible using synthetic biology as well. So huge space, but again, if we take less with us, that helps with the up mass constraints and also has the potential to give a crew more resilience and robustness and flexibility and nimbleness in sourcing the materials that they need for success. And then, as I mentioned, the second real big affordance here is the ability to do this kind of just-in-time manufacturing so that you don't have to take everything with us. In particular, I'm thinking about foodstuffs, and I'm thinking about pharmaceuticals and other types of health-based interventions. Those are not necessarily going to be shelf-stable over 2.5 years in high radiation, low-gravity environments. We believe that biology and bio-based manufacturing has the potential to close that gap. So instead of going just from a stored mentality, we can move as well to a fresh mentality. So this is the promise of synthetic biology. And now I'm going to pause for a minute so that we can talk a little bit more about what synthetic biology actually is. So just in case you are not like me and you don't think about biology all day, every day, it's a wonderful place to be. I invite you to join me, but let me just catch everybody up. So as a reminder, all life on Earth is related. All life on Earth is made of cells, and all life on Earth stores its information the same way. That's the information for how to build a living thing and how to run a living thing. And all of that information for life on Earth is stored in DNA. So just as computers store information as zeros and ones, life on Earth stores information as A, C, T, and G. For any of you biologists out there, yes, I am simplifying. Bear with me. We only have a few minutes left. So I'm offering you this analogy of computers and machines so that you have a framework to think about how biology could be used similarly. And that's where we are right now. Now, there's a couple of important things I want you to know about biological systems on Earth that enable synthetic biology. So it turns out that, all life on Earth is related, all life on Earth uses the same operating system, DNA, but it turns out that DNA is not just a coding language, it's also a parts list. And since all life on Earth is related, you have the capacity, a lot of times, to move the parts from one living thing into another living thing and have it still work. The biomanufacturing capability is conserved across life, is how we would say it in biology speak. So that's very empowering, the fact that you can move that. And so what that means is that we can take modules of DNA sequences that either nature has evolved, and I'll show you in a minute what that looks like, or human-based instructions, and move them into systems so that the DNA becomes like the software and the living thing is like the hardware for the system. If you had an RNA vaccine, you already know this paradigm because your body was the hardware for the RNA vaccine, and the RNA shot that you got was the instructions, the software, which your body booted up and executed in order to help you with your COVID immunization. So that is great. You already know how that works. We're talking about a broader paradigm here where we can move these instructions from living thing to living thing. One really common way to do this is to put it into single-celled organisms, bacteria, yeast, cyanobacteria, that kind of thing. Even cultures of animal or plant cells, which you can make single-celled in the laboratory. But it's also possible to use these approaches in plants as multicellular organisms. I'm actually not going to talk about plant genetic engineering today because that is a super hard problem and I have a lot of respect for plant geneticists. So I'm going to leave multicellular synthetic biology on the table. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit more about some of these single-celled approaches. Now, fortunately for us, biology is very flexible in terms of how it can be used. For evolution, that is a feature, not a bug in the system. And so imagine, for example, gigantic tanks of what we would use to brew beer or to make yogurt. If we grow organisms in those tanks that have had some type of human-programmed DNA either added or changed in them, and then we purify out the output of that, that is called precision fermentation. It's really great for particular molecules of interest. We've been making insulin like this for decades. But again, take a broader view and think about all the types of molecules that you could potentially make using this approach. There's a lot of action for Earth synthetic biology in the precision fermentation space today, particularly on the ingredients end. So we could potentially move that into the space domain. Also, it turns out with biology that you can crack open the cellular factory and only hold on to the machines inside, by which I mean biomolecules, proteins, RNA, that type of thing. And the manufacturing system often still works. Now, that's a bit tougher to handle, and it's quite hard to scale up, but cell-free synbio is another option that we could use for synthetic biology through Mars. And then, of course, there's just taking the biological thing itself as the end product, right? This is called whole cell synthetic biology. Think probiotics, think living sensors, think cellular therapies, think cellular agriculture for food. That would all fall into the whole cell synbio realm of what becomes possible with synthetic biology. So precision fermentation, think medicine, think materials, think nutrients. And then for, like I said, for the whole cell bio, again, nutrients, probiotics, other things we would want to do using whole cells. Now, what I told you a minute ago was that thanks to all life on Earth being related, we can move modules in between DNA codes, right? DNA genomes. And this is important because another thing that I want you to know about how biology on Earth works is that a biological molecule or complex or cell or tissue's structure dictates its function. So we say structure to function in biology. So what that means is if you can move the structure from organism to organism, a lot of times you can also move the function from organism to organism. So we don't have to invent these things from scratch. That's what's so amazing about being able to take advantage of life's 4 billion years of innovation on this planet. We don't have to come up with this on our own. And what that means is that the entire set of living things on Earth becomes our parameter space to draw from. And so that includes things like bacteria that already live in your body that we know a lot about, or the bacteria that we've been using for 10,000 years to make yogurt. We know a lot about that one too. Or bacteria that can do things like photosynthesis. We don't have to invent how to harvest energy from the sun. Photosynthesis is already here on Earth. But it also means, by the way, those 3 categories, that's all just single-celled life. You might be like, Tiffany, where are we? We're way down in that lower right corner, along with all the fungus, all the plants, and all the animals. So multicellular life is just this tiny, tiny little area of the larger paradigm space and parameter space that biology has already explored on this planet. Our job is to take advantage of that. So that's if we look to natural systems for parts that we can move in between and redesign and rewire in particularly interesting ways. But thanks to AI, we're also increasingly being able to access an even larger parameter space. So I would love to take this up with the AI crowd who's going to be on stage in a little while, but I would argue, as a heavily biased biologist, that the greatest thing AI has developed so far It's not pirate poetry with ChatGPT, although yes, I do that too. I'm going to argue for AlphaFold, which is an AI that enables to go from a DNA sequence to a prediction of a protein's three-dimensional structure in about 150 milliseconds. When I was a graduate student, that could take 8 years to do, right, by hand. And so what that means now is that the AlphaFold folks out of DeepMind have published more than 200 million structures of proteins, which is essentially every protein known to man today. It's there for us to mine in a much faster way than we would have been able to even 5 years ago. We also have these AIs that can now design new proteins from scratch, which is really fantastic. So could we come up with new functions that Earth has either not explored yet or that we just haven't found on Earth? And there's been really nice examples of humans and AI working together to develop these new proteins that actually do the thing you want it to do. And there's even work going on turning LLMs into tools for biology because, as I hope I've convinced you, biology is a language, right? It's actually a series of languages. And so now there are researchers around the world who are figuring out how could we use this LLM type technology to apply to biological systems. So stay tuned for this. It's only going to get more powerful. So hopefully by now I have convinced you that synthetic biology is awesome, right? So what's the holdup? That should be the big question. And also you should be asking, how translatable is the SynBio advances on Earth going to be to off-Earth systems? And so an easy way to think about this is to think in terms of 4 buckets for what synthetic biology for Mars is going to need, right? We're going to need the DNA software. We're going to need the organisms that are the hardware that execute the DNA code. We're going to need physical infrastructure, fridges, freezers, tanks, all kinds of purification materials. And we also need to have some modeling infrastructure that we need, and we need the inputs as well. And I'm not going to talk too much today in depth about any of these things. What I'm going to do instead with the time I have left is highlight some key breakthroughs that our synthetic biology working group identified as being really important technological steps, that the sooner we break through on those, the faster we can open up the potential of synthetic biology on Mars and elsewhere off Earth. So the first has to do with shelf-stable reagents. So DNA, it's okay. RNA is super fragile. Proteins can be a bit fussy. If you don't give them the conditions they want, you get mayonnaise, which is extremely frustrating as a biologist trying to work with these materials. So we think a critical breakthrough is going to be shelf-stable synthetic biology reagents that don't require freezing or refrigeration over long periods of time. That would be great. You should also notice that that would be hugely helpful here on Earth, right? For low resource settings or when you're on the move. So again, innovating for Mars in this case would also really help life on Earth. We also know that there's a lot of hardware stuff that's going to have to change, right? So you're going to want your DNA sequencers, your DNA synthesizers, whatever fridges or freezers you end up having to take, you'd like those to be as low mass as possible, to be radiation resistant, work in microgravity, all the things that we need for all of our flight hardware. That's also going to have to work for our biological physical infrastructure as well. So we have a lot of wish lists for this hardware set, but it's a really important set. The second category of big breakthroughs that we thought about were the chassis organisms itself. So I'm using the word chassis the same way we use chassis when we think about a car, right? It's a backbone that you can add things onto based on whatever context or output you're trying to get. And so with biological chassis, there's a lot of interesting work that's going on now, but more needs to be done. So rather than trying to take an organism like E. coli, which lives in our gut, we know a lot about, but isn't particularly well suited to the environmental context on Mars, what if we could scour the Earth for bacteria or yeast or other single-celled organisms that have already evolved to have some of the characteristics we want? So for example, there's a bacterium called Deinococcus radiodurans that grows inside nuclear reactors. It's already radiation resistant, and it turns out it can live in space for 3 years. Mind blown. Biology is amazing. So we've got biologists looking all around the world for these habitats that are Mars-like and to find these organisms that we can grab to get a leg up on engineering them so that they'd be useful for synbio on Mars. Now, it turns out, of course, that a lot of those bacteria and yeast don't like to undergo genetic engineering, and so we'll have to come up with new ways to make those systems genetically tractable. Hard, but solvable, right? So this is all important in terms of getting those cells, the workhorses, the hardware of synthetic biology to work. And then finally, like I mentioned, this hardware for on-demand biomanufacturing is a piece that we really think needs a lot of innovation today. We were particularly interested in the potential for small batch manufacturing that you could do on demand, potentially have something be highly tailored to, let's say, an astronaut that needs a particular nutrient or a particular drug or whatever it is. And so you would need to be able to do this kind of just-in-time manufacturing. And so that will also require special hardware. And if you look in our book chapter and in our forthcoming manuscript about this, we have a little bit more information there. So again, lots and lots of potential, but we think these big breakthroughs are going to be really, really important for transforming synthetic biology into basically the universe's biggest onshoring effort, so that on Mars, you don't have to rely on astronomically long, fragile, and expensive supply chains in order to keep humans safe and happy. Now, because of the amount of time we have together, I've only talked about a couple of the pieces of the whole ecosystem of what synthetic biology would look like on Earth and elsewhere. There's a much larger picture here at play of elements that could be ripe for putting together markets for investment, for R&D, for jobs, all of these pieces at play. And you'll notice I really didn't talk about the digital infrastructure. We think it's very important for computational models of these organisms to be very strong, very powerful, and enable you to simulate, before you ever start fooling around with DNA molecules themselves, what the likely outputs are going to be and what types of engineering changes you'll have to do. So computational folks, take note, there are jobs for you. And of course, I haven't even mentioned regulation. Kelly and I talked yesterday about how space lawyers, like that's going to be a thing for a long time. Yeah, same with synthetic biology space lawyers. So tell your kids. How do we even regulate GMOs that were produced on Mars, and what if future Martians want to export them back to Earth? I have no idea. That's why it's a job of the future. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that we're at this amazing moment where we are able to use biology as technology. Living things can become 3D printers, sensors, computers, and power plants to make all of the food, fuel, and fiber that we need in order to have a sustainable human presence wherever we call home. And that, I think, is why we're so excited about synthetic biology as an enabling technology. I hope you are too. And we've got a few minutes for questions and conversation. Thank you very much. If you have questions for me or comments, please come down to the microphone here at the front. I was going to say, otherwise I'll sing you a song, but I actually did sing yesterday, didn't I, when we sang Happy Birthday to Lucas. That was like an out-of-body experience. It's like, I can't believe this is happening. I'm actually singing. Hi, Daniel. I know, and you're a plant biologist, and when I saw you, I was like, don't talk about plants.
I know. Well, photosynthesis in general is a great thing, but it was interesting, talking about the inputs into these systems. Mm-hmm. What struck me on the shelf-stable reagents was the global accessibility that can unlock. Can that in global access countries unlock some of this biomanufacturing?
I love that. And one of the things that we talked about a lot is the fact that a lot of our manufacturing here on Earth is based on petrochemical inputs. Mars does not have a native petrochemical industry. So could we use biology there to do things like make bioplastics or biofuels, stuff that on Earth we have these legacy jobs and infrastructure for, which makes it difficult to do that whole thing. There's also potential for, so what are the things we're going to want to do on Mars, right? We're going to want to fix carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. Living things also need sulfur and phosphorus, so biology is really great for that. And of course, we have regolith with all these perchlorates. That's going to be a challenge for biology. Is that also an opportunity? And we've also seen some folks trying to use biological systems for biomining to get at these minerals and metals that might be there at the Mars surface and below it. So there's a huge space here for inputs. The question, though, becomes what do we know in the spaceship and beyond on those early missions? What materials are going to be available as potential inputs, right? Are you using methane? Are you making methane? Biology can use both. And it would be nice to have a bigger architectural piece knowing what inputs are available.
And in regards to the SDGs, do you see any low-hanging fruit there where kind of synthetic biology and biomanufacturing can be implemented in a real way? I know of some wastewater treatment systems that are being advanced for closed-loop systems. Do you see anything in the pipeline there?
Yeah, protein security, I would say, is one of the really early on places. So, I talked a little bit about cellular agriculture. You might also know that known as lab-grown meat or lab-grown fish. I actually ate my first taste of cell-grown, lab-grown beef a couple of months ago. I was so excited. So that's low-hanging fruit right there. And in fact, we know, for example, Singapore has already approved certain cellular agriculture products. And if you've been at H2M before, you might remember our friends from Solar Foods who have a microbial system that essentially turns air into protein powder, which they would not let me eat. I was very disappointed. That has also been approved in Singapore, but now imagine low resource settings, conflict zones, places like that, where you might actually have, I picture decentralized small manufacturing where you could have local communities contribute to their own protein security using biological systems. Hi, Eric.
Hi, thank you. That was a fascinating talk. First question, was the beef any good?
Dude, it was so good. So they actually set me up a little bit. So what my hosts did was they had me do a parallel tasting, but they didn't have me do their blended, so it was 10% cellular beef and the rest was a plant burger. And rather than have me compare that to a 100% beef burger, they had me compare it to a 100% plant burger. 10% beef makes a big difference in a plant burger. It was delicious. It was really good, because that's what you want to know, right? Do people want to eat it? Does it taste good?
This is true. Getting farther along than plant burger is a
Yes.
win in my mind. Timelines.
Yeah.
When you talk about these breakthroughs, right, from a systems perspective, the challenges of the hardware, the mass, volume, and power that's involved with all of this, the breakthroughs that you put up there are things that obviously need to happen in order to make it feasible. We've been watching both human spaceflight, the commercial space industry accelerate. We've been watching the AI, ML industry accelerate, and now we're watching this industry accelerate. For the timelines that we're looking at for these types of Mars missions, maybe the first Mars mission, somewhere between 2033 to 2042, when do you see these sort of things becoming realistic in the context of small enough from a mass and volume perspective to be able to provide maybe CO2 for processing for atmospheres, for example, or pharmaceutical and food from those perspectives?
So the good news is that there has been decades of research from NASA and other folks around the world working on some of these problems. So it's not like we're starting from zero. There's a really strong body of knowledge there. I think one of the big challenges is not knowing what inputs are going to be available for a mission. And so if you're a biologist, you're trying to design a biomanufacturing system, you have a problem if you just don't know what your inputs are, right? Now, the other issue, of course, is that if you're thinking about funding this from an economic perspective, as long as we're only sending 4 people at a time, it's not a great market opportunity for investors. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in the innovation panel, so stay tuned. So the way we thought about this problem in our working group was that in the early years of Mars, what we see are drop-in approaches, rather than whole systems that would rely on this. So think, for example, about bioethanol, right? For your fuel, for your car. You don't need a car with a special engine in order to use a biofuel blend here on Earth. That's what we see being possible for very short-term potential for this to be used. But in Tiffany's Magic Fantasyland, over many, many decades and generations in Mars, we would have a pivot more towards running on these systems and having them be closed loop and ISRU for Mars. And so you would have a larger infrastructure that could run on that. Thank you, Eric. Yes, one last question.
Yes. It seems to me, if one is looking far out, that a lot of the work that's being done now is to try to address supply, like taking something versus using on, and it's a mass issue based upon the needs of the biology of the human being. Given synthetic biology, is there any thought now or in the future of actually using synthetic biology on the human so you don't have that demand for some of the things that you're working on now? This is sort of an interim step, right, it seems to me, as opposed to human beings. I'm not saying, this is what old man's war for those who have read it, but at least to just slightly, so we don't have that mass demand going forward.
So I feel like we all need to have a couple of beers and talk about this for a few hours. So the short answer is yes, people are thinking about it, but it's complicated, not just technically, but ethically as well. I'd be happy to talk about this more, but there's nothing special about human DNA. It's the same as everybody else's DNA. So if I can engineer an E. coli, theoretically I can engineer a human. So should we be doing that? What would that look like? Who gets to decide? That is a much larger conversation that I would be happy to have with you during the networking break, which is what we're going to right now. I will de-mic and then go out in the front. So if anyone wants to have that chat about engineering humans, we will do that off camera. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break.
Here at 10:35.
We've reached the first break on this second final day of the 2024 Humans to Mars Summit. And we just heard Tiffany Vora answer the perennial question, where's the beef? I love my Beyond and Impossible. I want to try some of that cell-grown stuff as well. I'm Matt Kaplan, back here with you during the break for a couple of minutes before we go back into the program. And we're going to pick up again at 10:30 with a program about artificial intelligence, specifically how AI is going to help us explore space. But until then, we're going to spend a couple of minutes with someone I had the pleasure of spending some time with on stage yesterday, right at the end of the day, that special added attraction panel that you were part of. Tim Sheehan is the space architect for Lockheed Martin, formerly the Orion program engineer. Do I have that correct, I think?
Orion system architect.
System engineer, sorry. That is a great title, first of all. Before we talk about Lockheed Martin's participation here, space architect, what does that entail?
So space architects are the ones who develop the initial concepts for vehicles or systems. How is that going to work? What are all the different parts? What are the mission? And so what I do at Lockheed Martin often is the very early ideas, the very early concepts, developing those things, like our Mars Base Camp ideas for how to send humans to Mars.
That's pretty exciting stuff.
It is. It is my dream job.
So Lockheed Martin not only providing great presenters like you, but also one of the sponsors that we are grateful to here, helping to make Humans to Mars happen. Not the first time that you guys have been involved. How does Lockheed Martin's participation, how does that fit into the corporate philosophy?
So Lockheed Martin is a science and exploration company. We've been part of every NASA Mars mission since before Viking in one way or another, sometimes doing the whole landing or orbiter, sometimes just like providing the aeroshell for Percy. And so, but also we're a human spaceflight company. And the horizon goal here is to get to Mars. That's what the Artemis program is about. And we need to architect Artemis as a Moon and Mars program. That is NASA's goal. That's their objective. We fully support that. And so we need to have these conversations about, okay, how are we going to do that? How are we going to get to Mars? How do we put that in the lunar part of Artemis?
Since you bring up Viking, I have to say, I mean, I'm old. I was at JPL for the landing of Viking 1, standing with some amazing people, watching a spacecraft that was way ahead of its time make the first soft landing on Mars. Just an incredible legacy that you guys have.
Yes, I can't imagine being in that control center. That sounds great. And I think that, you know, what we stand on our heritage, but we innovate to make the stuff of the future happen. And it's that combination of that balanced portfolio of what we need to do to move forward is really important.
And you are continuing to build on that legacy. We're going to hear about that at 2 o'clock with a panel that you're going to be moderating later today, but also with Orion and the Artemis 2 mission that we're all looking forward to, hopefully still later this year. How are things coming along? We know that there have been a couple of hiccups, like with the heat shield. Everything coming together?
Yeah, everything's moving forward. As far as I know, very exciting mission, Artemis 2, first crew to be in deep space since 1972. They're going to do a flyby of the moon, but before that, they're going to be in a very high, very elliptical Earth orbit, which is another place that humans have never been before. So looking really forward to that.
Yeah, as are, I bet everybody here, certainly me. Tell me a little bit about this 2 o'clock panel that I mentioned that you're going to lead, the Mars Transit Vehicle. Talk about exciting technology that hopefully will be a major component of putting the first humans on Mars.
Sure, yeah. So we're going to have a number of experts from different aspects, from life support to robotics, to as well as NASA to mission and trajectory design. So we're going to talk about all those different issues. Hoppy will cover, you know, what we learned from robotic Mars. The Mars Transit Vehicle is such an important keystone of the architecture, getting the crew safely to and from Mars. And it's a big propulsion vehicle. It's a big habitation vehicle, and it's a science lab. And so we'll talk about all those different things. And some of the things that I'm excited about that we're working on today is working on nuclear propulsion, like the NTP, nuclear thermal propulsion demonstration called Draco with DARPA and NASA. We're also working on inflatable habitats. We've been doing burst tests. So there's a lot of work going on right now today for that Mars Transit Vehicle.
Talk about legacy or a return to something, nuclear propulsion, which was, a lot of people don't realize, pretty far along in the early 1960s, the NERVA program and so on. It really does seem like a pretty good way to get from point to point in the solar system and do it quickly.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And so nuclear thermal gives you the same high thrust as chemical propulsion, but twice the efficiency of the most efficient chemical propulsion, which is hydrogen. And so that high thrust and high efficiency allows us to be, moving back and forth to Mars with either more mass or going quicker, both of which really increase astronaut safety. But even in cislunar space, the ability to move around cislunar space between the Earth and the Moon, it's going to be great.
So we're probably not looking at a vehicle that's quite as sophisticated as what we were treated to in the movie The Martian, but it's a step in that direction.
It is a step in that direction, and it allows larger masses, and so that's helpful.
Tim, I look forward to enjoying that panel at 2 p.m. Eastern today. Thank you very much for being part of this, and please pass along our gratitude to everyone at Lockheed Martin for helping to make H2M happen.
I will, thanks.
And with that, we'll close out this little bit of our break. As part of the live stream, we've got some other things to keep you entertained until we pick up again on stage at 10:30 today with that panel about AI in space.
and I am going to tell you how we're planning to produce energy for Martian settlements during storms. During storms, satellites generate energy in two ways, by a portable nuclear power station and solar panels. When the battery of the satellite is fully charged, a powerful laser sends beam on solar panels near settlement. Solar panels capture laser beam and generate electricity for our station or charge a big accumulator.
Wind energy generator. To increase efficiency of wind generator, we will collect the wind by cone. We will place the wind turbine of piston with cylinder into the mouth of the cone. Piston will rotate the rotor of electrical generator.
Fast neutron reactor weighs 2 to 3 tons. We can deliver it to Mars by Falcon rocket. This reactor has no liquid, so it is not dangerous. Water from reactor we can get from Mars surface. This type of reactor quite safe and can't explode. I suppose that we'll cool the water after the steam turbine by heating settlements buildings. Liquid sodium is pumping through the reactor core where it is heated. Then hot sodium goes through the heat exchanger where boiled the water. Steam goes to the steam turbine that rotates the electrical generator.
More folks are going to come in from their wonderful conversations outside. I'm delighted to kick off our next session, which is looking at another one of these technology spaces that at Explore Mars we think is going to be really, really empowering for the future. So I am going to only introduce your moderator, who will then introduce the rest of this amazing panel. This is Tariq Malik, is your moderator today. He's the esteemed editor-in-chief of Space.com, one of the leading sources for news on astronomy, space exploration, and related technologies. Under his guidance, Space.com has become a vital hub for both space enthusiasts and industry professionals, delivering in-depth coverage of the latest developments in the field. Tariq's passion for all things space, combined with his extensive experience in journalism, ensures that readers are not only informed, but also engaged with the dynamic world of space and science. His leadership fosters a rich environment for news that shapes our understanding of the universe and our place within it. Let's welcome the panel.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and to our panel here, who is going to, I'm sure, have some great things to talk about today. You know, when we think about AI in space or Mars, sometimes we think maybe more HAL 9000 or Robbie the Robot than what we actually are going to need, and maybe more recently, those chatbots like ChatGPT, and there's more on that later. We were curious here about what kind of AI tech we will really need to get astronauts, humans, maybe even other robots to Mars. And our panel here I think has lots of great thoughts about that. And so we have this illustrious group here to find out. So as Tiffany mentioned, I'm your moderator, Tarek Malik at space.com. We've been exploring space and science and watching the evolution of artificial intelligence in that effort for the last 25 years. And joining me to my right is Peggy Wu of Raytheon Technologies, where she is the Associate Director, Scientist for Advancing Human-Machine Cognition for AI, Earth, and Science, or Space. To her left is Dr. Eric Antonsen of the Spear Medicine Division at Massachusetts General Hospital, where he is the Associate Director of a new Space Medicine Fellowship and the CTO of the Spaceflight Integration Services Company, Advancing Frontiers. Eric, thank you. And to his left is space architect Melody Yashar, Vice President of Building Design and Performance for the construction firm Icon, where she focuses on the development of construction technologies to build off-world habitats. Thank you, Melody. And kind of rounding us out at the end is Dr. Alonso Vera of NASA's Ames Research Center, where he's the senior scientist for distributed collaborative systems, and he has expertise in human performance, human-computer interaction, and artificial intelligence, where he's worked across a number of Mars rovers that we've seen get ever smarter as they explore the red planet. So thank you all for joining us, and I think we have some opening comments from each of you, and I've got this handy little controller here that I'll hand to Peggy to get us started.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for inviting me. I'm super excited to be here. Let's see if we could pull up my slides. If not, I'll just talk through them. So I'm from Raytheon, or RTX Technologies Research Center. Oops. All right. Which is RTX is the parent company of Collins Aerospace, Raytheon Technologies, and Pratt & Whitney. So because I'm at the research center at the corporate level, I get the advantage and the privilege of working with all of our business units. So my colleague Ryan yesterday already showed this great video introducing our spacesuit. And you could see that we've been involved in the various space missions and a lot of different technologies. If you want to learn more, there's a lot of different categories of technologies in how we're supporting space exploration. But in terms of why I'm here, I'm a cognitive psychologist combined with computer engineering. So you could think of it as the intersection between psychology and AI. And briefly, I'm interested in three big categories of research areas. One is, how do we measure those really difficult things called squishy humans? How do we think about the way that they think? How do we take what we observe from them, whether it's surveys and behaviors and even physiological measures, and extract some knowledge about what they know, what their intent is, what their beliefs are? Now, once we have their intents and their beliefs and some of their goals, what can we do to make models to then predict what they might do as next steps? And then once we have those next steps, once we know what they're likely to do, can we provide some help? Can we then use AI technologies to either provide some help if we know what their intents are, or even hinder them if the intents may not be aligned with what actually needs to happen? So those are the three kind of big areas of how I work with AI and the cognition and psychology of humans. Pass this to you.
Thank you. So I'm going to highlight a couple of things. In 2021, NASA Ames, their space biology group, put together a workshop on AI in deep space and trying to match the needs that were coming out of the NASA communities as they look forward with some experts in the AI community. And there were two big publications that came out of it, these two in Nature Machine Intelligence. And I'll just highlight two things, one out of each of these papers, but I wanted to put them up there so you can see that there has been work going on within the NASA community to look at this since before ChatGPT came out, and ChatGPT certainly has accelerated some of the considerations for this. The first thing is precision space health systems. To what Dr. Wu was saying, how we measure
and model both the environment that the astronauts are experiencing as well as the astronauts themselves, the state of the humans, is basically looking at a couple of complex systems, right? It's the humans are complex, the systems are complex, and trying to merge them together to figure out how we mitigate risk. So the data streams that we all anticipate coming in from these things are not things that we have done in ISS to date, largely because that has been something that was designed much, much earlier, and so managing data in more efficient ways was designed in later. So the space health systems of the future are really trying to lean towards precision. And we expect that AI and ML, in terms of managing the data streams and processing this information and detecting patterns, will be something that is super helpful in that area. Another thing, and this sort of dovetails with the systems or the synthetic biology talk that came before that, is that astronauts right now, when they're doing science on the ISS, it's a massive amount of time and investment for the crew, who also have many other jobs to do. So for the commercial space stations that are coming down the road, automating some of these processes and enabling some of that is something that we expect and really hope that AI and ML can contribute to. We already have amazing processes for being able to manage fluids very tightly within microgravity through centrifuges and pressure vessels and stuff. So getting to self-driving labs is something that would help us better characterize the human changes that we see in spaceflight and differentiate between pathology and adaptation. Another domain where we've done a lot of work on this is in knowledge graph applications, because I think prior to this time, there was the famous line, data to decisions, oftentimes left out the relationships that we already knew that were inherent in data and tried to have the data speak for itself. When you do that historically in relational databases, then you have to go and manually put those relationships in. So my expectation, and so much so that I invested 3 years of time building out knowledge graphs for each of the human system risks while I was the risk board chair, is that we will take these things, attach data to them, and be able to use them to help inform how we do risk reduction in a dynamic way as we go through Mars missions. And finally, there's one thing that I need to kind of say up front is we have a lot of capability that we've already demonstrated in terms of the ability to compute and use the amount of information flow through spaceborne computer. The second iteration of that was demonstrated in the last year or two. They moved DNA sequencing time completely on board the space station with just huge data analysis, and they reduced that time from weeks to analyze it down to 11 seconds for that. They also demonstrated swab to microbial identification in 24 hours. None of this relied on the cloud. It was all edge computing. And so those advances are where I want you to set your expectations for, hey, what have we done already in spaceflight that paves the way for AI and ML? And finally, I'm going to plug 2 chapters in our recent book that just came out, Systems Medicine for Human Spaceflight, where we have a chapter on clinical decision support software and another one on risk network analysis. And this is available now.
Thank you, Eric. Hi, everybody. My name is Melody. I'm going to give a very brief introduction into what it is that we do at Icon Technologies. Essentially, we develop large-scale additive manufacturing solutions for both Earth and space, introducing, I would say, increasing levels of automation and some degrees of autonomous construction technologies in the work that we do. We currently have 3 robotic platforms that we operate. One is Phoenix, Vulcan, another is Vulcan, and Olympus is our off-world construction platform that we're developing. Phoenix is essentially a 6 degree of freedom robotic arm that can print structures up to 27 feet tall. We completed this demonstration of Phoenix just about a month ago, actually. And Vulcan is our gantry-based system that we are using to deliver multiple types of structures, primarily in the residential sector, but also for the Department of Defense. Essentially, this is a system that we've delivered multiple projects with this. Just to call out a few, we've developed some work in Camp Swift as well as Fort Bliss, a number of barrack structures for the Texas Military Department. We've delivered homes for formerly homeless individuals in Austin, Texas, and have completed a number of high-end residences in Austin as well as in other states. Our largest project to date is a 100-home 3D printed community with Lunar, the production scale home builder. What you can see here is our system deployed out on site. It takes roughly 2 operators per slab. This is something that we're quite proud of when it comes to operating our system, the Vulcan system in particular. Another project of note, we completed design and construction of the CHAPEA analog, which is the Crew Health and Performance Exploration analog. This essentially was a demonstration that future Mars habitats could someday be 3D printed. You'll notice there's lots of people running around on the slab as construction is happening. So it's really only the vertical wall system as well as the roof panels that were constructed in an automated way. And there's still lots and lots of work and integration that needs to happen to finish out habitats should we be interested in a fully autonomous concept of operations in future Mars missions. Currently, what we are supporting is the Moon to Mars Planetary Autonomous Construction Technologies project based out of Marshall Space Flight Center. And together we're developing an additive manufacturing system that can be deployed on the Moon and eventually on Mars. We've developed this animation to explain what we are planning to be our initial construction technology demonstration mission. Essentially, we're developing a robotic manipulator that can be mounted aboard a generic CLIPS-class lander and effectively use 100% local regolith without any processing or binders added to scoop, sieve, and essentially sinter the material onto itself and use that as a way of additively manufacturing various kinds of surface infrastructure on the surface. And so we've been developing this work with Marshall for the last several years. Essentially, we have a robotic test bed as well as an end effector, which can do various types of material handling, including creating a level surface, tapping down to create a kind of a stable level to actually sinter the material. And then the system itself functions like a terrestrial powder bed fusion technology. And essentially, this is how we 3D print our structures. To date, that robotic manipulator has gone through testing in Marshall's Large Dirty Vacuum Chamber, and we're excited to continue that testing in coming months. And the general idea is that after we develop this robotic manipulator, we're hoping someday that this will be a commercially available habitat-capable system in the future. And I know we have quite a ways to go, but this is just the first steps of all of that work.
Thank you, Melody. Oops. So I'm Alonzo Vera. I'm at Ames Research Center. I'm going to talk a little bit about a different application of AI, we hope, which is AI for increasing progressive Earth independence. So not necessarily trying to go for the whole Earth independence problem, but how do we enable missions to function with less dependence on the ground? And what I'm going to do is just say a little bit about the problem, because I think it's easy for us to not see it. And yesterday there was a comment, which I think is actually correct, which is the crew really like their autonomy, that they don't like oversight, they don't like to be watched from the ground. And it's actually, true, of course. Until something happens that needs to be, repaired or addressed, or an anomaly that has any urgency, immediacy, safety related to it, right? In which case the ground steps in to help, right? And this is true across terrestrial applications, where if an airplane's having an issue, right, they immediately call ground control, who then helps them clear other airplanes, figure out an airport, even get expertise, right? So this is how we generally do it in terrestrial applications. You bring in help when it's needed. And so here the question is, for problems that occur, and what I'm going to just tell you in a sec is the nature of these problems and how often, what do we have at our disposal, and what can we foresee in the coming, say, decade or two, to help narrow kind of that problem of dealing with unforeseen issues. So here's and I'm just going to kind of touch on what is really a lot of data, and I'm not really going to go too far into it, but looking at kind of driving, what is it that's actually needed, right? So the first one is an analysis, the top one here is an analysis we did of 20 years of space station, so up to 2019. And so, each blue and red combination there is a year. So what you see is how often there are events on board that were considered to be a high priority, and an IFI is an item for investigation, and a high priority IFI is one that they're concerned in terms of the safety of the crew or the safety of the mission. And you see the frequency of those per year. So we see a total of 68 IFIs over these years. But the important number there is also how often are there IFIs that required immediate urgent diagnosis, right? Where you had, what one flight controller, who worked with us on this described as all hands on deck. Right away, it's like, that's about 33 over the last 20 years, which puts it at about 1.7 times a year. And interestingly, when we've talked to people in submarines, in a lot of cases, like we've gone out and again to other engineered systems, it's a fairly consistent finding, right? That we're very good engineers, but we're not going to engineer all the problems out. They're going to continue to happen. On the bottom right there, you see how often you have class 2 alarms. Class 1 alarm is you have a fire, rapid depressurization in the cabin, or something toxic in the cabin. We're not attending to those. When those happen, the crew safe themselves, okay? But class 2 alarms is you have a potentially, again, loss of crew, loss of mission situation that has to be dealt with immediately. And how often do those happen? Well, on average, distributed over the, again, the 20 years that we looked at, about 30 times a year, right? Now, most of those turn out not to be a big deal, but how do you know that? Well, because the ground works it, okay? So, and then we looked at anomalies on Apollo. The rates for Apollo were much higher, in part, of course, for a variety of reasons, including the fact that the operational context, on the moon, the landing, the EVAs were all, new, difficult. So operationally, they were harder. So that is just to, again, paint a very, high-level picture of this reality that sits there behind how these missions run, right? This isn't just sitting in a house or, right? You're sitting in a very complex machine that the crew, and right now ground, for the last 60 years keeps alive. And the question is, how do we move from 20, 30, 40 people on the ground keeping this thing alive to then 4 crew members at least doing it until they start getting help from the ground? So most of these problems, interestingly, and I like the way it ties into a bunch of the things we've heard, are really for the environmental control systems. Why? In part because those are the shortest time to effect. Those are the ones that will impact the crew first, right? So urgency tends to be with respect to the environmental control systems. So we've been very focused on those systems. They are also, of course, the ones that make these missions unique. Another really important point here is, as engineers, we write failure modes, effects analyses through the design process. We build FIDR, which is fault detection, isolation, and recovery, into our systems. And we think often, and you hear from people still to this day, well, no, yeah, we've got all the failure modes, effects analyses, and we've got the FIDRs. Again, across terrestrial applications, and if you look, through the history of like space systems, those things that we anticipate in the design process appear to cover about 60% of the problems you eventually encounter. So 40% of the problems you're going to encounter are unanticipated. right? That is, you just didn't think of it. So you don't have a procedure for it. You don't recognize what the problem is when you see it. So how do we deal with it? And Eric talked about this yesterday. He had some of these, numbers too, right? We deal with it pretty much in the same way we've dealt with it for the last, 60, 70 years. And you see mission control image there on the bottom right, back from, the 60s to now, big screen, lots of people, some papers, telephones. That's how we deal with it, right? A lot of information in front of controllers. And so you have two aspects of this problem that you're dealing with. Let me just put both these up. And on the right, you see them here. One is you've got a lot of workload that's being managed by a lot of people at the same time. So there's a workload issue. How do we get that into 4 crew members? And then there's this expertise on the ground, which is very broad. How do you move that on board? Again, with assumptions about AI that, I'll talk about in a sec. Importantly, what we've looked at is what aspects of operations really do need to be moved on board, because it's not everything, right? So telemetry and monitoring and assessment, right, where we have the front room in particular of mission control, that is a real-time operation where you're detecting problems as they happen, right? And so again, a lot of the time they're just sitting there quietly, but almost every day there's an issue. And this is, I'm not making that up, like pretty much every day, sometimes many issues, right? Analysis and decision making, right? So that is, and that's maybe the biggest problem. I mean, this is what AI in a way has been about for a long time, is how does it help me with genuine problem solving for problems I haven't seen before? And that's an uncracked nut. And then procedure generation and execution, right? Help me generate a procedure for, again, something that I didn't plan for, right? We do that entirely by hand on the ground right now. Those are the big challenges. That third one is going to be a challenge for the moon, because even 10 seconds will cause an issue for the ground doing the oversight and guidance of procedure execution. And procedure execution this time on the moon is going to be much harder than it was during Apollo, because we're going to be leaving equipment, we're going to be maintaining habitats, et cetera, for longer periods of time. We're not going to be okay with how it was during Apollo, which, we talked to Jack Schmitt, Apollo 17 astronaut. He said by the 3rd day on the moon, nothing worked. Nothing plugged into anything else, right? And right, so now we want to spend much more time there, set up a base camp that we leave behind. So what do we need AI to do here? And I mean this, like, what do we need AI to do? And so I got it here in the drawing, right? So we need help with procedure execution, with anomaly response, with telemetry monitoring and analysis. And as we get into this discussion, we can talk a little bit more about this. 10 years ago, I would have said, there's not much hope of doing this. What happened in 2012, right, with convolutional neural networks, which has led to where we are today. AI today is a fundamentally different place than where we were, before 2012, because of the ML side, right? So up till then, AI was traditional kind of more and more if-then rules, right? Now suddenly you have the ability to take huge amounts of data in and just look at covariation and find subtle patterns across systems. Turning that into usable information is, as we'll hear, one of the big challenges. But here, next generation sensors and deep sensor networks. We're at a race car, we're at Daytona. They said race cars today are generating 50 times more data. It's all about data. Their sensors, the race cars are 50 times more than 5 years ago. They're now sensors on wheels, and they care about mass as much as we do, right? Telemetry and analytics integrated with rule-based AI models, right? How do you bridge that gap between the ML side of AI and the old kind of model-based side of AI? And then machine learning with real-time interaction with humans, right? Right now, the interaction with humans is, if you really think about it, it is very much like Alexa and Siri, which is a one-word thing. Like, do you want to know the weather? Okay, I want to know the weather. And then, where? Miami. Okay. And I say, are there good restaurants? Where? Miami, right? So it's like and so that real interaction is the other big kind of back and forth. And by that, I don't mean social interaction. I mean, contextful, where I can say, I'm smelling, more smoke here than there, right? Even though you're detecting smoke, right? And how does that get in there and really get used then as part of those models? Yeah.
Well, thank you all. Thank you. And hopefully we'll have some time for questions later, but I've got a lot. And I also asked ChatGPT for some questions too, but maybe we'll get to those. I promise these are the ones that I came up with on my own. But those introductions really kind of set the stage for, I think, my first two is like, why do we want AI, and then like where we are now. I think that we've kind of covered a lot of that, but I'm very curious about how reliable you see the systems now. I mean, could we reach Mars with the systems that we have just right now? I mean, Alonso, you mentioned the Apollo missions. They didn't have any of that, and they were able to go and land on the moon. So it should be simple, right, with what we've got to get there. I'm curious, maybe Peggy or Eric, if you'd like to start about what you see as like the big unfinished cog that we need to get in that wheel to really make a comprehensive system work.
Well, could we reach Mars right now with it? I think the two problems that you have are, one, what Alonso just pointed out in terms of the systems failing and needing to figure out how to do that without all that support. Are we there yet? No. The other problem is that now, unlike Apollo, add on the humans failing, right? And understanding, trying to get to the point where you can identify a problem early and intervene on it based on the information that you have about them. And we don't have, at this point, the ability, maybe I should say NASA doesn't have the ability to censor up, process that information, and give out a sensical answer. I hope that it's coming, and I think it's 5 to 10 years away, but this is part of the challenge. NASA's not a Google, NASA's not an Apple, and they've been a very engineering hardware-centric organization for a long time. Transitioning to managing the data in the ways that other companies and groups do is the biggest challenge in my mind. Nobody wants to talk about how unsexy it is to have to go clean data, prepare it, and make it fair, right? Findable, accessible, reusable, what was the other one? Interoperable and reusable. And that's a critical step. The huge amounts of data that we do have on the humans from the lifetime surveillance of astronaut health and the Life Sciences Data Archives, they were scattered all over the place, and NASA's been spending years trying to get them into a format that can be used. So that's a massive impediment to getting information that can be usable by these systems.
And now add, so never mind the humans completely failing. You're not going to function well if you're tired. We're sending the best people we have. They are, the most well-trained, and we're expecting them to perform at the highest level. The Apollo era missions were 8.5 days. The Mars mission are substantially longer. And then the other piece is, your initial question of how reliable are the AIs now. I would say some of them are very reliable, right? We were talking backstage about like the rule-based system, the kind of first wave. You can test them, you could run V&V on them, they're gonna work in this kind of box most of the time. The second wave statistical-based stuff, it's certainly a big leap forward and a lot of progress, but the explainability is not quite there. We can't really trust it enough. And then anything that's helping us make decisions, I just think about, what if my GPS didn't know the right timing of when I should turn, right? The timing of when to provide the guidance and when to provide that whatever information is really important. Like, you don't want to be adding to the problems by giving them the wrong, the right information, but at the wrong time.
And Melody and Alonso, the systems that you've been working on, have very physical presences for a mission to Mars. Even in space, you've got like an automated Siri type system on the space station that you can ask it questions about what's the status of this ecosystem or whatnot, or a habitat that you're going to send in advance to build the base that your astronauts are going to lead to. But it sounds like we're not quite at the point where we can just push button, build me a Mars habitat, or run the spacecraft so that I can only send 2 crew members and they can focus on science or whatnot. What do you see as kind of the missing components in the systems that you're building that you're hoping to kind of crack that nut in the next like few years or 10 years to get to Mars by 2030s?
I'll go ahead and start. Well, you can't push a button and print even terrestrially, for example. Like, automated construction is highly complex, and it's in an unenclosed, highly variable environment. It's very different than performing an experiment in a lab, for example. So if we're serious, and we are, about in-space construction, particularly surface construction on the moon and eventually on Mars, we have to be thinking about how these robots can operate in a semi-autonomous way while still keeping humans in the loop. And then, of course, once humans arrive to the surface and are interacting with these robots, we're going to have protocols for how they can be maintained, how they can be supervised, and of course, how the infrastructure, the habitats, the roads that are constructed similarly are maintained and supervised by both humans and robots. So I think that collaboration and those protocols for both robot construction and also how humans interact with them is something that's definitely needed.
And I'll say for complex engineered systems, basically, again, on Earth right now, it's still, you can't reliably go up to a system and query it about what's wrong with it. I mean, it's just a hard problem because things go wrong in all sorts of ways that unless you program the system to know and recognize that thing, that's wrong. I mean, that's why we're all still nervous taking our car to a mechanic, right? I mean, we're like, right? I mean, this is something we've had for more than a century, right? And so, but what you want to get to is, and we're starting to see this now, right? And this is why I think there is hope. We're working with the Department of Civil Engineering at Carnegie Mellon a while back, and it was funny. They said even in civil engineering at Carnegie Mellon, you still have to do AI. And so among many things, they're developing these little boxes that you plug into an electrical outlet, and very quickly, within a few days, it would come back and say there are 18 things plugged into this outlet. Right, to this circuit, right? And so it doesn't know if it's on the second floor or the third floor or whatever, right? But there are 18 things, right? And it just gets that from the signals that are going around, right? Just start pulling apart the noise, right? What looks like noise but is in fact signal. And then what it can do is, after that, it can say, I don't know what's, but thing number 4, and again, if you haven't labeled each one of those things, just started behaving differently. Right? Up till now, it's been doing this, and now it's doing that. Now, if you have labeled it, you might know that it's the fan on the refrigerator on the 3rd floor, okay? That is where you want to go, right? And that is the machine learning that I think is interesting, especially in this context, right? It's not ChatGPT, right? And I won't go down that path, right? But this is the large-scale covariation analysis across huge amount of data. That is the power of AI today, right? And so harnessing that into these systems, but then the thing we can't do yet, the thing that's the challenge that's out there, is to help that then give you close that diagnostic space. And to me, that future sits then on the human-machine teaming side, where humans are, causal, adaptive, thinkers, very bad at the large-scale covariation, statistical kind of analysis. The fact that AI has now progressed in an orthogonal direction, in a artificial general intelligence way, is incredibly powerful, right? So I think that is the direction.
It's funny you mentioned ChatGPT, because I think that's a good example of how open humans, just at large, are to talking to an automated system and hopefully getting some answers that make sense. And I was curious about what that might mean for the astronauts that we send on these missions. It is a long way to get to Mars. And we've seen some experiments on the International Space Station where astronauts are partnering up with some sort of AI or kind of precursor type device. I think of the Simon experiment on the space station, as well as some others. And I'm curious what the potential is for astronaut mental health, astronaut just health checks, automating those systems on a long mission that flight surgeons might be doing in real time, having those quick conversations. How important that will be, but what the pitfalls are, because some astronauts may not want to discuss what they're feeling if they think it's going to have repercussions down the line, or if it's being recorded by a system rather than a person. And are those questions that we have started thinking about, Eric, Peggy, or are they are still kind of really open ones?
Absolutely. I mean, some of the behavioral health questions that are out there
hinge on the ability to provide software that can help with self-diagnosis and early indication of challenges like depression. We've actually seen a lot of progress in the natural language processing domains that can identify and get used to tracking a voice and giving back feedback. And it doesn't have to be 100%. It can be close enough to say, hey, maybe the crew medical officer should go talk to this person, right? The inevitable challenge with trust that arises is twofold. One, historically, the astronauts don't want to talk about their stuff because they're afraid of getting grounded. So maybe there's more trust with the system than there might be with a flight surgeon. I'm not sure there. The second one is, especially when you saw the early media stories about ChatGPT, where one programmer started delving in deep to some of the early releases, and all of a sudden the thing was trying to break up his marriage and trying to get him to run off with whatever. So there's this open, like, hey, let's make sure, what is V&V, right, in AI when you're talking about these large probabilistic models? What is validation and verification, which is so crucial to the human spaceflight industry, saying, hey, we know that this is working because we tested it this way. But when we're talking about analyzing millions of data points for covariance that we can't find otherwise, what does verification and validation look like there? That's what I struggle with.
Yeah, so I think the natural language piece, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. One of the studies that my team and I did was looking at journals over long-duration analog missions, and we looked at, the 4-month, 8-month, 12-month missions at high seas. We looked at some data from Hera, as well as Nemo. And so that third party, and we looked at journaling as well, and that third party kind of objective, their ability to just talk to this third party that's not reporting back and not telling on them, assuming that they trust it, was very helpful. And even just journaling, like without the technology, was very helpful. And we were certainly able to use NLP and extract something about their state of mind at the time. But when you're talking about these long duration extreme confined environments, small things can become big things. There's a great picture, I don't have it, but there's a great picture of folks in Antarctica. You've got these technicians, right? They're like big, burly guys, and they're all around this table, and they're at a high-stakes game of Monopoly. Like even the smallest conflicts, the smallest kind of social changes can be misinterpreted, and there's, and so that's a potential danger. So if your NLP, if your natural language, Eliza, or going back decades ago, or other interactions are giving any hint of something that might, their subject may not agree with, that can potentially do more harm, right? So that's also something to think about. Whereas if they're just recording, there's no way to misinterpret something that the machine is telling you.
I'd like to add one thing, which is Jack Stooster's journaling experiments that they did on the ISS showed that they were very open, probably much more so than they were with the flight surgeons when they had the protection of, this is scientific research, it's not going to go to the doctor.
Right, and we saw the same with analog. You kind of start off maybe a bit more guarded, but afterwards you just kind of open the floodgates.
Just wanted to add something on the ChatGPT side, right? So, and Derek's comment about also, all the, like looking at covariation across data. When that covariation, when I'm thinking about it here is for telemetry off, sensors off the system, right? So again, you're really just then getting back information about, events that are happening at this little level across the system. So no more, you're not feeding it other data in this case, in that application. But the other interesting thing with ChatGPT, and I think you put your finger right on it, they're large language models. This is about language. And really, that's one slice of cognition of the whole kind of picture of what humans do, right? And so for a while, my impression of ChatGPT, until fairly recently, was that it would help the crew write their resumes to look for their new job when they came back to Earth, right? But I started realizing, no, what it is an extraordinarily advanced Google search, right? So NASA on the engineering side, we have, we keep, problem report and corrective action documents. There are thousands of them, right? And our anomaly reports and our, like I said, the items for investigation. Those are all things that have happened. And you can go do Google search, but if you can actually, and we've been looking at this, with ChatGPT, tell me about similar things that have happened, right, in the past, right? It's actually not bad at that, right? And so again, it's not helping you with understanding, tell me why this new problem that we've never seen before happened, but if you can tell me about similar stuff that's happened, or, tell me about things that have adhesive on this vehicle, right? Things that are, and it's good at those kinds of things, which is interesting, yeah.
And I'll add, so if you have a friend who has a photographic memory, that's kind of what LLMs
Yes.
are, right? You could ask them all, like Rain Man. You don't necessarily want to ask them to help with your reasoning or causal reasoning, but it's a great resource to just pull up so that you could do the analogy yourself.
We might have time for 1 or 2 questions if you'd like to walk up to the microphone to ask really quick. But thank you so much for that. I had one real fast one about security, because I know that I have to change the password to my internet every week because I forget what it is. But how do we make sure that these AI systems are secure from potential outside influence throughout an entire transit or stay on Mars?
It's not just outside influence. I mean, for medical data, you don't want crews to be able to access each other's data without their knowledge or consent. And that's inside of a mission. So the governance model that you create is crucially important for that, in addition to adding in the security parts.
Great. Let's get to a quick question. Yes?
Hi, this is for Melanie. I have 6 questions. I'm only going to ask 3, though. My background is in construction and architecture, but how do you print roofs with 3D printing?
So it's a great question. For one of our systems, for our gantry-based systems, we do not print roofs. We only print vertical walls. For our robot arm system, we're able to print progressively more and more cantilevered roofs so that we can essentially 3D print dome structures, vaulted structures, and create an enclosure that way. Other methods that we've taken a look at are basically assembling roof components. And so it's a complex problem, but one that we can tackle in different ways.
Well, just that roof, but it's based on gravity and you have this issue of an angle of repose. You can't go up and over the top because it'll fall down, right?
Sure.
There's always going to be a hole.
There's different ways of approaching the problem. One is from a material science perspective, so you're able to introduce stronger materials that can bond at greater strengths once you get to that top and you're introducing those cantilevers. Another is shoring and scaffolding, which is the way that it happens traditionally and terrestrially, and there's others too.
Let's get one more question. I'm so sorry. Maybe we can continue that question.
One for me or the next question?
For behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so very much, sir. Yes.
He's going to be more fun.
This question's for Alonzo. Have you guys at NASA ever thought of doing a partnership with maybe OpenAI or another similar company to help design a chatbot to help maybe design architecture and help out astronauts at the same time?
Yes, that's a great question. And that is all being worked really right now, right, as all this has come out. At the moment, for some of the reasons that Eric mentioned and kind of security, NASA's careful not to take data that is in, and kind of put it out there to be available. In fact, I recently asked ChatGPT if it had access to the Apollo 12 manifest. And it did for that, right? But then, that's because it's public domain, right? But, to what extent do we pour our data into it? But yeah, all of that is being very actively pursued. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when you try to apply AI to human health, human systems on Mars or even on the moon, there's not going to be enough training data to really create a model. You won't be able to do that for quite a long time. And even using the analogs, there's certain inputs that you're not going to have the radiation and the pressure, gravity. And there may be other inputs that we're not even aware of. So most AI models, in fact, none of them that I'm aware of, look for things that might be missing. You're looking for things that don't agree with the model as you've trained it, given the training data. The model isn't trained to look for things that it might be missing. So is there any consideration given to actually altering the AI approach?
Yeah, a couple of things. One, what you're talking about sounds an awful like trying to create a digital twin for a human, which is a big challenge, and there's a lot of companies that are actually looking at it. The things that are going to make that approach possible are federated learning for the data that we do have and actually looking across lots of different things. The generation of synthetic data that allows us to expand the data sets that we do have, which admittedly are limited. And then on top of that, this is part of why I think graph is so important, is because you can actually put in unknown nodes within that domain and ask it to, hey, how much of a modifier are these things that we're not sure about affecting the causal relationships that we do think we know? So there are, I think, pathways to that, and I don't think that they're very well developed yet.
Ask me about metacognition afterwards.
Yeah, and just one quick thing too. I mean, I think that what we're seeing in AI today is exactly the combination of deep sensor networks and the ability to kind of process that data very quickly. That is what has changed, and that is what now enables the. I mean, you're right. You still don't know what you don't know and all that, right? But it turns out the more sensors you put in, and even if you don't go and kind of label every one of them, you're getting information that just emerges out of that, and that we can go interpret. And there's power in that, right? I mean, again, 10 years ago, I think that would have been a very hard problem to, 10 years ago, none of us felt we had any perch on that problem, right? And every ChatGPT and Siri and the face recognition, everything is a consequence really of just, systems that are increasingly more powerful at recognizing things, kind of on the outskirts of what they've been seen before.
Thanks, and I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. I'm so sorry, we are out of time. I could ask questions for days. But thank you all so much for joining us for this talk. Thank you to our great guests here for your expertise and your time. And I think Chris is here to help us move on to the next talk. But thank you again.
Thank you. Very topical. Thank you for that. So when Explore Mars was founded, actually back in 2010, much longer ago than it seems, the end goal for the organization wasn't just to get to Mars. We always never thought that was the final destination for humanity. We always assumed people would go beyond that. And so in the last couple of years, a new group is formed, inspired by Explore Mars, to start talking about the prospect of exploring Titan. It's called Explore Titan, appropriately enough. To introduce us in this lightning talk to Explore Titan is one of the board members of that organization, Adele Luda. She's a scientist and an innovator, and she's currently supporting the NASA Artemis program as the integration program manager at Oceaneering. So, Adele.
All right, if we can pull up the website. Great, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to try to be a little dynamic with the talking off the website with you guys instead of slides today. So in Hidden Figures, Kevin Costner represents Al Harrison, and who says in terms of getting to the moon, I'm already there. Are you? And in this room, in terms of Mars, you are already there, and we've been waiting for Earth to catch up. And there's been a theme going on, right, Moon to Mars, where NASA and other organizations are getting more serious, again, about moving that architecture forward. And so we felt that, again, being a sister organization to Explore Mars, it was time to also move forward. So we have, a small group of us have launched Explore Titan. And we're really excited to share that with you. So we do have a website up, and I wanted to kind of talk you guys through this. Feel free to go and look at more information and data on it in details. If you can scan down to the logo, please. Yep. So our logo here is Titan. We start from Earth, Moon, Mars, and then Titan and to the stars. So the idea is you're changing that mindset of Mars being such a key element, but it is a waypoint. But there are parallels, as you know, to Mars and Titan. So it has additional challenges, especially in human exploration. We're hoping to encourage kind of advanced design, debates, and determination to go to the stars. If you can go ahead and go to the Board of Directors page, please. And who are these people, right, that are doing this? Like many of you that were initiating Explore Mars. We have our president, Amanda Hendricks. Feel free to go in and read more about them if you're not familiar. Our executive director, Bill O'Hare, who's also here with me today, and founder. And then Scott Rafkin, Jason Barnes. Those names might sound familiar from Curiosity and Dragonfly. And then international partners as well. So we're a small group, but we're excited to expand the community. And a couple of things that aren't on here that I wanted to announce today. We'll have our inaugural 2026 summit, which we hope some of you will attend. We're going to have a call for white papers and, of course, student participation. We're offsetting that through the Titan Through Time events so that we don't conflict with them. We are also pursuing a STEM grant similar to the Mars initiatives that are going on for middle schoolers. We want to now challenge them to engineer, design, biology for Titan. And then we will be kicking off a podcast in May. So those of you who love listening to podcasts while working out or commuting, please come dust those cobwebs off from what is Titan, and come let us help you share that passion, and then the future steps that we want to do. We'll also be kicking off future webinars as well. So thank you so much for the time today and the inclusion. We want to provide a pin. So right now we have stickers to hand out, so please come and get a sticker. These are hot off the press. And we want to provide a pin which only our board members and officers have today, so as a support of Explore Mars. So Bill's going to present that. Oh.
So I want to give a pen to Chris here for his support, and from our sister org, Explore Titan.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great talk.
Hello again, everyone. Can we see by a show of hands, are you enjoying today's sessions? Excellent, excellent. And for those who are viewing us virtually, again, we thank you for joining us. We are, as you might recall, recording each one of these sessions, and they will be packaged and posted post-event. So I'm excited to bring back to the stage my colleague, Dr. Tiffany Vora, who gave us that fantastic synthetic biology presentation earlier. She will lead our innovation panel. Dr. Vora.
Hello again, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to be moderating this panel on how innovations for Mars can deliver value on Earth and vice versa. Rather than attempting to summarize all of the amazing accomplishments of the panelists, I'm going to invite them to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about yourself, your organization, and what your organization's North Star is. Hunter, why don't you kick us off?
Hi, I'm Hunter. I'm founder of Thrive on Mars. It's a gaming studio focused on building immersive experiences for multiplanetary life. And our North Star is really to inspire a generation to want to become multiplanetary. We believe that gaming is a really important piece of inspiring millions of people to want to one day go to Mars or the moon. And it's a really cool way to get people involved, get people learning about the technology and all those things.
Hi everybody, I'm Jen Gostetic. I'm the Director for Early Stage Innovations and Partnerships in NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate. And the Space Technology Mission Directorate is one of 5 mission directorates at NASA, and we're charged with advancing the tech base for civil space. So that's a big mandate, but you can imagine all of the different types of space technology that are necessary for future science and human exploration missions. We cultivate that from early stages to demonstration to commercialization and infusion for the agency as well as commercial partners.
Howdy folks, my name is Guru Acharya. I'm at 8090 Industries. We're an industrial tech venture capital early stage fund. We focus on space, defense, advanced manufacturing, and decarbonization. Some of our investments that we made are Varda and some other advanced manufacturing companies, very exciting. My background was spent some time at SpaceX, so excited to see humankind become an interplanetary species, Blue Origin, and then DoD. So exciting times ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is Funam Bagley.
I am actually a citizen of the world right now. I live all over the world because I'm trying to connect what's happening in the world of space in the US and what's happening outside. I just came back from Nigeria, actually. I run a company called Nonfiction, and what we do is that we take science fiction and we make it real and commercially available. We work on everything from brain implants to wearables to being selected to outfit the life module for Sierra Space. So I'm also a space architect, so wonderful to be here among you.
Thank you all. I think you agree. We have a really amazing range of perspectives on the panel, which is exactly what we were going for. I want to kick us off by exploring the title of this panel. How do you view the potential of innovations for Mars to drive value on Earth? We can focus on Mars, we can zoom out a little bit to space in general, but if you can, think specifically about Mars. What forces drive this potential? I can call on you or someone can raise their hands. How would you like to do this?
I can go first.
Perfect, thank you, Jen.
Yeah, you're welcome. So NASA technology and the inventions that happen as a result of investments that we make for space have a multitude of different impacts here on Earth. We have many, many examples over the years. Who in the audience has heard of the Spin-Offs publication or NASA Spin-Offs? It's pretty cool, the types of things that are derived from NASA-funded research, whether that's stuff that we invent at our own centers, or whether that's inventions that come through the funding that we deploy through contracts or grants at universities. We see all sorts of examples of where investments that we're making for space exploration, whether that be for science purposes or human exploration purposes, are licensed and then spun off for products right here on Earth, ranging from things like tools to monitor wildfire spread. That's a very hot topic for good reason now.
As a citizen of the state of California, thank you.
And a number of other emergencies, like we have a very well-known technology that's been used during earthquakes to try to find folks that are buried, folks or other sources of light that are buried during earthquakes. That's deployed quite a bit. So we see a lot of emergency response technologies that are utilized, as well as health technologies, and kind of across the medical technologies, LASIK surgery, kind of across the gambit. And those aren't just for technologies that are for Mars, but kind of the broader investments that we make for space. So an investment in the space program is an investment in innovation here on Earth.
Wonderful. Phanam, how about you? What do you think?
So when we think about the connection between innovation in space and on Earth, I think we're all trying to do the same thing, which is do more and hurt less. Doing more for humans. You know, when you send humans in these very dangerous missions, there are some implications on their, what's happening with their physical body, with their mental health, with access to food, access to variety, privacy, things like that. And if we know how to solve them for such an extreme environment, then we can actually serve many people who don't have access to things like this, right? For example, power in space is an ever, big problem all the time. So, but so many people on this planet don't have access to power. So how do we increase the efficiency of power access and for all these people? So that's one of those things. I work a lot in physical and mental health. So, how do we make sure that people are getting the resources necessary to live, work, and be effective during their missions? All of that, starting with food, we should look into what kind of nutrition, what kind of variety, what kind of inclusion of culture can we bring to that? And we have to think as well about sustainability. How do we create sustainable systems where we're not just taking, or sending everything up to space and then utilizing it, or even thinking of all missions in advance? We also have to, as Tiffany was talking about earlier, build on site. ISRU, things like that. And so building all this ecosystem and making sure that it's not hurting, but that it's accelerating the progress of where we want to go in space.
Guruth, you want to jump in?
Absolutely, very exciting to see just how innovation impacts, in space, impacts humanity. We look at biopharma, how do we leverage microgravity to, optimize the crystalline structures for all of these therapeutics that are out there? How do we connect remote communities in, Washington State or in the Midwest that honestly don't have access to broadband in the 21st century, right? I mean, how going from that all the way down to Earth observation. There's so much innovation that has happened. Going back home, I think like when I microwave a plate, a lot of that came from the technology on heat transfer that NASA was doing in the 60s and 70s, right? So, it definitely takes some time to do that tech transfer from, deep innovation to the household, but I think that gap is being shortened. When we look at the innovation to get to Mars and the moon before that, I think massive innovations in nuclear propulsion, right? Nuclear thermal rocket technology and all that kind of stuff is coming out. And I think one of the things that I'm excited to see is the government, as they always have, being a leader in setting a vision, and then industry coming up and saying, we have the technical solutions, or we'll ideate together. I think with the Artemis Accords, that NASA's a diplomatic agency, right? I mean, they bring in countries together to work on this innovation, and I think that's huge. I think it brings humanity closer when you have engineers from, Europe, India, the developing world, but also US and Canada. I mean, it's very exciting to see what the future holds.
Be careful bringing up the Artemis Accords with this group. There was a little spiciness with a previous panel, so that was excellent. Hunter, opportunity to amplify, redirect?
Yeah, one specific example is the innovation challenge we just wrapped up with the students, and we presented the winner yesterday here, and that made me think of how it's really interesting to overlap both Mars and Earth and innovation that's happening, because what the students were tasked with was how to create Mars innovations that solve UN sustainability objectives. So they focused on power, they focused on food production, and water production to solve some of those objectives. And we got some amazing ideas. We got some ideas around food production on Mars. The winning idea used aeroponics, which is a really unique way of growing food on Mars. And there were also really unique power systems using wind, using sustainable power sources, because Mars at the end of the day needs to be self-sustaining. It needs to be a place where, you can't send ships there overnight like Amazon. So there's a lot more thought going into self-sustainability, and all of those things can be extremely useful for Earth. And I'm sure that's a lot what NASA has brought to the table is also helping in that way, which is cool.
So that's a really nice transition for us to zoom out a step. So one of the things that I have to do as someone who works as a futurist sometimes is look for these weak signals that are a cue to me, this is something to pay attention to moving forward. So I would love to pick your brains on what is the signal that you notice that makes you think, hey, wait a second, this space-directed innovation also has potential for Earth-based R&D. And Hunter, I'm going to turn to you first, because you saw a bunch of these come across your desk, your virtual desk, during the Mars Innovation Challenge. What were you looking for?
So we were looking for how to, basically our first game is a real-time economic simulation game. And what's unique about it is we're using realistic technology in the game, and players are using that to produce resources. So the objective of the game naturally is how can you efficiently become self-sustaining. So we were looking for ideas that help within the infrastructure, and we gravitated more towards agricultural and food production because the current state of our simulation is a little bit short on food. And so we're actually looking for technologies that made it more efficient. And so what's unique about our game and what's very different than other Mars games is we're able to start looking at different inefficiencies within the infrastructure for power or food or water systems, or even the best ways to explore Mars, and find the inefficiencies. And it's more looking at the actual economic inefficiencies that are happening rather than just the theoretical inefficiencies. So we have more of a data-driven approach there using the game. And so that's kind of how we made that determination.
When I first met Hunter on a call, I barely let him get a word out, because as soon as he said like 2 sentences about his game, I blurted out, "Oh my God, it's a decentralized, crowdsourced innovation simulation." And he was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "Okay, I'm with you. Great, gold star, Tiffany." Let's stay with the innovators and entrepreneurs for a minute. Phenom, for you, what's the signal? Like, what gives you that spidey sense that something here has potential for translation, space, Earth?
Not really translation, but really connection is something I want to bring up. So growing crystal in space has been tested a few times, very, very effective, and is giving pretty promising results. So the panel that was here before us was about AI. AI is running into a problem where there's kind of like a plateauing of computation. That's due to the fact that the hardware that we're building is kind of like getting to its limits. And the reason for that is because the semiconductors that are used in making chips or whatever are manufactured on Earth. And there's a level of limitation in size and purity that is responsible for all of that. So there are some tests done right now by Stanford University where they are growing crystals in space. Crystals like graphene aerogel, I think they're growing GaN and things like that. And basically, they are observing that there's a level of purity of the crystal that allows for high level computation. So maybe the slowing down of the curve of AI can pick up again thanks to this kind of innovation.
I'm not sure if CHIPS Act money actually went to some of this research, but I think it should be. I was talking to a couple people who were looking to start, phenomenal engineering backgrounds, looking to start in-space manufacturing for, semiconductors, all this kind of stuff. But I think it goes back to public-private partnerships and being able to say, like, here are priorities, strategic priorities that are facing the country 5, 10, 15, 20 years out, and being able to plan accordingly, right? I think the Chinese do a great job at it, but I think in the United States, that is somewhat of it's difficult because, sometimes it's mercurial as to what the priorities are, whether or not we're going to be on the moon by 2025, whatever that is. But I think that is something that, as a VC, when I look at potential investments in companies that are saying, "Hey, we're going to go to the moon, we're going to, helium production, hydrogen production, whatever it is, you see all of this XYZ stuff. We're going to leverage this lunar regolith and move from there." I think one is, yes, there's massive implications for humanity back on Earth, but I don't know many private companies that are going to sponsor that or fund that innovation in the near-term future. And that's where I think government comes in, and they are the first leaders in this. Like, they are the leaders in hypersonic technology that will eventually benefit commercial use cases. They are the leaders in, Starlink became relevant because of DoD, and we got reusability in terms of rockets that are functional because of the Crew resupply mission. That's what saved SpaceX, right? And so I think when you look at a lot of these different bold innovations that are coming out, I think that's where government comes in and steps up to say, like, hey, here's the vision. I think NASA does that pretty well in many different areas.
You've identified a really important point here. So let's just put a number on this. I'm going to ask you, Garuth, and then you, Jen. What's your time to return horizon that you're looking at? What's your preference?
Yeah, I mean, so we're not SaaS investors, right? So I'm not looking at some, app that's going to deliver your groceries 2 minutes faster than Instacart, right? Like, that's not my metric. Ideally within 7 to 10 year cycles, I need to pay out my LPs, right? So we need liquidity events where either a company goes on an IPO direct listing, or they get bought for a pretty large multiple to make our investments pay out. And I think this is where it gets a little dicey that says, like, hey, there's technology here that maybe in 7, 10 years will be great, but it takes quite a bit of time to commercialize. So unless you're a billionaire backing some of these things, or an incredibly high net worth family office that can weather the storm for 15, 20 years, the vast majority of the venture-based community just, it has to have maybe 5 to 7 year, time horizons where we can see major progress. And these things are difficult and it takes time, but that's how the venture community usually approaches this.
Sidebar, if you are a billionaire or a high worth individual, please reach out. I would like to talk to you. So now, Jen, what is your number for the time horizon that you're looking for a return on? What does return mean to you? And what are the signals that you use as you're looking at projects coming your way?
Well, we have 32 minutes left, and I could spend 32 minutes talking about this. I'm just kidding, I won't.
Talk faster.
But
Talk faster.
the question you asked and then the insights each of the panelists offered add such different textures to this question, because there are so many different levels at which you can have this conversation. You can talk about it from the strategic level, about where are we headed, what's the heading. You can talk about it from the tactical level of how do we make individual investment decisions, not just at the R&D stage of kind of where are we trying to reduce risk in technology, but also when we do try to venture into the questions of, all right, what are we going to patent? We patent because we want to make something broadly available. We don't patent every invention that we make at NASA. You can't. It'd be prohibitively expensive. You patent because you're patenting the things that you think could have the greatest potential spin-off applications or commercial applications or public value by patenting it. The decision process that you use to determine when you patent something that's been invested, that gets towards commercial products, right, is different than the decision process that we would use to say whether we wanted to invest in an early stage concept for a potential technology project, which is different than the investment decision framework that we use to determine whether or not we're going to invest in a technology, large dollar value technology demonstration. That might be more of just a kind of a few years out to demonstration. So I'm kind of a decision process nerd. That is why I'm in the job that I'm in, right? Because we run a lot of volume, right? There's, 4,000 proposals that comes into my organization each year. And we have to manage a lot of volume of ideas, right? And how do we give all of them a fair shake, depending on what the purpose of the funding opportunity is. So we do not invest like VCs. We shouldn't invest like VCs because we're the government. We're all part of an ecosystem, right? You mentioned some of the things from your perspective that you see the government needing to fill, right? But we don't have the same timelines. It's not 5 to 7 years. It's not 7 to 10 years. I mean, we do need to be able to show relatively quicker wins so that our stakeholders on the Hill and OMB see value in investing in technology, right? And keep our stories refreshed about the type of impact that we're having. But I mean, we've got stories in NASA where it's 20, 30 years, right, before you saw that kind of fundamental research pay off. I mean, one example related to Mars is the original NIAC program, which is the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts Program. Really, really cool science fiction to science fact ideas that we invest in there. A concept came in the late 90s for a helicopter on Mars, that those aerodynamics could actually work, right? Because it's such a thin atmosphere that the aerodynamics are completely different to make any sort of flying device work on Mars. And we were one of the first groups through that NIAC program then, now 25, 30 years ago, to look just at if the physics were possible, right? That idea, $100,000 investment, and just looking at the physics, like whether or not it was possible, just in a conference exchange in a hallway, some of the folks thinking about Mars landers, future Mars landers, got wind of the fact that that was possible, right? And so the Science Mission Directorate started to build this concept of helicopters on Mars into future architectures. Lo and behold, one flew on Perseverance, and little ingenuity did a lot better than most ever expected that tech demo did. That was a tech demo that became a functional part of that mission, that enabled that mission to accomplish a lot more. And it started with the seed of an idea that the physics could work, right? But it took 25 years to get that thing on Mars, right? Like that 25 years, no investor is going to invest in that.
So, interesting follow-up to that. In my last life, before I was a VC, I was a guidance, navigation, control engineer, and we licensed part of our hazard detection system technology from JPL because these guys, fantastic rover. I mean, great technology. So, I mean, this is an example of where the government can come in. They're early adopters or early visionaries. They'll do stuff that someone would say is a little bit crazy initially, and then eventually the tech transfer happens so that commercial companies can go ahead and execute and focus on other areas of innovation. that, you don't need to reinvent the wheel for everything. So clear example of 25 years of research on making sure you don't land in a crater on Mars could be applicable to the moon and then so on forth. So
yeah, and you mentioned Varda, right? That's a great example of a company that's not a Mars company, but it's trying to create a kind of test bed for pharmaceutical development in space in low Earth orbit. A lot of the technologies that are part of their system, they didn't try to recreate them, they licensed them from NASA. So there's at least 2 licenses that they built into their overall kind of system approach to what they're trying to deliver. And we try to encourage companies to think about us that way, right? Like come to us for early stage funding to de-risk the tech, because oftentimes VCs aren't going to want to de-risk the tech. They're going to want to de-risk the business model, not de-risk the tech. Like we de-risk the tech.
100%. I don't want to take up too much space, but when I get so we do early stage, right? So my check sizes are a couple $100K to $5 million. So it's in the grand scheme of things, I'm not writing $100 million checks. What's interesting is that when I see the deck, specifically if it's a pre-seed or a seed stage company, is like, all right, let me see the tech, let me see your IP. What are you licensing? What are you not? Show me your SBIRs, show me your contracts, your OTs. Who are you working with at DARPA, NASA, DIU, all these different entities. This is like, if you haven't done this as a pre-seed company or a seed company, you're not going to walk away with investment. But that's how early you start. The founders actually have to come from this industry to move forward. I can just speak to just my experiences. So,
well, founders take note. You just got a masterclass on what to do early rather than late. I think that's fantastic. I'm going to ask Phenom and Hunter to put on their innovation ideation goggles for a second. So how would we take a Mars helicopter and translate that to benefits on Earth? My brain immediately goes to high altitude vaccine delivery in remote locations, villages in the Himalayas, whatever like that. What else could you picture?
Well, my mind goes to how would you arrive at the right use cases? And what we're doing, which I think is kind of, I love it. I think it's really cool. But basically, we're shipping technology into our game almost weekly. And so we're taking a very decentralized approach, a crowdsourced approach to figuring out what technology is important. And then we are using decentralized technologies like cryptocurrencies, like NFTs, to align economic incentives with people actually creating ideas and releasing those into the world. So, with a helicopter, I think there would have to be a use case that you'd want to look at and what would actually translate to Earth and how would that make sense. We're mostly focused on Mars, so for us we would basically be looking at where the inefficiencies in the game, what kind of technology could fill those needs, and then how can people actually be incentivized to provide ideas for that. So we have essentially a proposal system where people can submit ideas, and it's similar to a patent sort of criteria. And we did that sort of as very specifically because most people that are playing games, they're brilliant problem solvers. And if you just sort of guide them in more detailed criteria, you'd be so surprised with the incredible ideas that you get from that. And it's pretty much untapped. I think gamers, they're not given the credit they deserve for that brilliance. And they're given fantasy worlds. They're given worlds that don't really mean that much in the real world. But if we can overlap the real world problem set with virtual audiences more, and that's what we're really trying to pioneer, then we can actually get millions of people from all around the world to submit these ideas. And we have audiences that are very abroad. We have people that are from emerging countries playing the game, and they typically don't have that kind of voice in larger circles. So that decentralized element really does help open up the innovation.
So what Hunter just did there was very clever. He evaded the trap that I set. The trap that I set was a solution in search of a problem. That's backwards, right? He reminded us to focus on the problem and then look at the potential set of solutions to find the best one. Well done. Anything to add?
Yeah, sure. Very clever. Yeah, I mean, I can think of many ways we can translate that kind of innovation of the helicopter on Mars to Earth. Like, as you said, the delivery of vaccines and medication in very remote places in the world. We can also think of maybe there's some activities that can happen higher in the atmosphere of Earth where there's not as much concentration of oxygen and nitrogen. One thing that kind of coming back to what Hunter was saying about, opening the stage to players is maybe we can look at what children and young people, how they can take these concepts and then kind of like translate into things that they might need in the lives that they live right now. So I'm a board member at an organization called Sayard Exchange, and Jancy is here somewhere. She runs it. So what we do is that we put out some scenarios like this. What would happen if we had to build colonies or communities on Mars? Like, what would it look like? So really, it's about collaboration of different generations of people who have very different needs. It's also collaboration between different disciplines, right? We have the people who are more art inclined, some people who are more science inclined, some people who are more technology inclined, some people who are more business inclined. And really creating that common language between all of these people in order to come up with the ideas that actually make sense. In the end, we all want the same things. Regardless of where we're in the world, we want to be safe, we want to be heard, we want our families and our loved ones to have the same. We want, a future that is, sustainable and everything that we talk about all the time. But we need to give more agency to more people around the world to do something about it in their own communities.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, if you look at something as simple as Apple, how simple it is because they employ so many designers and artists there. I mean, yes, engineers are great, but their products are beautiful. You look at a Dragon capsule, right? When we're launching humans, it's just 2 panels in there, right? You just have two screens for the most part, and the chairs where the astronauts sit in, right? You can see the difference in like simplicity of new orbital space stations, right? Whether it's Orbital Reef or any of these other things that Sierra Space is making, umpteen number of organizations. I think as we move forward, the combination of just like not just engineers in the room, but having artists, designers. This is the future, to have humankind become an interplanetary species, do those 3+ month travels, because design is important, ergonomics is important. I sit in my chair for 5 hours and I have a backache. God forbid, flight to the moon would be, or let alone Mars, would be a bit more hairy.
Yeah.
Well, simple does not mean easy.
Yeah.
No, right?
Well, simplicity is also inclusive, right? When we are billions of people on this planet speaking different languages, interpreting culture differently, making decisions differently, it's very difficult to see ourselves as part of the future of space. So how can we open the door to more people, to more ideas, to more looking back in the past as well, right? Indigenous kind of like wisdom in medicine or ways of living can actually inform us on how to think about the future of living on Mars. So let's open that door.
Yeah, I'll just add that inclusive innovation aspect that you're hitting on is very, very important to us on the Space Technology Organization because we're the front end of the pipe for this innovation, right? You never know where the best ideas are going to come from, whether it's gamers or someone at a large industry, small businesses, university, individual makers in their garage, right? We try to have a set of tools or opportunities available to anybody, it doesn't matter who you are, right, to be able to participate in different parts of space exploration because it is a global endeavor, it's a human endeavor, right? And there aren't boundaries when it comes to it being a human endeavor. There shouldn't be, right, barriers to entry for that. So we are actively trying to design our process, our ecosystem in a way that embraces that principle. I did just want to touch on your point real quickly about the problems, like focusing on the right problems. I would be remiss if I didn't mention to this group that right now is the first time the Space Technology Organization at NASA is actually, in some semblance of a way, crowdsourcing the problem set that is important for us to work on as a steward for the tech base for civil space. So we actually have released a set of 187, I believe is the precise number, problem statements that we've refined through our technical experts kind of monitoring of the state of the art, but also understanding what our customers, which we see as science missions, human exploration missions, as well as future commercial capability that's working in partnership with government, to identify a set of problem statement sets that we could focus our limited dollars on. And there's way more problem sets than we have money. And that's just the reality of being a technology development organization. You always, you always have more demand for problems than you have money. And so right now, spacetechpriorities.org, we are literally crowdsourcing input from industry, universities, small businesses, individual innovators, to help us understand which of those problem sets are important to those different stakeholder communities as we transparently share a prioritization of problem sets that our nation and the world wants us to work on, right? It's kind of like the decadal surveys that science does, but in a very different kind of way, totally different way. First time around doing it. But that closes on Monday. It's been open for about 30 days, I think. So if folks haven't heard about it, it's pretty quick turn to get your input, but it's an opportunity to actually be able to weigh in on the priorities, the problem set that space technology is going to invest in.
So Explore Mars friends, that means between yesterday and today, you've received not one, but 2 personal invitations from NASA.
Probably shared
this
that
is
too
good. It's good to be
yesterday.
reminding
Yeah.
to step up and have your input be heard. Fantastic opportunity. Speaking of a chance to have your voice be heard, in a few minutes we are going to transition to Q&A, so get those questions ready and you can come down here up front to the microphone when we make that transition. So take the opportunity to do this. I'm now going to use my moderator privilege to move the conversation in a direction that I find interesting. And again, I'm going to try not to phrase this as a leading question. What do you think is the potential for Mars-based innovation to be helping with sustainability challenges specifically here on Earth? So would someone like to kick us off?
Yeah, we can start with the basics: power, water, air, right? All the Maslow's hierarchy of need, that bottom base. What do we send? What do we produce on site? What do we, like a lot of the missions in space, you have to think about things in advance, years in advance when you think about Mars, right? And so, of course, there are certain things that we won't be able to think about. And people evolve over the two and a half, 3 years of the mission, right? Who you were 3 years ago is very different from who you are today. And we can't expect this, anything different from the people going to Mars. So what are the tools we're going to put in place for them to get the things that they need at the quantity they need it, but also the change necessary for them to have fulfilling lives during these 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Great. Another concrete example would be, in addition to power, ISRU, all of that, is habitats. So years ago, again, this gets to timelines, might have been a decade now, we ran a challenge called the Deep Space Habitation Challenge, the prize competition to engage the public. Architecture firms got engaged in that, as well as all sorts of different design build companies. And one of the winners of that competition, Icon, and it was for a Mars application, right? That competition was envisioning the ways that we would build Mars habitats in the future. One of the winners of that, Icon, actually is out of Austin, Texas, is now not only building kind of 3D printed low-cost housing here on Earth, actually right now, right, as a spin-off application, but they also were contracted by NASA to be involved in building the Chapea demonstration facility. They're involved in thinking about lunar habitation, kind of 3D printing and additive construction methodologies for the future, but habitation is kind of another area that already has had immediate, from a design competition and a demonstration competition, large Centennial Challenge, $2 million Centennial Challenge, having impact here on Earth.
Yeah, you all met Melody from Icon in the previous panel,
Great.
So brilliant. Anything else to add, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a different problem set or different way of thinking about sustainability, but economic sustainability, social sustainability, and almost like psychological sustainability is actually very important, I think, on Mars, and maybe not thought enough about. Economic specifically, we're not going to have cash on Mars. We're going to be in a digital economy. What's that economy going to look like? How are people going to transact? And then from a social perspective, are we going to have, a singular government? Are we going to have sort of, a democracy? What is the government structure, and how is that going to be navigated within the different cultures that are on Earth? And one of the best ways we can do this right now is through digital simulation. We can, one example is there's a game called EVE Online. It's been going on for 20 years, and it's basically an economic simulation with a lot of different political factions that have grouped up, and they're vying over limited resources in this massive space economy. And it's been studied on how people have bartered, interacted, basically, and also just how power is shifted around this game world over the course of this real-time simulation. So we actually took a lot of inspiration from EVE Online when designing our first game, and we're called Thrive on Mars because we really want to focus on the positive. And all the other Mars games are shooting aliens, like not dying. Even almost every single movie on Mars is about how to not die. And the psychological issue there is that you're planting in people's heads that Mars is, a very dangerous place that you don't want to go. And I think if we really want to make life multiplanetary, we need to make sure to reinforce the beautiful parts about it. And so we really focus a lot on design. We focus a lot on the experience, the cool things, jumping 3 times, higher. We have buggy races, things that are interesting that get people excited about going to a planet that's completely different.
Anything to add? Oh, I'm sorry, Mel.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a big elephant in the room when it comes to sending humans to Mars is food. We still don't have reliable solutions for that. One of the most common food that you find, aboard the ISS or space missions is freeze-dried food. So freeze-dried food is basically you remove about 96% of the water of certain food, you package it up, and then you rehydrate it just before eating. That can give you a shelf life of about 2 years, which makes it too short to go to Mars, right? And so I'm talking to some companies, one of them being in Finland, they're called Frost Dry, and they found a way to remove 99% of the water in food. Not only that, they're also able to keep the structure of the food, so when you rehydrate a raspberry or a steak or anything else, they actually look like fresh again. And what's great about that kind of technology is not only the fact that perhaps we can send that to Mars, but also that way of processing the food allows for it, in theory, to keep the food for up to 50 years. So if you think about the implications of that, that can mean end world hunger, right? So maybe that back and forth between using the extreme environment of Mars, of the moon, or anywhere else in space can actually accelerate the research and the development of solutions like this. And I feel like there's a solution for food, there's a solution for power, there's a solution for water, for clean air, for trash management. All those big problems that we have today that impact our climate can be accelerated because of Mars.
I don't think everyone mentioned everything already.
Mic drop, yeah, okay. If you have a question, please come forward. We would love to hear from you. Hello.
Hey, I'm Bob Moses. I retired from NASA 2 years ago because there's some NASA technologies that just weren't getting funded. Like you said, there's a politics as well as priorities. So I've been maturing them, and they're just like you say, there's semiconductors and power. Without those two, we're not doing humans on Mars. The 3D printers require lots of power. You need power for growing food. The freeze-dried is a great idea. So what I like to do is get some time with you, Jen, and Gareth later today and talk about what I'm doing to mature those technologies, because they are vital. They give you solutions for portable power at levels that the fission reactors will never meet at all. The semiconductor patents at NASA, which I'm licensed, give you natural radiation resilience. And you're going to need that as well because everything's going to go AI and digital for Mars. So anyway, if I can get some of your time later today, that'd be great.
Well, one thing I'd like to offer for all the innovators in the room, right, because I'm sure there's lots of folks that have good ideas that they want to contribute to Mars, right, because that's why you're here, that NASA has these things called, and you probably already know this, but NASA has these functions called principal technologists and system capability leads, and these are people who are charged with understanding the state of the art in particular areas of technology. Their names are all publicly available as well as their emails, and so we've got folks that specialize in power, that's Jeremiah McNatt. We have folks that focus on comms and nav, Jason Mitchell. But they're, you search literally NASA principal technologists, and there's a list of the people whose responsibility it is to keep, to know what the state of the art is, and they're also familiar with the mechanisms that are available for funding opportunities, whether that be if you're a small business applying to SBIR, or the other thing that I'll say if you're a small business, each of the centers at NASA, the NASA centers have these roles called center transition, or like SBIR leads, basically, if you go to the SBIR website. And those are folks that, like, say you're working on power, and Glenn is a big center that has power capability for NASA. If you reach out to the Glenn SBIR rep, that person will sit down with you one-on-one, talk with you about your technology, talk with you about the opportunities to propose at NASA, and give you information specific to the technology area that you're looking to navigate. And so I just say this because in my job, with all the proposals that come in, I can't navigate every possible idea that could come in, which is why we have an infrastructure to help people, right? To be there to help people get the information that they need to help navigate what can feel like a black box, right? The agency can feel that way. So we hope that we put some contact structures in place to help. To help folks.
Jen, I know those people very well. I worked with them and I've talked to them as new people have transitioned in, and that system just quite isn't working yet.
Yeah,
So-
well, and we're always open to feedback about how to make that better too. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, what's your question for our panel?
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask Hunter a question about his game with Thrive on Mars and what you have planned for said end game content for the game for players once they become very efficient in production of the various resources and things required to survive, where it's fully sustainable for different things like science development and political development and things like that.
Are you asking for spoilers?
Yeah.
Way to own that. I like that.
Well, thank you for your question. Yeah, I mean, we're some of that's under wraps, but some of it is also up for discussion. So one of the ways we're developing our games is with our community. So we have about 15,000 people in our Discord. We have a decentralized autonomous organization we're standing up this year. So if you want to help us shape the game, definitely join, and you can help decide where the game goes, because it's real time. So it's continuing to evolve over time, and we're going to be voting on things like where to explore next. We're on a very specific region in Mars. We're using the Mars Climate Database to bring in realistic weather patterns into the game, and so we need to figure out where to go next.
By the way, parents, if you really want to make your kids' heads explode, go home and tell them about your Discord account and how you're part of a DAO. That'll really take care of it.
Okay, thank you. And if you have time later, I'd like to talk more about the game. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Hi, Lucas.
Hello. My question is also for Hunter. I heard you talking about economics on Mars, and I'm wondering if you think that there will be a different Martian currency, or they will carry over the US dollar or the EU. I want to hear your opinion about that.
It's definitely a difficult one to know. I do think that it needs to be efficient, it needs to be decentralized, it needs to be transparent, and it also probably needs to be disconnected from the Earth, because it's an economy on its own. It's a self-sustaining economy, and it probably would make sense to start at least from scratch in a lot of ways. So I do believe it will be a cryptocurrency. I think that there will also be tokenization of resources and property on Mars, because that's basically the future of, I believe, the way that ownership is basically communicated and tokenized. So yeah, I think those are the principles that I think would make sense, but yeah, there's a lot between now and then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
So let's take us toward the end game of this panel here. Garuth, if I gave you a magic wand and you could fix anything about transitioning Mars-based innovation to benefit Earth, what would you change?
I think, two things. One is stability in government priorities, and the second is government contracting. I think those are the two biggest hurdles to innovation.
Those are two big magic wands you just asked for.
Yeah.
But,
So
okay.
I will say maybe procurement process.
3
'cause I
big
think that's
magic wands.
very hairy. and I would say like 2 quick things on that. One is that SBIRs are great, but those are not programs of record, and rarely does that direct to phase 3 or whatever whatever you want to look at, OTs if you're DoD. Rarely do you see many of these large startups really executing and making that or traversing that valley of death. That's something that we see quite a bit of. And I think the second thing is very much stability in saying, here are priorities, here are the timelines. We are a democracy, and as a result, you need Congress to fund these programs, and whether they want to hold up generals or appointments or want to push out different priorities, so you never know what will happen. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Phanam, how would you use your magic wand?
I would want every country in the world to have a say in how we do Mars. Culturally, technologically, every aspect of it. Like we in the West, or at JAXA or all the big space agency, we have a big voice. Let's give a voice to everybody else as well, because they have some really, really cool things to share.
Awesome. Hunter, how would you use your magic wand?
I think that's a great reason. Yeah, like to give more people voices, and I don't really have too much to add onto that. I think that's a really important one.
Nice. Jen?
I would triple click on that, but also add that if I could bestow a mindset shift also on how people see investment in space broadly, that it's not a trade-off between investing in space and investing here on Earth, that there are benefits of investing in space for Earth. So a mind shift wand.
Yeah, I think that's what I would use mine to as well. From a selfish perspective, I get asked all the time, why should we spend money on space when we have so many problems on Earth? And to me, that's a false choice. And I would love to share that messaging with everyone else. Okay, I think we have had a great conversation here today. Would you please join me in thanking our panelists? And I am also going to invoke my moderator privilege to do this. Smile, everybody. And now I'm going to do it with the astronaut. All right, thank you all very much. I'm checking my notes to see if I'm doing the next introduction. I know you all enjoy seeing how the sausage gets made, but it's very important. Okay, 12:18. Yes, excellent. Is Jim back there?
Yes.
Excellent, wonderful. It is on me. I was concerned about that. Okay, please help me welcome Dr. James L. Green, who retired as NASA's chief scientist in January 2022 after 42 years of service. Congratulations.
That is the answer, by the way.
42. During his career, Jim held the position of chief scientist for 3 years and was the director of NASA's Planetary Science Division for 12 years. He oversaw missions across the solar system, including the New Horizons flyby of Pluto, the Juno orbiter to Jupiter, and the landing of the Curiosity rover on Mars. Jim has contributed to more than 100 scientific papers and has received several awards, including the Arthur S. Fleming Award in 1988 and Japan's Katani Prize in 1996. Let's welcome Jim.
Thank you very much. So I want to talk today about Mars sample return, and it's a very much in everyone's mind, bringing samples back to Earth. How are we going to do it? And it's not about not doing it because it's too expensive or whatever the concept is that you hear sometimes. It's all about finding a way to make it a normal process that we can afford and that we can do it in a timely manner. And so there's a phase space in all this that hasn't been really looked at very much, and that's a single launch to Mars and a return. What we know about Mars sample return is it's very important for the planetary science community. That's essentially where it started. So for 2 decadals, it was one of the top things that we needed to do. The highest priority in the last decadal was bringing those samples back. And indeed, starting sample return was the highest priority in the previous decadal, and we did. And that mission is Perseverance. Now, what's happened currently, as you all know, I'm sure, is that as we're moving towards a basic architecture for Mars sample return, NASA goes through a variety of reviews, and in the last review, it was determined, well, this is complicated, multiple missions with multiple schedules. Did we have the cost right? Did we have the schedule right? And indeed, it seemed to be some mismatches, all right? Now, you have to recognize this is a normal process, all right? These strategic missions, which are several $1 billion, are very hard to do. You have to explore a large number of options. You have to be able to create partnerships and do international coordination. There's so many aspects to this. So the fact that NASA has asked for out-of-the-box ideas is exactly what they should be doing. Okay? Now, the reason why this is also important is that, as I mentioned, we want to be able to make this routine. How many samples did we bring back from Apollo? A bunch, many times. Are we really going to bring more than one set of samples back from Mars? And the answer is yes. And the reason why is if you look at the National Academy's report, Safe on Mars, one of the key features of that is once you figure out where you're going, we're going to need samples back from that area because we want to know a lot about the area before we put humans down. Everything from the toxicity to the soil to the kind of resources and mineralogy that's available there. So samples coming back from the exploration zone where humans will go to Mars will be the next set, okay? And of course, humans have to be able to get off the surface. And so we also are thinking about how the MAV, Mars Ascent Vehicle, can evolve over time such that we learn something important in this example, and we use that for a series of MAV opportunities to grow that capability, to enable humans to go to Mars, and then, of course, return. So let me give you an overview of where we are today. So this is the area where Percy has landed. If you haven't heard the nickname Percy, we call it Percy all the time. It landed in Octavia Butler landing area where the star is. So the landing ellipse was fairly tight, about 11 kilometers in size. And this is in a crater floor, Jezero crater. It's in the floor of the crater, up towards an area that looks pretty spectacular. So in the upper left corner, this huge area, a mound of material, what is that all about? It's an ancient delta. Perhaps 2 rivers flowed into this area over time. And of course, it filled the crater. Still water in the crater, rapidly moving water in the rivers, carrying silt hundreds of miles upstream, dropping, therefore, its silt, creating this 70-meter tall delta. Imagine stopping the Mississippi, draining the Gulf of Mexico, looking at New Orleans, and it would look like this. This is the delta. What's in the delta in New Orleans? Dead life all over the place. A stratigraphy that's sitting in this beautiful mound of material over tens of millions of years, maybe 100 million years or more, of some fantastic opportunities for us to see the evolution of this planet, and in particular, whether there are life in those samples. Now, is that extant life? Well, when the environment gets extreme, life loves to go into the rocks, okay? And so if we go to the Earth and we say, what's life like in the rocks here? What you find out is something that goes like this. There's 5,000 plus minerals on this Earth, and 349 of them are made from dead life. So when we bring back the rock record, we're going to look at the mineralogy, and we're going to be looking for these kind of important signatures that tell us this history as we walk up this beautiful delta and make these samples. Percy has 43 tubes, puts samples in these tubes. It cores rock. So it creates a core. It's about the size of a chalkboard chalk. And for the few in our crowd that may not know what that means, it's the size of a large Crayola crayon, all right? And it puts it in a sleeve, and that sleeve is sealed, and then we manage those samples in various ways that we'll talk about. Well, we've got 43 sample tubes. Percy already has on board 21 completed samples. It's dropped 10 samples already in a place called Three Forks. And in a matter of years, a few years, with the 12 remaining tubes, it can easily fill those. Now it's currently way up the delta. It's not on this figure. But by 2028, the plan is for it to fill the 12 remaining tubes. Now it'll have 33 tubes filled with sample material, and it will return to Three Forks. Now it can sit there and wait for the MAV, or it can actually drop those samples at Three Forks. Okay, so here's where Three Forks is. Here's where the samples are laying on the ground. They're separated by several meters, 5 to 10 meters, and therefore they're arrayed such that we can pick them up in many different opportunities, whether it's a helicopter, a fetch rover, whatever the concepts are that are rolling around today. All right, so how do we approach this problem? This is an architectural decision tree, okay? It has start of two basic branches. One branch on the right starts with multiple missions to return those samples. Why multiple missions? When this tree was initially started by John Connolly more than 2 decades ago, I mean, we've been thinking about this a while, the technological capabilities that we were developing that we would have by the time we were getting ready for sample return boiled down to the ability to put 2 ton down on the ground. So if we can get 2 metric ton down on the ground, what kind of MAV can we have? If we load the MAV and we blast it off, how far will it go? So this is the side that NASA has been studying. And I mean tens of studies have gone on this tree. You know, multiple launches, multiple spacecraft, how you return to Earth, you know, all these different processes. And then, of course, you can calculate the probability of success, all right, which is down in the bottom. And this is what was worrying the review panel, and that is that we add other components, and we keep adding components, like two fabulous helicopters, okay, when we just figured out how to fly. Now you add even more complexity to it, so there's the worry, all right? So if NASA's exploring that side, what is the mission design, the reference mission design? Well, here's what it looks like. And once again, with Percy, we've completed the side of collecting the samples. Now we got to go get them. What you see is multiple launches. You see the one launch to put a MAV down on the ground with only the capability to get it into orbit, and then another spacecraft to hunt that sample set down, encapsulate it, and bring it back, and then drop it off, and it goes into the receiving facility. Okay, let's explore the other side. You know, here's a new set of opportunities. Now, why has this come about? It's come about because the technologies have now allowed us to look at it. What are those technologies? So we heard yesterday by Prasan the HIAD. The HIAD is this fabulous system that inflates. It then is a huge aeroshell, and it's at a TRL of 4.5 to 5. This is why I asked him. It's nearly there, which would be 6. It has a huge opportunity to be tested continually here on Earth for many other reasons, like bringing back rocket material on the ground so that we can build more rockets more cheaply. So that's only going to get better over time, and it can put 20 ton down on the ground. Whole new ball game. Whole new ball game. And so let's take a look at that. And the other thing is, how can we get the 20 ton there? The SLS, all right? Now, when we first started Mars Sample Return, we had neither of those. Now we have a new game in town, and it's a perfect time to step back and take a new look at this, and that's exactly what NASA is doing, okay? So this is the normal process, okay? Regardless of what you might read in the press that NASA doesn't know what it's doing, and now we're gonna, send everybody back to the showers. This is the way it goes. All right? Okay, so the concept then is one launch vehicle, it's the SLS. What does it do? It's carrying a massive payload. What is that payload? Well, it's a Mars entry and descent aeroshell, all right? It has the propulsive descent module. So in other words, the aeroshell expands, slows it down, drop the aeroshell, and of course now you want to get down to the ground, you've got to have the retro rockets to do it, and a 2-stage MAV, along with the sample canister and an encapsulation system. And it has a fetch rover, okay? And we can use Perseverance as a backup, which is one of the reasons why it'll be sitting at Three Forks at our beck and call if we need it, all right? So then the concept simplifies greatly. We have one launch. Lands on Mars, okay? 20 ton plus. We then deploy the fetch rover, goes to Three Forks. Now we'll land it, somewhere in the crater floor. Let's say we put it back at Octavia Butler. Wouldn't that be wonderful? She'd have the only place in the solar system where we landed twice. And then we know how to go from there to Three Forks, because that's what Percy did. And we can follow the yellow brick road. That's the path Percy takes. We know everything about it. We filmed the heck out of it. We know if there's sand traps or anything else that we have to do. And even if it goes like this, we don't care, because a fetch rover can be done quickly, move quickly, get to Three Forks in some way, and bring back, load up all the samples, okay? And then bring them back to the MAV, and then load them up into second stage, into the canister and then encapsulation system, and blast it off, get it into orbit, and then from orbit, bring it home. And then direct entry, or a variety of other processes could be thought of, even orbiting the moon and have it go to the gateway, even, many other ways you could think of it from there. But that's the basic idea to start simplifying this. So I basically just said that, so we'll go to that. Here's an artist's conception of what it looks like, with actually Percy delivering the samples, but it could be the fetch rover, all right? Now, is Percy gonna last that long? Okay, is that something that we can do realistically? Well, this is one of the reasons why you want an alternate. You want to have perhaps 2 mechanisms to be able to get the samples. Could it be a helicopter? Well, that's another option. All these things could be thought about and looked at. But indeed, if Curiosity's been on the surface since 2012, Percy ought to be able to last that long, because Percy is pretty much an identical copy with just the instruments pulled out from Curiosity and new instruments brought in, all right? Same basic architecture and structure, and is tremendously healthy right now anyway. All right, so now we have the opportunity, indeed, with an arm to be able to fill the sample canister and be ready to go. Well, let's take a look at what it takes to get home. All right, so here's the delta V calculation. Lift off to high orbit, 5,312 meters per second. That's pretty hefty, okay, but we can do it. Yeah, throw in some mid-course correction after you do the injection, which is another 1,000 plus meters per second, and you get a total. These end up being fundamental things that you put into the design of the rocket and capability, therefore you size it that way. What about the return, all right? Well, once you then decide now it's time to go back, and oh, by the way, if the Fetch rover does what we expect it to do, that within a matter of a couple weeks after it lands, it loads those samples into the MAV. By that time, we're coming back on the same opportunity. Okay? So schedule-wise, you bring the samples back fast. So that means we put some dates in these and calculations. So May 8, 2035. We like the 2024 opportunity because that gives us the best energetics for getting to Mars and then landing. Throw in as a mid-course correction, arrive at Earth 190 days later. That's fantastic. Now, to be able to just do this simply is going to require an Earth entry vehicle with a certain, 201 kilogram. Here's your MAV. That's pretty hefty. 11-ton MAV, all right? 11-ton MAV. Descent module, aeroshell. Total is 24 plus metric tons. Close to what the current HIAD could do. Some research still needs to be done on that. And there's 6 ton of margin in the SLS. This is why it is a super heavy lift launch vehicle. Okay, so it's really important to note that we really need to evolve from this MAV into more capable MAVs over the long run, and that's why we've got to think about it not as a dead end, but as an evolvable system, and it's got to be big. We need it big because we need the samples back, and we need as many of those as we can. And it turns out there's no reason to think we can't bring all of them back if we do this economically. So to reduce mission complexity, one of the top things NASA wants to do, this new concept is do it in one launch. Now, it also means that you've got to have the capability of the rocket in 2-stage to get it to the Earth vicinity and then figure out how to be able to get the samples back or use one of the normal paths that we've been thinking about, which is direct entry. And oh, by the way, that direct entry system has no parachutes. Okay, because we've done things where we've dropped capsules in the atmosphere and the parachutes have failed, all right? Last thing we want to do is break open the canister. So it will be designed to go through the atmosphere and hit without a parachute, okay, and not break open. That mass you also have to add to the MAV, and that means you got to have a very capable MAV. It also means only the SLS can take it there. So bottom line is we're looking at a new space because technologically we can, and it's the right next step to consider. Thank you very much. I have time for a couple questions.
Yeah, one quick question. Considering that, of course, things are progressing to sending humans to Mars, what is the time lag between when humans would normally be expected or projected to be on Mars that they could bring the samples back, which would seem much simpler?
Sounds great, but once again, not only do we need the samples back to understand what the environment's like in its evolution, but we're going to need samples back from where they go, okay? And look at the soil toxicity and make sure that they're going to be safe on Mars. So this has to be then the second sample return for them, and then we should go. So we need to be able to pull this off in a repetitive manner and create the capability to develop a MAV that'll get them off the surface. So it's just the start. And we have to think about it that way. Yes?
So one of the key tenets to the MSR architecture is breaking the chain.
Yes.
Making sure that we ensure forwards and backwards planetary protection. I just was curious how this architecture plays into that and, abides by the rules of breaking the chain.
You have to break the chain. Mm-hmm. Now, the probability that there's pathogens in the samples is very low, but it's not zero. So we're going to break the chain. You can break the chain in many different ways. That's what needs to be studied based on the architecture. You could load the canister, and then the canister flops down into a system that breaks the chain in the MAV, or you can do it by perhaps putting the capsule in orbit about the Earth and the Moon, and then encapsulating it, and then landing it. Those things all have to be studied and costed.
Well, Jim, it's great to see a new innovative type of architecture. A question I have is, how does this address the cost issues that are currently with Mars sample return?
Well, the SLS is in the budget. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
So the SLS is in the budget, and is it an agency rocket or not? Is it going to be used for agency purposes or not? Okay? Right now it's for human exploration, but we've already got a series of human exploration elements in the Artemis program, but we're building one SLS a year.
So how does the rest of the system address the cost issues, and can that fit under what is considered to be a cost cap for Mars sample return?
That needs to be costed. That's just one of the elements of why it's a study.
Okay.
But it opens that trade space.
Yeah, okay.
Now, if the SLS is provided GFE because it's already in the budget, now we're talking about a delta. Now we got a much better chance to get well below the cost bogey.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we have time for, Jim.
Uh-oh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. That was terrific. Hopefully you have made an impact with that. So there's actually an exciting Mars mission probably launching later this year called ESCAPADE, or Escape in Plasma Acceleration and Dynamics Explorers, that's being headed by UC Berkeley and supported by Advanced Space to look at Mars's magnetosphere. And to talk to us about this project is Mitchell Rosen. He's the Astrodynamics and Satellite Navigation Engineer at Advanced Space. Mitchell?
Hi, thank you all for coming. Ooh, wow, a little sensitive. My name is Mitch Rosen, and I'm going to be talking about ESCAPADE, a mission that is launching to Mars later this year. So yeah, let's get right into it. So first, a little bit about the team. We have the team at Advanced Space, which includes myself, Jeff Parker, and Andrew Keeler. We are working on the trajectory and maneuver design. The team is led by UC Berkeley. They are the PI and PM. Dr. Rob Lillis there is with the Space Sciences Lab, and they are doing the science for the project. And Rocket Lab is building the satellite bus. So a little bit about the story of ESCAPADE. The concept started in 2016, 2017, when NASA requested a study to understand planetary science and what could be done on a low budget. At the time, they projected a budget in the range of $110 million. So we converged on 3 low-thrust satellites in the range of just over 100 kilograms each at that time. In 2018, Simplex was announced, and the budget was half of NASA's guess from the prior year. So this caused some changes in the mission. We cut down to 2 satellites and made them a little larger, and we intended this as a rideshare with Psyche. The following year, we were selected and funded under heliophysics. The satellites have continued to evolve since then. We're currently at a wet mass of 530 kilograms each, so we've grown significantly. Part of the reason for that is that in 2020, the Psyche launch was changed, and we were projected to go very far over budget. So we had to demanifest from Psyche and ended up switching to high thrust in an effort to reduce the expected budget of the mission. In 2023, we were selected for launch on New Glenn, and we're currently projected to launch later this year. So as you can see, we've had to be very nimble with this project. Things have changed constantly and rapidly. And that's a big part of having a low-cost robotic mission to Mars like this. If we want to be able to do low-cost missions in the future, we need to be able to react to changes fast, because things are in this space change very quickly. So a little bit about what this mission is for. I want to preface this by stating that I'm an engineer, not a scientist, so I will do my best, but yeah, any questions on this, I might defer to Dr. Lillis at Berkeley. So the goal of this mission is to investigate the composition of Mars's magnetosphere and the escape process of ions from the magnetosphere. There's a few regions of the magnetosphere that are particularly interesting, particularly boundaries between separate parts of the magnetosphere. The reason that we're launching 2 satellites named Blue and Gold for Berkeley's colors are that they want to be able to study both temporal and spatial variations in the magnetosphere. So you might know that MAVEN is doing relatively similar science to this, but it's only 1 satellite. Having 2 satellites allows us to take simultaneous measurements at different points within the magnetosphere and compare them to each other to see how things change. So a little bit about the timeline of the mission. So as I mentioned, we are set to launch later this year in late September or early October. We're taking about a year to cruise to Mars. We will arrive one after the other at Mars in the beginning of September of 2025, gold 2 days before blue. Following Mars orbit insertion, we're going to have an orbit reduction process where we get from the orbit we insert to at Mars down to the science formation with a period in the middle where we are not maneuvering while we wait for solar conjunction to finish. Then we'll do science campaigns A and B, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. And we expect to close out the mission probably sometime in 2027 is currently the plan. So I personally worked on the orbit reduction and transition to science formation phase of the mission. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about this, some about the complexity and some about how we've had to be nimble in the design. So as you can see, we take a lot of steps to get from the initial orbit that we're entering Mars at down to the science formation. You can see on the left, we're looking at periaps and apoaps radius, and on the right, we're looking at some of the orbital elements for the two spacecraft. So the reason that we're taking so many steps is to reduce the risk that we significantly under or overshoot our targets. Because we are a small mission, funding-wise, we need to accept some risk, but this is a way of reducing our risk to make sure that we don't put ourselves in an unrecoverable position. We're also using what we can about Mars's gravity field to our advantage. So on the bottom right, you'll notice a graph about the node. Basically, instead of ever directly targeting this element, we're actually using Mars's gravity to help us. So the goal by the time of science is to have the two satellites in the same orbit, just separated by approximately 20 minutes. So there's an inherent drift rate for certain elements, and you can see that in the bottom right, they come together by the beginning of 2026. We time our maneuvers early in this phase so that that happens by itself by the end of the end of the phase. So this is just a little zoom in to show a little bit of more detail. On the right side here, you can see when we are doing the second half of our transition to science, we come into this part where we need to look at the lead time. So it's how many minutes ahead of gold blue passes through its periaps. And as I mentioned, we want to be approximately 20 minutes ahead, but there's a high level of sensitivity here. So yeah, we just need to be very careful in how we perform all of our maneuvers. Some other things we've had to consider include eclipses. So the satellite buses being built by Rocket Lab are built to handle approximately up to 75 minutes of eclipse time. As I mentioned, we've had to make several changes to the ConOps over the course of the mission design. One of them was we noticed that we were seeing eclipses upwards of 250 minutes at one point in early 23. So we had to make significant changes to this part of the mission in order to avoid these eclipses that would have effectively ended the mission. We've also had to think about close approaches, not only between two satellites, but between the satellites and each of Mars's moons. As you can see, we're not too concerned about getting close to Deimos, but Phobos is a big concern for us. We've had to keep a really close eye on it throughout the process here. We are definitely going to be getting close. We're not too worried about Phobos' gravity having a significant impact on us, as much as we're worried about direct impact with it. So eclipses and close approaches are two of many things that we've had to keep a very, very close eye on throughout the design of this mission. And then a little bit about the science campaigns. So you can see that campaign A, the two satellites are in effectively the same orbit, and campaign B, they separate so that gold is higher than blue. As I mentioned, we're going to be looking at temporal and spatial variations in Mars's magnetosphere. So this is the reason for the separation between the two campaigns, to allow for varied study over varied regions. So just to connect this all back to the point of the conference, humans to Mars, as we start sending people to Mars, we're going to need a lot of robotic support missions there at the same time. There's going to be a lot of things that they need, whether that's communications, whether it's robots in orbit that are helping them with science studies. So it's super necessary that we are able to conduct low-cost robotic missions to Mars to support people on the surface. So $55 million for a 2-satellite mission is very low. If you include its extended mission, that's something like 10% of the cost of Maven. So we've learned a lot about how to reduce costs for missions and how to be nimble and be prepared to make changes as they become necessary. Also, of course, an improved understanding of the Martian environment and the interaction of Mars with heliophysics is super important for understanding what will be happening to astronauts on the surface of the red planet. Yeah, that's all I have. I think I could probably take one question if anybody has one.
Thank you, great presentation. I was just wondering, where are we now as human beings using autonomous rovers and autonomous, like the systems that you're actually working on for troubleshooting without the help of the humans right now?
Yeah, that's a great question, thank you. I cannot say that I have a great answer to that question. Not a lot on this mission is autonomous, unfortunately. We're going to be designing each of the maneuvers on the surface and sending them up to the satellites. But I know that there are others within my company who are doing a lot to work on autonomous mission design. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing missions flown at Mars in the near future that autonomously design things, such as maneuvers and conduct science autonomously. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break now. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. For those of you who are participating in Mars Day on the Hill, we will be meeting out in the lobby after the book signing. I'll be signing The Music of Space about the history and impact of music and space-related television, as well as music in real space, as well as alcohol in space. So if you haven't purchased it and you want it, you can purchase on our registration page. But as I said, people taking part in Mars Day on the Hill will meet right in the lobby right after that. And if you haven't registered for the reception tonight and you're still interested, there are still some tickets left for that. So hopefully we'll see you there as well. See you at 2 o'clock.
So as you just heard from Chris Carberry, the CEO of Explore Mars, we are headed into the lunch break, which means we'll be returning at 2 o'clock today for the final stretch of the 2024 Humans to Mars Summit. We are coming to you from the George Washington University here in Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, back once again to anchor the live stream, which I hope a lot of you have been with us, enjoying and fascinated by the many wonderful presentations we've already heard this morning. As we just heard, there's a Martian escapade in store later this year, and a fascinating presentation by Jim Green, the former NASA chief scientist, about a highly innovative way for us to do Mars sample return, which of course is now being reconsidered by NASA. When we pick up again at 2 o'clock, that'll be the session that I mentioned with Tim Cheehan, who we talked to during the last break, that panel discussion that he will lead about the Martian Transit Vehicle, advanced ways to get humans to Mars and back again and do it quickly, or perhaps just to bring a lot more stuff, a lot more mass. We are very honored now to spend a couple of minutes with a truly honored guest here at Humans to Mars. Florence Puya is the former captain of the Afghanistan robotics team, youth or girls robotics team, which does have some history with Explore Mars and Humans to Mars, but you are back with us now. Welcome, Florence.
Thank you so much, Matt.
It is really wonderful to have you here and have you participating, and to be able to congratulate you on some of the accomplishments, the achievements that you have made here in the United States. You are, I think, a teaching assistant at Iowa State. You've also been, tell us what your involvement now is with MIT.
A week before, I just found out that I got admitted to MIT, which is my dream school. I'm so thrilled for that.
Your dream school and the dream of a lot of people interested in aerospace engineering, as you are. Very promising, and congratulations on that. Also named by, is it Forbes, 30 Under 30, and Vogue, 21 Under 21. That's a lot of accomplishment for someone as young as you.
That's true. I think being named in Forbes 2021 was a great accomplishment for me and my teammates, and it was mainly because of building a ventilator during the COVID-19, and also another machines for helping patients and doctors during that time.
That's great. When I look at what you are achieving and the future that I certainly expect you have ahead of you, I cannot help but think of some of your teammates and the other young women who are still in Afghanistan, and the potential that may be lost there for them to contribute as it looks like you're already contributing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying my best to be a voice of thousands and millions of girls in Afghanistan who have not the right to go to school or university, which is very normal for any other girls in any country to do that. Being in a conferences like this, it's a great honor for me, and it's a great opportunity to show the talents and the power of Afghan women. If they, I believe, if they be given the opportunity, they can be even perform better than me, or they can even be better scientists, engineers, and people who can be involved in the development of their countries.
Well, you're setting a pretty high bar for them to meet if they have that potential, but perhaps. Do you see any hope for the young women in Afghanistan who would like to follow in your footsteps? And are you in touch with any of your old teammates?
I mean, at this one, I'm really hopeful for a better future for all the girls in my country, Afghanistan. And I'm trying my best to be a good example for them. My long-term dream is to be the first female astronaut in Afghanistan, because I know there are many girls in Afghanistan who have the same dream, but because there was no girls before them to do that, they kind of see it as an impossible thing. So I want to be kind of a role model for them, and kind of show them if they want to, and if they really try, they will accomplish that, or they can reach their goals. And I am in touch and in contact with some of my friends back in Afghanistan, and talking to them sometimes made me really sad, because they were my classmates in high school or in some other courses, but now they stopped their educational journey and they are just in their house, and they cannot do anything. They are just hopeful that one day the school and university be open again for them, and they can go to university and pursue their dreams.
Are you familiar with the Latin phrase ad astra per aspera?
Not really, to be honest.
It means, and there are different variations on the translation, but to the stars through struggle or through hard work. And so the struggle that your old colleagues at Afghanistan and the challenges that you are facing are an inspiration, I think, to all of us. And I wish you and them the greatest of success.
Thank you so much. And I really hope that all the world leaders and people who really can do something, they do not forget girls in Afghanistan, try to provide them with opportunities, some scholarship, and do not leave them alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that as well. And I'm glad that you will be joining us for what has become the traditional close for the Humans to Mars Summit, that big, hopefully inspirational panel that we will have standing on the stage at 5 p.m. Eastern today. Thank you again, Florence.
Thank you so much, and looking forward for that.
So we will leave you now with all kinds of entertaining and relevant videos, and pick up again here at 2 o'clock on the stage when we'll begin that panel led by Tim Cheehan of Lockheed Martin to talk about the Mars Transit Vehicle. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
What are your names and what grade are you in?
Harbin, Classic Fitness, I'm in kindergarten. Tashi Nura, I am in 2nd grade.
And what subject did you pick today?
Food.
Why did you pick food?
Because it's nutritious and energetic. And interesting. And messy.
And
tasteful.
And tell us your project.
Well, my idea is to crush crickets and make them into cricket juice or powder. And then you can eat them since they're the most nutritious.
Why did you pick crickets?
Because they're nutritious and they're small and they're not heavy.
And are these crickets going to grow in space, or are you going to bring the powder from Earth?
And we make them grow in space. I'm going to raise crickets in space and then we crush them.
Arvin, tell us a little bit about your project.
I'm injecting a nutrient into an apple, and this is what it looks like. I mean orange. Exploding orange.
And then you're going to make this on Earth, or you're going to make this in space?
On Earth.
And you're going to bring it with you?
Yeah. And you have to dry it.
You're going to dry it and bring it to space? And why did you pick this?
Because it's very interesting and messy, and I'm messy.
And flavorful, it tastes really yummy?
And it nutrients.
So can you two give us a little demonstration of your food?
Tashi, eat it. And this is a cricket, covered in chocolate.
How does it taste?
Good.
And Harvin, can you take a bite of your apple?
Vamos a llegar a Marte sin agua. Con la nueva máquina purificadora de agua de Marte, que nos ayuda a purificar el agua. Pero ¿cómo funciona? El experto Juan Sebastián nos va a ayudar. La máquina tiene un filtro para hacer el agua de Marte potable, y así es como extraeremos el hielo. El agua de Marte se extrae del hielo de los polos, para que después pase por el calentador. En Marte hay hielo seco y hielo casi como el de la Tierra, y va a ser muy fácil calentarlo y filtrarlo. La máquina consiste en 4 pasos: extracción de hielo, calentación de hielo, filtración y distribución del agua. And the name of this machine is Mars Water. The machine consists in 4 steps. The first step is the ice extraction. Consists using a rover extract the ice from the poles of Mars. And the second part is heat the ice. Consists in defrosting the ice. Rápido. Filtration consists of making one cable for distribution and consists of sense the water of the habitants and laboratories. Cela resulta mes du. And don't forget to buy the machine.
Our Mars station will be located near a new fun volcano. It's ancient, deeply eroded, and was active recently and likely still has shallow glacier ice that we can use to get water. And it's near the equator. We named our project Intermission because we were inspired by the plan of the city, agricultural methods, and the diet of the Aztecs. The station has 2 levels. The first level is immersed in the Martian ground, which holds back the water pressure of an artificial lake. In this lake, we will grow water creatures and weed plants, and its surface will be the foundation of our chinampas, artificial islands with plants. On the second level, we will have all the necessary equipment, our chambers, and the working space, which will be divided by the green walls. Our organic waste that will produce, including human excrements, will be collected and used as a compost for fertilizing the plants on the chinampas. We will have a special compartment for the experimental laboratory that will grow plants on Martian soil. We're hoping that green leaves and the lake will help people and how inhabiting the station maintain good mental health. We wish the Nature Plan will be a reminder of Earth and a way to keep our heritage. At the second level, we are to grow plants on the walls in two different ways, by the method of aeroponic and hydroponics. We have chosen several species that have proven themselves in hydroponics and aeroponics following those criteria. Quick growth cycle, high water content, essential vitamins and minerals, leafy green crop, concentrating nutrients in a small space, protein and dietary fiber. The list of plants you can see on the first table. Some of the species have proven themselves in space. In 2021, NASA astronauts grew Mitsuna mustard, a leafy green crop, and tomatoes in space. The results were marvelous. The research is ongoing. By the time the station is built, I hope we will have even more data.
An ecosystem that will supply us with edible plants, fish, and seafood. It will also allow us to examine how different species from Earth will survive in the low-gravity conditions of Mars. This ecosystem will consist of a lake with freshwater and chinampas, Aztec-made fields on small artificial islands. The chinampas are like ancestors of the modern hydroponic system. We are not going to completely recreate the ecosystem of Lake Texcoco, but we will use some of the species that are needed for our food supply. We'll plant Spirulina platensis in the lake. It is edible and it provides our lake with oxygen. The lake will be inhabited by tilapia fish. Shrimps and shellfish are also edible and perform an important function. They will clean our lake. Our lake inhabitants will need food for themselves, and we will give them cyanobacteria, algae, rotifera, and brine shrimps. We also want to plant axolotls into the lake, not for food, even though Aztecs ate them, but as pets. On the chinampas, we will grow plants from Table 1. Most of them originate from America. In the city of Tenochtitlan lived 200,000 people, and the chinampas, together with the lake inhabitants, were the foundations of their nutrition. In addition to this, the walls on level 1 will be covered with Kojai fungi that will provide nutrition and, if needed, with a taste of meat.
Our station will have an experimental laboratory where we will grow plants on Martian soil. A study done recently on artificial Martian regolith showed it's possible. As a result of the study, scientists were able to obtain a harvest of tomatoes, watercress, mustard, and other crops. We are going to expand this list and try growing quinoa that doesn't need good soil, the milpatride of corn, squash, beans, and so on. We will grow some species on Martian soil, but also by hydroponics and aeroponics and on our chinampas in order to be able to compare the process and the results. Plants will be grown indoor with Earth-like light. In addition, we are going to put the extremophiles, organisms that are able to live in extreme environments, to create biomass. We don't know exactly how long gravity, the absence of magnetic field, will affect our plants, but we hope to find out all this through experiments.
Hola, yo soy Daniel Baez y mi proyecto para innovar a Marte se llama Búnker Gigante de Energía, el cual se trata de que yo en Marte quiero poner un búnker gigante de energía nuclear, ya que como sabemos es la energía más buena que se pudiera poner en Marte, que pudiera habitar en Marte. El búnker gigante de energía adentro va a tener un generador de luz. Ese generador de luz se va a abastecer de energía nuclear, la cual va a tener el búnker. El generador de luz va a abastecer de energía el planeta Marte, pero como sabemos sería muy complicado ya que el generador de luz no es tan potente, no es tan fuerte para abastecer a todo el planeta. Entonces por eso yo también le quiero añadir la energía de panel solar, para que el panel solar de una forma le ayude a el generador a abastecer de energía a Marte. Pero como sabemos, Marte no es tan soleado, no hay mucha luz. Entonces se pudiera decir que Marte es un 70% oscuro y un 30% soleado, un 30% de luz. Entonces por eso yo el panel lo quiero poner donde haya luz solar, obviamente, para que se alimente del sol y pueda ayudarle a abastecer de energía a Marte al generador. ¿Cómo voy a repartir la energía en el planeta Marte? A través de postes de luz, como lo conocemos actualmente en el planeta Tierra, ya que como sabemos en cada esquina, en cada calle, en el planeta Tierra encontramos postes de luz. Entonces yo a Marte lo quiero diseñar a ponerle postes de luz en los cuales va a pasar la energía para abastecer a una casa, pero en vez de casas yo voy a utilizar búnkers, ya que como sabemos Marte no es tan frío y no es tan caliente, lo cual no abastecería a una vida tal y como la conocemos ahora aquí en la actualidad en el planeta Tierra. Entonces por eso yo quiero poner búnkers que tengan, se pudiera decir que tengan aire acondicionado, que si tienen calor, si tienen frío, puedan mover el aire acondicionado a forma en el que ellos se encuentren cómodamente viviendo en el planeta Marte. Todo va a ser a través de cables, a través de postes, que voy a repartir la energía nuclear y la energía solar. El poste va a tener varios cables que se conectan a los búnkers para dar energía. Y también a los búnkers les quiero agregar distracción, videojuegos, teles, juegos de mesa. El búnker gigante que va a tener toda la energía nuclear va a tener también muchas pantallas, porque el búnker gigante yo lo quiero hacer tipo un museo en Marte, que la gente lo pueda visitar, que la gente pueda ver cómo se trabaja en la energía nuclear y la energía solar en Marte. Entonces ese sería mi proyecto de innovación para Marte. Adiós.
Hola a todos, el tema que elegimos es la producción de energía en Marte.
Desarrollaremos propuestas para garantizar el acceso a una energía accesible, fiable, sostenible y moderna que es clave para el desarrollo.
A base de lo que investigamos, conocimos que hay fuentes de energía menos contaminantes como la solar, la eólica y la térmica.
Durante muchas décadas, los combustibles fósiles como el carbón, el petróleo o el gas han sido fuentes importantes de la producción de electricidad. Sin embargo, ha provocado el cambio climático e impactos nocivos en el bienestar de las personas y el medio ambiente.
¿Cuáles son las consecuencias a falta de la energía? Los servicios energéticos son clave para prevenir enfermedades y combatir pandemias, desde alimentar instalaciones de atención médica, suministrar agua potable y permitir las comunicaciones y servicios de TI.
¿Qué podemos hacer para solucionar estos problemas? Acelerar la transición hacia un sistema energético accesible, confiable y sostenible, y adoptar tecnologías e infraestructuras de energía limpia y promover el consumo de menos energía.
Importante mencionar que aproximadamente 1 de cada 10 personas en todo el mundo, el acceso a la electricidad pasó del 73% en 1998 al 90% en 2020. Acceso a la electricidad. Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Se estima que se necesitan entre 35.000 millones y 40.000 millones de dólares para alcanzar el acceso universal a la electricidad entre 2021 y 2030.
Paneles solares. Nuestra propuesta son los paneles solares. Estudios concluyen que la energía solar sería una mejor alternativa que la nuclear. A pesar del problema que representa la acumulación de polvo en los paneles solares, autores del Rover Opportunity en 2018 señalaron que se puede evitar fácilmente, pues los astronautas podían realizar labores de limpieza para mantener en óptimas condiciones la capacidad de energía.
Este modelo se considera que la energía podría almacenarse en el sitio utilizando un sistema de energía de hidrógeno comprimido, mismo que se puede extraer directamente de la superficie marciana. Además, el hidrógeno innecesario se podría reutilizar para la regeneración de amoníaco y poder fertilizar plantas.
¿Cuánto tiempo tomaría construir? Entre 2 a 6 meses en completarse la instalación. En sí es parte más corta del proceso, puede durar desde unas horas a algunos días.
¿Cómo se puede construir esta innovación de forma segura y sostenible? Sí, para crear energía en Marte sin contaminar podrían ser necesarias herramientas o procesos específicos, adaptados a las condiciones marcianas, como paneles solares más eficientes debido a la menor intensidad de la luz solar y la presencia del polvo marciano que podría afectar su rendimiento.
Los materiales para esto podrían incluir paneles solares reforzados para resistir la radiación y el polvo, así como tecnologías de almacenamiento de energía diseñadas para funcionar en el entorno marciano, y los materiales para hacer un panel solar constan de 6 partes que son células solares de silicio, un marco metálico, una lámina de vidrio, un cable estándar de 12 V y un cable bus.
¿Cuánta intervención humana se necesita en su despliegue? Menos de 100 personas aproximadamente, requiriendo astronautas, ingenieros, físicas, etc. ¿Cuáles son las fases de construcción? Instalación del inverso, instalación del medidor, distribución del sistema de rieles y montaje en techo-suelo, instalación de paneles solares, conexiones de series paneles solares, cableado hacia el inversor o cableado desde el inversor hasta el punto de interconexión.
Requisitos de energía por hora. Para construir un panel solar de forma segura y sostenible, se necesita selección de materiales sostenibles y minimizar el uso de químicos peligrosos, eficacia energética en la producción, reciclaje y gestión de residuos, cumplimiento de los estándares de seguridad y diseño duradero y reparabilidad.
¿Cuáles son los beneficios humanos? Es renovable, es una fuente de energía ilimitada, es la fuente de energía más limpia. Requisitos especiales: vidrio, aluminio y silicio. Rango de temperatura entre los 20 y 25 grados.
Con esto concluimos nuestra idea de producción de energía para Marte. Muchas gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Ángel Ricardo Loredo Chávez. El día de hoy voy a presentar mi idea para el concurso de Marte. La idea que tengo en mente para generar energía en Marte consiste en crear turbinas eólicas capaces de resistir los fuertes vientos de Marte, que alcanzan los 100 km por hora. Como ejemplo, la turbina eólica MYSE 8.5-216, que tiene la capacidad de 8,5 megawatts y un diámetro de fotor de 216 metros, que puede generar 200.000 megawatts cada día, por lo cual la mejor opción, a mi parecer, es la energía eólica. El planeta rojo ofrece una variedad de ubicaciones ideales para la instalación de parques eólicos. Las regiones de elevación más altas como los picos de los cráteres o las crestas de las colinas. Experimentan vientos más fuertes y constantes, lo que las convierte en ubicaciones óptimas para la generación de energía eólica. Además, la presencia de campos de dunas en Marte proporciona otra oportunidad para la implementación de turbinas eólicas, ya que estas áreas son la formación de vientos locales concentrados. En conclusión, la energía eólica ofrece una solución prometedora y sostenible para satisfacer las necesidades energéticas de las futuras colonias humanas en Marte, aprovechando las condiciones únicas del planeta rojo y adaptando la tecnología existente. Podemos construir un futuro en Marte que sea impulsado por energía limpia y renovable, hallando el camino para una exploración espacial continua y sostenible. Fin. Gracias.
In outer space, finding sustainable solutions for food production is crucial for the success of long-duration space missions. Aeroponics is a cutting-edge agricultural method that involves spraying the roots of crops with a liquid consisting of water with different nutrients. This method has been chosen due to its reduced water consumption, faster growth rate, and space efficiency. NASA has spearheaded the movement towards integrating aeroponics into the extraterrestrial farming problem with the X-Roots experiment conducted in the controlled environment of the International Space Station. Let Us Grow, a private company, uses ultrasonic aeroponics, a refined variant that uses ultrasonic sound waves to agitate water into a fine mist. This method allows greater precision in delivering nutrients to the plant roots and enhances control over the growth environment. Their approach emphasizes not only sustainability but also efficiency in resource utilization, exactly what we need. For the building of the towers, the team will use high-quality food-grade plastics such as acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, which is known for its durability and safety required for long-duration space missions. The assembly process on Mars will be simplified by transporting prefabricating components along with the necessary tools and equipment. The greenhouses will also house fish and algae tanks to ensure the crew has all the proteins needed.
To ensure the system is fully operational, in addition to solar panels, a modular nuclear reactor will be employed. The construction process can be structured in the following stages: building the prefabricated parts on Earth, transporting them to Mars along with the necessary tools and equipment, assembling the greenhouses and towers, becoming operational. The prefabricated ABS tower components from Earth are designed for easy assembly on Mars, essentially being like pre-cut Lego bricks that snap together. The assembly drones take 30 minutes to complete one tower. For the exterior structure, prefabricated aluminum and glass walls are used to assemble them on the spot. Assembly drones will take up to 3 days to fully build one greenhouse. Alternative equipment such as construction rovers and harvesting robots will be brought to complete the integral building of one greenhouse. The Microecological Life Support System Alternative MELISSA project, a European Space Agency project aiming to improve the International Space Station's ventilation system using wheatgrass and chlorella lungs, will be used to improve the efficiency of the greenhouses.
The main issue that the towers will face is due to Martian dust, which contains compounds such as calcium perchlorate, which at its concentration is toxic to humans and plants. Dust-induced static storms can halt energy generation, leading to premature harvest or the death of plant early in their life. Harvesting plants with the utmost precision is of the highest importance to avoid harming the crops. ABS plastic aeroponics towers are a sustainable and efficient Mars food production option. Their modular design enables earth prefabrication and drone assembly upon arrival. Fish and algae tanks with the MELISSA recycling system create a closed-loop ecosystem that reduces earth dependence and promotes self-sufficiency. Design and automation may reduce Martian dust, static storms, and wind threats, ensuring that the farm's complex will be a reliable source of food for astronauts.
project that was inspired by novel engineering. Our journey begins with reading the novel A Rover Story by Jasmine Warga. We had the privilege of attending a presentation by Janet's Planet, where Janet, a NASA educator, introduced the Mars Innovation Challenge. Inspired by her insights, our team wholeheartedly embraced the challenge and committed to developing a solution. We've decided to make food our global goal. It's the essence of life, and without it, well, life just wouldn't be possible. We live in a farming community and know the value of homegrown food.
Absolutely, so our team has designed the octagonal food growth box, essentially a mini modular greenhouse. We went for the octagonal shape because it allows for easy stacking. More boxes mean more food.
And the star of the show inside these boxes is sweet potatoes! They're nutrient-dense, packed with fiber, and have more vitamin D compared to regular potatoes. Ideal for Mars where food resources would be limited.
Plus, astronauts would appreciate a bit of flavor. Why are sweet potatoes so popular? It's because they're so appealing. In space, your taste buds take a hit, so having something tasty like sweet potatoes is a win.
The box itself has two doors, one on top and one on the bottom, both made of polycarbonate to maximize light and aid plant growth. Inside, we've got loam soil, a perfect mix for those potatoes to thrive.
And to ensure those potatoes get the water they need, we've got stainless steel pipes at the bottom, placed so the water can reach the roots faster.
You can fit 6 to 10 potatoes in each box. It's versatile too. You can place these boxes wherever there's sunlight or a heat lamp. They practically take care of themselves thanks to the greenhouse effect.
Oh, and did we mention they're foldable? This makes getting to Mars easy for transport, super handy for storage, but not recommended when they're full of potatoes or soil.
Right, and we're not just limited to sweet potatoes. In a separate box, we're growing lettuce. It regenerates from the center, ready to harvest in 7 to 8 weeks.
So, in a nutshell, we're on a mission to revolutionize food production, especially in challenging places like Mars. Our boxes are like self-sufficient little gardens, making life a bit more flavorful and sustainable. The themes of resilience, problem-solving, and courage, as depicted in the novel, have served as guiding principles throughout our space exploration journey.
Now, before we go, we have some important sweet potato poetry to share. Let's give a cheer for potatoes. Our new planet pal is so true. They're here, they're delicious, and we're sure to see them through. Making life on Mars oh so sweet. Oh, to the sweet potato, what a tasty treat. Fueling our journey with spud delight. On the red planet, they will shine bright. So let's give a cheer for potatoes here and far. They're the heroes of Mars, our potato rock stars. With every nutritious bite, help our adventure take flight. Thanks to these potatoes creators, Mars just feels just right.
Hi, my name is Martina Guiazzagonel and I'm a student of the Istituto Comprensivo Anna Antonini Junior High School in Verbania, Italy. I am glad to present my proposal, Martian Aquatic Ecosystem. Water is an essential requirement for human survival, making its production on Mars imperative for sustaining any human crew or potential settlers. The availability of water will greatly influence the selection of landing sites and settlement locations. Recent findings indicate the presence of a network of underground icy lakes, primarily in the South Pole region. While alternative methods for water production, such as extracting components from the atmosphere or existing minerals, exist, the most practical approach is to extract water from these underground ice formations. This concept is to extract water from underground ice lakes, transport it to the surface, fill existing small craters, heated to prevent freezing, specify the quality of water, and establish an ecosystem by introducing terrestrial plants and fishes suitable for low temperature waters and quality of water. Future settlements could be situated near these ponds that could utilize small existing craters in the surface as ready-made water containers to utilize their available water akin to terrestrial cities. The technology. The process can be divided into three main stages. The first one, ice transformation into water and extraction. Second, distribution and formation of above-ground lakes. And the third one, connection to settlements and the introduction of life into the water. The water collection from underground ice. Utilize a specialized drill system to heat the ice, transform it into water, and extract it for transfer to the proposed surface lake. Ice could also be heated by microwave system, but the resulting water must be extracted. Distribution and lake formation. Fill an existing small crater with water. Deploy a heating system consisting of heated serpentines distributed within the water to prevent freezing in Martian low temperatures, and a series of mirrors that during the day will heat the water. Power for this equipment will be sourced from nearby solar PV installations. The water will be connected to heated tanks in the settlements for utilization. Introduction of life into the water. Carefully test the survivability of terrestrial aquatic plants and fishes in the Martian underwater environment before introducing them and after analyzing its conditions. Continuously maintain, improve, and expand this ecosystem to become an integral part of the Martian landscape. Improve through genetic engineering animals and plants existing in Martian waters. Explore the possibility of creating food for human consumption within this ecosystem. Create initial settlements close to the lakes, so created through an aqueduct network to take advantage of easy water utilization. The settlements will be divided in above ground and underground parts. Above ground will be located all activities that don't demand constant human presence. To avoid exposure to radiation, there will be large inflatable structures for agriculture, both hydroponic and conventional, mineral processing, manufacturing, and storage facilities. Others smaller for workshops, river support, geochemical laboratories will be built with 3D printers using Martian concrete. The underground facilities, connected to surface unit but protected by at least 3 meters of Martian soil for radiation protection, will be certain in excavated activities with constant human presence.
Hello and welcome to our Mars Innovation Challenge presentation. We put a lot of thought and time into this and we hope it shines through. And this is by Silas, Ruja, and Raya. 2050. This is the year when parts of Earth will be uninhabitable. There are many solutions to this, but we think the most definite solution is Mars. So without further ado, our solution, fellas.
Starting from the beginning, we will scout for the perfect location, one that is both a lava tube and not near the poles, so that temperature can be easily controlled. Lava tubes are tubes that have been hollowed out by fast-flowing lava. Because of this, they are underground, ensuring the safety of our astronauts. Lava tubes are also believed to have ice, which will allow a safe resource for water. Once this location is defined, we will send a spacecraft that is equipped with everything that astronauts will need, namely the 3 pods that will serve as their living quarters. These pods will be made of ethylene tetrafluoroethylene plastic that will be compacted and then inflated upon the arrival of the astronauts. The astronauts will then arrive, and as said, they will inflate the lava tubes, and with robotic assistance, they will set up their homes in the pods. They will also set up other things such as communication, equipment, and our radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which will be the main power source of our settlement.
So that probably leaves a lot of questions. So we're going to look more closely at the pods. So there will be 3 pods, a living pod, a utility pod, and a greenhouse. So the living pod will house basic living needs, things like restrooms, kitchens, sleeping quarters. We will also heavily value the physical and mental health. In terms of mental health, we will have entertainment options as well as many ways to keep in touch with Earth. And we'll get into that more in the utility pod. In terms of physical health, we will have specialized gym equipment to ensure that our astronauts are in peak shape. So our utility pod will house many of the unglamorous but essential machines, one of which is a version of NASA's MOXIE machine, which is Mars Oxygen Insuit Resource Utilization Experiment, which allows for Velas to have safe oxygen. With current tech, we would need about 6 of these machines per astronaut, but that number will likely shrink. But what will be powering these MOXIE machines and everything else? A combination of RTG nuclear and geothermal. Excess energy will be used to convert it to hydrogen and store it until we have an energy deficit. If and when we do have an energy deficit, we will use fuel cells to convert the hydrogen back into electricity and water. We are going to use hydrogen in place of batteries because unlike batteries, fuel cells and hydrogen do not degrade much over time. Our utility pod will also have needed components that will interface with Earth via satellite dishes on the Martian surface. Our final pod is the greenhouse. The greenhouse will supply the entirety of food to our astronauts and is thus incredibly important. Our greenhouse will be roughly the same size as our other 2 pods and will be connected via a walkable tube. The greenhouse will have a skylight that will reflect light all the way down to the greenhouse, allowing for peak energy efficiency. Our greenhouse will also be designed not to waste a single drop of water, as water is a very scarce resource on Mars. Then for the summary of the pods. All 3 pods will work together to provide a seamless experience for the astronauts and will not only help them survive on Mars, but to help them thrive on Mars. We truly believe that these pods can not only serve as a place to carry out experiments, but also as a home and a place that health is not forgotten. But why?
Firstly, it is expected that we will be able to find new materials on Mars, allowing new advances in countless fields. The next benefit is something we hear about all the time: climate change. If Earth gets to an extent where it becomes uninhabitable, Mars is the perfect option. It'll serve as a backup plan to potentially save our species. Lastly, Mars can help us explore further into our solar system. It could act as a place for ships to refuel or maybe recharge, so we can get to far corners of our solar system.
And that's it. Thanks for listening.
Hi, my name is Jesus Estrada. I'll be in the Innovation Challenge. And my idea is to fix the challenge number 2, which would be water and sanitation. So starting off with the project, I made this quick PowerPoint of making and selecting details that are essential in making this project a reality and to be incorporated into a video game. Putting your pee into safe, drinkable water. Sounds a bit odd, no? But we can make this innovation turn your urine into drinkable and safe water using this system that I'm going to explain now. So please, follow me in this journey of seeing how we can reuse recyclable water. As you can see here, I provided a paper sketch or blueprint of the model that I have acquired here, which I'll show you the video. You can see this how the old model looks and my improved model. So let me explain to you the function of the model. So the urine would go through a tube into a rotating drum, then converts the urine into vapor, so it evaporates the liquid urine, and then it collects the brine, and then that evaporated urine goes into the compressor, turns it back into liquid. And then in my sketch and blueprint, I completely took away the factor of that drum. So we would add a direct heat source into the distillation system to evaporate the urine due to there being gravity, partial gravity, but it's still gravity. Well, then the brine goes down into the collection tube, and then same process, it goes into the compressor, which then compresses it back to liquid. As you can see, I provided as well as a 3D model of it. And also, In fact, I actually 3D printed both models. So here I have the model that is here below me, a 3D print of it. It has all connectors, and inside will basically be that blueprint that I have added onto the paper. So there you go, you can see. And then on the right, we have my new model. So you see the factor, how much smaller and how much compact it is. Yeah, you could even get this handle, fold it down. When needed, you could just pull it up and pull it out. And then that's how it would be designed, as you can see. So yes. Then we have operational details. So this would need about 1.4 kilowatts of power, or the equivalent of 1,400 watts an hour. The water output would be about 0.269 liters of water an hour, or 7 liters a day. The temperature which this assembly can function would be in the 250 degrees Celsius temperature. Constructing and assembling this process takes about 3 years to construct, but due to current innovation and technology and AI, we can make this a faster process and a better process, which would need, due to there being specific made parts into the assembly, 80% of human intervention is needed due to the crucial factor of it being precise and very compact. It would be constructed with recycled parts such as recycled metal, plastic, and the plastic would be used for non-stress parts, so we could use it as a tube, or we could use it as like a rim or the shell inside the assembly. So yes. Potential issues that may occur would be sensor failures, which this has happened on the ISS due to the factor, but it was quickly repaired. It was a quick process. Vulnerabilities could be, for the potential game, could be potential mechanical issues that can occur if there is a static storm that cuts completely all the power needed to power the system, as well as potential dust getting in between the connections or the parts, which will be a big theme. So we're gonna need a vacuum over there in Mars. I should make that next. And then positive repercussions, the system actually recycles water and urine and has a 92% rate of recycling water. And my innovation makes this process faster and more compact due to the small size. We may as well add 2 to make the process even faster. And being able to have 6 people worth of clean and sanitized water on Mars, which is crucial. The more people, the better we can get done in Mars and make this a better innovation. This innovation also helps to reduce cost and energy due to the more small, compact design. So thank you for listening to my pitch. Hope you guys enjoyed, and thank you for considering me for the competition. And that is my Martian idea. Thank you, have a good day. See you later.
Muy buenos días, nosotros somos la institución educativa Gran Colombia de la ciudad de Manizales.
Venimos a representar el proyecto Una aventura en un lugar desconocido. CIMOC, a scalable interactive model of an off-world community. CIMOC is used to design a Mars habitat that sustains human life throughout a combination of mechanical and plant-based systems, selecting various combinations of crew quarters, greenhouse, food, plants, energy generation and storage, and mission duration. CIMOC is a place to experiment, test theories, and learn as we endeavor to become an interplanetary species. The National Geographic Society hosts CIMOC for use by citizens, scientists, and classrooms around the world for free.
So this is our 3D model of an habitat to survive on Mars. It was created by CIMOC, which uses as configuration small crew quarters and also a large greenhouse with 3,000 solar panels and 10 ECLSS modules to purify and recycle water. And this is where the magic begins for Gran Colombia High School in the 2024 Mars Innovation Challenge. Enjoy our project.
Una aventura en un lugar desconocido. Para llegar a esto estamos utilizando SIMO, con lo cual queremos lograr simular una misión en Marte. Para esto estamos utilizando baterías de repuesto, paneles solares y módulos de soporte de vida.
Esto no es solo con el fin de lograr algo en Marte, sino de saber cómo estas cosas le sirven a la Tierra y a la humanidad. Planeamos cuánta comida lleva la misión, cuáles y cuántas plantas se podrían plantar allí.
Luego analizamos el oxígeno comparándolo con el dióxido de carbono producido, analizando si el agua que entra es suficiente para sobrevivir.
La simulación en la plataforma CIMOC nos puede ayudar para analizar todos los factores que podrían influir en la posibilidad de poder tener una vida plena en el planeta rojo.
Algunas de las repercusiones positivas que podría tener el proyecto reflejadas en la Tierra sería cómo generar agua en un lugar desértico.
Con este proyecto, el cual hemos llamado Un viaje a un lugar desconocido, lo que queremos es viajar al planeta Marte, para así poder obtener recursos como el agua y la electricidad. También buscar un segundo hogar para nosotros en este planeta, además de la Tierra. Y por supuesto, con este proyecto también se busca explorar muchas más zonas del universo.
Ese sería un beneficio que nos podría ayudar a aplicarlos en algunas zonas que no genera tanta agua como es necesario.
En un lugar desconocido.
Adventure in an unknown place. Hope we can help to preserve humanity. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Ana Los Hernández y el día de hoy estoy realmente emocionada de hablarles acerca de un proyecto que me apasiona profundamente. Estoy hablando de Cosmic Explorer. Somos un equipo de jóvenes respaldados por nuestros mentores expertos, apasionados y enfocados en explorar nuevas tecnologías, exploración espacial, comprometidos en ello. Uno de nuestros proyectos más destacados es el desarrollo de un dron especializado para la exploración y gestión de recursos en Marte. Este dron, conocido como Cosmic Explorer, es una pieza clave para nuestra misión de comprender y aprovechar los recursos disponibles en el planeta rojo, para futuras misiones y eventualmente la colonización. Y se preguntarán, ¿qué puede hacer este increíble dron? Permítanme contarles. En primer lugar, es equipado con tecnología avanzada que le permite buscar y mapear posibles fuentes de agua en la superficie marciana. Además de eso, puede analizar la calidad del agua, medir la cantidad de hielo presente y detectar posibles contaminantes en los dispositivos de agua subterránea. Pero eso no es todo. Este dron no solo es un buscador de agua, sino también un distribuidor. Tiene la capacidad única de transportar y distribuir agua en áreas específicas en Marte, como estaciones de investigación o zonas de cultivo. Esto es crucial para la gestión y conservación de recursos en el planeta rojo y podría ser fundamental para el futuro de la colonización humana en Marte. Este dron es una versión mejorada de dos prototipos anteriores que fueron utilizados en el programa Siembra con Drones. Hemos estado trabajando arduamente para refinar y optimizar su diseño, adaptándolo específicamente a las condiciones y necesidades únicas para la exploración marciana. Pero, ¿qué se necesita para que este dron funcione en el hostil entorno marciano? Bueno, los recursos son diversos y esenciales. Necesitamos energía eléctrica para alimentar el dron, suministros de oxígeno para el equipo de operadores y, por supuesto, materiales de repuesto para el mantenimiento y reparaciones. Y déjenme contarles un poco sobre el proceso de diseño de este dron. Utilizamos herramientas avanzadas como la plataforma de modelo 3D Blender, que nos permitió diseñar con precisión y visualizar cada detalle de la construcción física. Eso nos ayudó a optimizar su rendimiento y eficiencia, asegurándonos de que esté listo para enfrentar los desafíos del espacio. Somos un grupo de jóvenes acompañados de nuestros mentores, apasionados y realmente comprometidos a hacer una contribución significativa para el futuro de la exploración humana en el espacio. Y estamos listos para llevar a Cosmic Explorer a las nuevas alturas a la exploración de Marte. Gracias por acompañarnos en este viaje.
One of the main reasons why Mars is uninhabitable to humans is because of the atmosphere. Humans can't live on Mars because they can't breathe the air. the Martian atmosphere doesn't have the right components. Today I'm going to talk to you through of how to change that by making greenhouses on Mars and more. On Earth, the atmosphere is about 21% oxygen and 2% carbon dioxide, but we can't achieve that yet on Mars because Mars is 0.13% oxygen and 96% carbon dioxide. But luckily, I got a better solution. There's this eco-warrior of a plant that's going to change everything. I propose an underground bunker so that it's invulnerable to the elements, and it'll have storage for spacesuits, bunk beds, a bathroom, sleeping quarters, a lounge, and a work area. You can take off your spacesuit in there because guess what? There's a constant flow of oxygen coming into the room from a greenhouse. There's lights in the greenhouse that give light to a plant that is miraculous at photosynthesis. It can photosynthesis day and night because it can store solar energy inside its leaves. It is 2 types of photosynthesis that makes it extra efficient at removing carbon and replacing it with oxygen in the atmosphere. This plant is the spackworm. It can grow with no soil or water. You just use some of the Martian balsic rock and the roots will grow around it. You can also just break a branch off and it will become a new plant. There will be a lower pressure cylinder in the greenhouse. The oxygen in the room will try to equalize and it will go into the lower pressure cylinder. The pressure will get lower and lower until it reaches a fork and the pipe will form a fork in the road. The first path will go to underneath the bunker and it will split up into many smaller pipes that will narrow down and go through the floor of the bunker, and the small tubes will produce a sufficient amount of oxygen through the holes for humans to breathe in the bunker. Path 2 travels to a small compressed area where you can exit the oxygen through pushing a button. The button will lift a flap, allowing oxygen to spill out. You can put your tank under the flow of oxygen and refill your tank. So now all we have to do is play our part to this wonderful plant and make Mars a safe haven with breathable air. The spackworm on Mars can achieve this. By using the spackworm's capabilities, we can breathe on Mars.
Hola, mi nombre es Al-Rais y mi proyecto se llama Búnker Gigante de Energía. El ODS en el que estoy inspirado es el ODS número 7. Se especializa en el consumo de energía y el agotamiento, ya que como muchos sabemos, nosotros las personas desperdiciamos mucho la energía, dejando luces encendidas o electrodomésticos conectados. Y eso yo lo quiero cambiar aquí en el planeta Tierra y lo quiero poner en el planeta Marte. Y mi idea es hacer un búnker gigante de energía nuclear. Adentro del búnker yo quiero poner un generador de luz para que ese generador de luz abastezca al planeta Marte y al planeta Tierra de energía nuclear. También quiero ponerle paneles solares para que también haya energía solar, para que sea saludable la energía y que no sea tan contaminada como la que hay ahorita en nuestro planeta. ¿Cómo voy a hacer que la energía llegue hacia las casas? A través de postes de luz, ya que como sabemos es la herramienta que utilizamos aquí en el planeta Tierra. Los postes de luz para que llegue energía en el planeta Tierra y en el planeta Marte. Yo pienso que este tema sería muy bueno para cambiar a todo el mundo y para que la gente tenga ya más más energía saludable, ya que como sabemos el 70% de la energía que hay aquí es dañina y el 30% de energía que hay es saludable. Entonces yo quiero que eso se incremente a un 100% de energía saludable. Pero como sabemos que no sería tan bueno, ya que como sabemos ocupamos también alguna energía dañina, y yo quisiera que fuera un 90% de energía saludable y un 10% energía dañina, para que también que no sea pura energía saludable y que el mundo también se pueda adaptar a nuestras condiciones. Este tema yo siento que es muy buena para los dos planetas, el planeta Tierra y el planeta Marte. Mi idea la saqué del número 7 de los ODS, el cual se especializa en la energía. Mis fuentes son hataka.com y consumo de energía, y yo siento que sería todo.
Hi, my name is Lucia Grasanti. I am 12 years old and in 6th grade. I am doing my project on how we will send energy to Mars. When NASA goes to Mars, they will need energy to power the colony. I think wind power is the perfect energy to use because of all the wind on Mars. The wind turbines will be 3D printed so that we could make more of them faster. The filament will be made of titanium and Martian regolith. This is so that the turbines are strong enough to stand through a Martian dust storm. Instead of sending the wind turbines to Mars, we could send the 3D printer and the titanium. This will affect the cost and time it takes to get there in a positive way. If the wind turbines are generating too much energy, then some of that energy can be stored in a battery for a later time when the wind turbines are not generating enough energy. If there is no energy in the battery and not enough energy
to finish off the Humans to Mars Summit. So, and the first session is a really important one. We tend to focus a lot on the rockets, and those are important. We can't get to Mars without the rockets. But getting from here, when you get to, away from Earth, out of low Earth orbit, onto Mars, that is a huge challenge. And so our next panel, we'll be talking about transit to Mars, how we're going to build the systems, the vehicles that'll be able to transport humans, keep them alive on the trip to and from Mars. So leading this panel is Tim Sheehan from Lockheed Martin, and Tim has been a friend of Explore Mars for many years, been a participant in this conference, the Humans to Mars Summit, very active in our Achieving Mars workshops as well for many years. Tim has been at Lockheed since 2002 you started at Lockheed, so some time. And he is the, I can't find your title here because the Space Exploration Architect currently at Lockheed Martin. So, Tim.
All right, thanks, Chris. So, we'll talk about the Mars Transit Vehicle. And to give you an idea of what that might look like, go to the next slide. So the Mars Transit Vehicle it's a space station. It's a big propulsion system. And it's got to be away from Mars and from Earth for so long, keeping the crew safe. in times when the speed of light can be up to 40 minutes round trip. So it is really one of the challenges that need to be solved, including the landing part, including the launching part. So at Lockheed Martin, we've got a concept called Mars Base Camp that we rolled out in 2016. And we're actually, because of the risks that the Mars Transit Vehicle needs to take on, we advocate a orbit-only mission first to buy down that risk while you finish developing the lander. So today we've got a great set of panelists. We're going to talk from all kinds of different perspectives on what it takes to design and build and operate a Mars Transit Vehicle. So I'm the Space Exploration Architect at Lockheed Martin, and I lead our early concept design teams to look at human and robotic exploration of Moon, Mars, and the rest of the solar system. It truly is a dream job for me. So why don't we go along and have the panelists introduce themselves? Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, my name's Laura Burke. I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center. I actually started at NASA in 2007. I've done a whole lot of low thrust work since then, but I've since transitioned to working mostly on supporting crewed spaceflight. So right now, I'm actually working as part of the flight mechanics team for HLS, but the reason I'm here is I'm the transportation lead for NASA's Mars architecture team.
I'm Hoppy Price at JPL, and so I'm Chief Engineer for NASA's robotic Mars exploration program, and I've had the pleasure in my career of working on missions to the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And I've also been supporting the HLS program and other human mission activities.
And I'm Seamus Toohey with MDA Space, the largest space prime in Canada. Most people know us with the robotic arms. I'm in the Robotics and Space Operations group. I am head of business development in the U.S.
Right, Darren Samplatsky. I'm the business development lead for our deep space portfolio at Collins Aerospace. Been there for, I guess, going on 28 years now. Spent most of my career developing life support and thermal control systems, mostly for NASA. Probably spent the last, 8 or 10 years doing this business development thing. So. Looking forward to the discussion.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. So, Laura, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Oh. Okay. So these are some charts some of you might have seen before, but hopefully not too many of you. Basically, I think we've got a good handle on what it takes to go to the Moon. We've done that before. Mars is going to be very different. It's significantly farther than the Moon. Obviously, the Moon orbits around Earth. It's always about 400,000 kilometers away. However, Earth and Mars both orbit around the Sun. So we've got periods when Mars is closer to us and periods when it's 4 million kilometers away. Also, our typical round trip odometer reading when we go to the Moon is on the order of 2 million kilometers, whereas if we want to go to Mars and back, it's going to be 2 trillion kilometers. So that makes transiting that vast space really difficult. We need large vehicles in order to accommodate that kind of transit. In addition to that, Mars' gravity well is going to be deeper than that of the Moon. So we've got this little graphic here. It's not as deep as Earth's, but it's still about 3/8 that of Earth. So whatever we're trying to use to launch off the surface of Mars is going to have to be more capable than what we're actually going to use to launch off the surface of the Moon. Also, typically when we talk about going to ISS, we're looking at mission transit durations of like hours to days, and the Moon is going to be days to maybe weeks. But when we go to Mars, we're talking about years, and that's significantly longer than our current experience. Some of the challenges of Mars transit, there are different aspects of it. During the transit, we're going to run into most likely conjunction events where Earth's on the other side of the Sun and we can't communicate directly with Earth, and those can last several weeks. So what do we do during those events? How do we plan our ConOps to accommodate these periods of time where we're not going to be able to communicate with our crew in space for several weeks. In addition to that, we've got the daily challenge of a 40-minute round-trip communication delay. How do you plan and operate a space vehicle or a surface mission when the delay time is 40 minutes long? Getting to the surface, obviously, we've had experience landing smaller rovers on the surface, but now for our human-class payloads, we don't need to land several tons. We need to land maybe 40 tons. So that's a whole new class of lander that we're looking at, and I think some of those concepts have been discussed earlier in the last couple of days. Getting back from the surface, we've only launched off of 2 planetary bodies. We have experience launching many launches off of the surface of Earth to go to ISS, and a couple going to the moon. We've got great ground support, and we've got continuous communication when we're doing launches off the surface of the Earth. We've experienced several launches off of the surface of the moon. The communications delay with the moon isn't nearly as long, so again, we've got really good communication during that. We have no experience launching off the surface of Mars. And how do you launch off the surface of Mars when you've potentially pre-positioned a vehicle that's been sitting there for a couple of years? How do you get that vehicle ready? And what do the launch operations look like when you can't continuously communicate with your crew? So that's another challenge. And then Patrick mentioned it earlier in the week, and it was brought up. Mars aborts. They're not going to look like what we've experienced before. When we're launching off of the surface of Earth, we've got lots of contingencies for if it goes poorly, we can come back. If we're at ISS and we need to come back, we can come back within a couple of hours. If we're at Gateway and need to come back, we can come back within a couple of days, or even on the surface of the moon. It's not a long stretch of time before we can actually bring our crew home. But once you hit that go button and you do the trans-Mars injection burn, you've really made a commitment that you're not coming back for a while, even in an abort scenario. If you hit that button to go and you want to come back a week later you decide we can't do this, it's not going to be, okay, 7 days from now I'm coming back. It's going to be, many days, hundreds of days from now. And at some point during your outbound transit, you're going to hit a point where if you want to abort, it's basically going to take the duration of your nominal mission anyway. So that's another scenario. What do those abort scenarios and those contingency operations look like? So that's going to take some forward planning too. I should have realized these were all click-through. Finally, I know all the NASA people up here, we're plugging our white papers. They're small, digestible chunks of the challenges that we're facing. So I really encourage you to check them out. They cover some of the topics that I talked about, communications issues, some of our outbound transit challenges and mass challenges. So I hope you read them. They're a little more friendly than the full ADD.
Great.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Laura.
the white papers are great. I highly recommend them.
So Laura, and I remember reading some of those white papers. To be able to do an abort, do we have to use nuclear propulsion, or can we use chemical propulsion for those aborts?
You can use chemical propulsion. I mean, some of our concepts that we've developed, we've looked at all high-thrust concepts. We've looked at some hybrid propulsion concepts that have, a high-thrust system and a low-thrust system. We've looked at all nuclear concepts, and we've looked at some, non-nuclear concepts. You can abort with any of them. Some of them are a little bit more robust to aborts than others. The hybrid has the advantage of, you've got 2 propulsion systems. So if you have a problem with one of the propulsion systems, you've got another one to rely on fully. But you can absolutely abort with, the NTR type of vehicle, or an all-chemical type of vehicle, or even a SEPChem or a NEPChem type of vehicle. Those all have abort options.
Thanks. Right, Hoppy.
Right. Let's see, that's a different presentation. No, there we go. Okay, so Transit to Mars, we've actually done that many times with our planetary missions. We've sent many vehicles transiting to Mars, so I think we kind of have that down for the robotic vehicles. Of course, we've never done the transit back from Mars orbit back to Earth again, although our Japanese friends hopefully will do that in the relatively near future with the MMX mission coming back from Phobos. So that'll be a great experience and sort of a precursor to Mars sample return missions to follow. So some of the lessons that we've learned from our robotic missions, some of them are in propulsion, and so Laura talked about different propulsion systems for human missions to Mars, and really all of them are viable in one sense or another, depending on which values you choose in the Mars architecture for the when and the why and all those kind of questions. You can come up with in many different kinds of propulsion systems. So in the planetary missions, there's definitely a trade-off between performance and complexity and the heritage and the cost and the risk. So the main two propulsion systems that we've looked at for the Mars missions are biprop propulsion, which has better performance, and then monoprop, which is lower performance, but it's a simpler system. And so sometimes we choose for the higher performance system because we have to, and other times we go with the monoprop, which is cheaper and simpler, not as good a performance, but it's just the right choice. And so we have two Voyager spacecraft that have operated in space for 47 years, and they have a simple monoprop system. So I'm glad we chose that instead of a biprop system. We've also used electric propulsion for planetary missions, and those are also good for Mars missions too. And one of the lessons learned from that is that you have to take into account the fact that at some times in the mission, your solar electric propulsion system may be down for a time. So you need to put in plenty of margin for lost thrust periods when you have electric propulsion. Telecom, Laura talked about the conjunction issue, and just at the end of this past year, we had conjunction for all of our Mars vehicles. So we have typical plans we do for that, and we got through conjunction just fine, but again, there were no people on board, and we weren't doing a lot with the vehicles during that time, but that worked fine. Some of the other issues that we've looked at are functional redundancy. It's usually good to have more than one kind of antenna, more than one kind of radio frequency system that you're using as a backup. There are times on our rovers where we've relied on relay satellites to get the data back, but sometimes we have issues with the relay satellites, and we've had to rely on the backup of a direct-to-Earth communication that we have. So it's always handy to have more than one way of doing that. And then Laura mentioned the time lag. Of course, that is a considerable issue for human missions. For our robotic missions, we're just kind of used to that. We send up a sequence, and we're waiting for it to come back, and we're not in a hurry. Although I did work on the Grail mission to the moon, and that was such a treat because you could just operate it in real time. You could send a command, it'd come back right away. But for the missions to Mars, that's just not the case. Fault protection is a big issue for planetary missions, also for crewed missions, and there are a number of lessons we've learned from that. You want to keep your autonomous fault protection simple, otherwise you may get into some convoluted fault protection routines where something happens you're not expecting, and maybe it's not something you completely tested for because there's so many branches of the fault tree, and you may get to a spot that really isn't where you want to be from fault protection. So one of our lessons learned is to keep that simple and to do lots of testing on that. But one advantage to crewed missions is that when you have a crew on board, if your fault protection starts shutting down things and you don't really want it to shut them down, you have a crew to override it. So I see that as a big plus. Sometimes I wish we had that on our planetary missions. Sometimes we have in-flight reconfigurations of our vehicles, like we'll jettison ballast, we'll jettison a crew stage. As we come down for a landing, we jettison a back shell. So all these kind of issues where you're reconfiguring the spacecraft, you have different mass properties, different control dynamics. So for the crewed missions to Mars, you'll probably have stages that you're going to jettison. You're going to be deploying some things, maybe retracting them. And so the more you can simplify the in-flight vehicle reconfiguration, I think the better your odds are. And then last but not least is planetary protection. And so we have certain protocols that we use for our planetary missions, and it will be a challenge for the human missions to Mars. And you have to think about all the elements that you're discarding. So if you discard a stage or a back shell and it's going to land on Mars or has a chance of landing on Mars, you have to do all of the analysis and tests to make sure that you're going to meet all the requirements of planetary protection.
Thanks, Hoppy.
Sure.
Yeah, when I started my career, I worked on geosynchronous communication satellites. And so we would do the burn plan and all that. And we tell the operators, okay, hit the enter key for the burn start 2 seconds before the time on the sheet. And that ought to take care of the lag.
Yeah. Well, you know, a really interesting mission were the Pioneer 10 and 11 because they didn't have computers on board and it was all commanded. So you had to tell Pioneer 10 or 11 when to do a maneuver, and you had to plan it for the speed of light time, which might be, you know, half a day to get out there, and you basically joystick the thing through a time delay. So I can't believe they pulled that off, but they did.
Wow.
Yeah, Pioneer 10 and 11 was amazing because the technology was so crude, but they made those missions work.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we'll always find a way to make it work. Seamus.
Sure. So let's see. There we go. First a word from our robotics overlords, sponsors. I'm at MDA Space again, so we have to talk about robotic arms. So several things we've mentioned previously: large vehicle, a reconfigurable vehicle. So one of the things to be concerned about is how do you assemble the vehicle in space if you need multiple launches from Earth? How do you gather things together and make it a system that starts going to Mars? During the transit to Mars, you worry about operations and maintenance. You know, normal operations, reconfigurability. You know, if you have consumables, you know, when you've consumed something out of a module, you know, you maybe want it to get out of the way. One of the problems that a lot of people may not think about is there are only so many ways to put together a vehicle. You know, there are only so many interfaces. So it's probably going to be that this vehicle will have to be reconfigured on the fly, moving things around. And a great way to do that is using a robotic arm. And then the maintenance part, keeping things alive. You know, the way to keep the astronauts alive is to keep the vehicle alive and operating. So we'd like to build on the extensive work that has been done in human space, starting with the shuttle. That's the upper left arm. The current one on station has been operating over 20 years. The Canadarm2, that MDA was privileged to supply both of those. And then we're in development right now for what we call C3, the Canadarm3, which is the Canadian Space Agency's initial contribution to Artemis that will go on the Gateway. And that's what these arms do. They do the operations and maintenance of very large structures in space. So there are a lot of lessons to be learned from that, a lot of operations, things to be learned from that. It's also test beds that you can try things out beforehand, before you embark upon your trip to Mars. So doing things like, you know, exterior inspection, repairs, moving things around, doing capture and berthing of visiting vehicles. There may be rendezvous during transit, or as vehicles come back from the surface, or a vehicle comes back from the surface, you know, how to capture them and put them back in place. To support astronauts when they're out there, and also the initial in-space assembly. And also the robotic arm itself needs to be able to repair itself. So robots repairing robots. So some of the things that we're thinking about is, you know, EVR systems and IVR systems, so extravehicular robotics and intravehicular robotics. So having robots inside the spacecraft that also do logistics and repair, alleviating some of the tasking that you would have of the astronaut, and robots of various size that could have access to certain parts of the spacecraft that maybe are too big for humans or too buried in the back for humans to reach. You worry about interfaces, tools, things like dexterity, walking between vehicles, walking from the initial assembly vehicle onto the Mars vehicle, if those are different. And the interfaces, making sure that you don't have too many of them, that are too complex, so that you don't have to carry around as many tools on board. Things like advanced perception and intelligence, being able to recognize differences from the last time you were there, or being able to navigate yourself to a position, again, trying to detask the astronauts as much as possible. Diagnostics and self-repair, being able to predict failure, and if a failure happens, using a functional redundancy like Hoppy talked about, to keep going on the mission while you repair it, but being able to detect where the fault is, diagnose and perform repair. And then finally, the big thing about logistics, a certain strategy of sparing and staging. I talked about leaving vehicles behind, shedding vehicles to eliminate mass, but also sparing. How many multiples of things do you carry on board, knowing that some of them are going to fail? Worrying about commonality, do all things look the same? Do all things fit the same together? Modularity. Can you use a board from one avionics box in another avionics box? And not only printing food, which I heard earlier, which is great, but printing parts, printing tools, printing things so that you limit the sparing that you need to do. And then the mass that goes into that printing, which is feedstock, and maybe going into looking at recycling. So these modules that you use, the consumables, maybe you don't throw them away. Maybe they then become feedstock for future use in printing systems. That's it.
So one question, and I know that on ISS, just dealing with the logistics and the storage and moving things around, do you think that there'll be an internal robot in the transit vehicle doing that kind of task?
Sure. I'd like there to be, because a lot of what happens in station right now is that you have astronauts there 24/7, but the amount of time spent, even like unpacking and repacking cargo vehicles, right. Is when we talk about robotics, we talk about robotic systems allowing an increase in time on task for the astronauts. So you'd like to alleviate some of those tasking. Just they could spend their time doing other things. But also, it's not for sure that in this vehicle, this very large vehicle, that humans will be able to access everything. And robots also have the advantage that they don't have to don and doff suits. So you could imagine a robot that would go inside and outside through an airlock that could carry things or reach things that the astronaut would either have to put a suit on or crawl around in spaces that aren't designed for them to crawl around in.
Great. All right, Darren.
We're going to need a way to get the stuff out of the trailer, right?
Absolutely. Or leave the trailer behind.
So I thought I'd talk just a little bit about some of the history and some of the stuff that we've worked with NASA and with a lot of the primes over the last 60 plus years, and really need to incorporate those lessons learned from those programs in order to make this successful, because there's a lot of stuff that we've learned and a lot of stuff that I think we've already forgotten. So Collins Aerospace, which was formerly Hamilton Standard, then Hamilton Sunstrand, then UTES, and now Raytheon. So we've made a lot of name changes over the years, but the same company. We've been working with NASA going back 60 plus years. Started out on Gemini, had a lot of content on the Apollo missions. We did the suit, mainly the primary life support system. And my talk's mostly about life support and thermal control. So we also did the environmental control life support system for the LEM. And so I heard someone talking the other day about Apollo 13 on stage. We were actually part of that team that had to figure out how do we connect the CO2 removal system from the LEM to the crew module. And so, there's pictures of our guys in our lab, actually, when they threw all the stuff out on the table. Some of that was our team back in Connecticut. We also did a lot of the life support and thermal control on the space shuttle. So lots of systems there that we eventually adapted some of that to the International Space Station. We did the fuel cells on the shuttle as well, and then we did a project called the EDO toilet, Extended Duration Orbiter Toilet. So I think the original toilets were built by GE. Somehow we ended up with that contract down the road, and then at some point we redesigned that toilet and the toilet that we developed for Orion was actually a derivative of that. So we have lots of toilet history. Unfortunately, we didn't build the toilets for International Space Station originally because it went to the Russians. But we did, about 2 years ago, deliver a flight experiment for a toilet that's actually being tested for Orion. We also did the spacesuits for the space shuttle. So we developed spacesuits that were supposed to be serviced every time they came back. So they would be out for a maximum of a couple of weeks. They would come back, get serviced. We built 20 of those suits. Because of funding constraints, they decided, hey, we're just going to reuse those suits for the International Space Station. We had lost a couple of suits because of issues, loss of the shuttle. So now we have about 12 of those suits left, and we've been, I'll say, upgrading and rebuilding those suits now for the past 20 some odd years. Ryan Shirako talked a little bit about the next generation suit, the XEVAS suit. So hopefully in the next couple of years we will have that up on station, and then also a derivative of that for the Artemis programs for the lunar surface. Like I said, we've also developed a bunch of hardware for the International Space Station. So we did a lot of the closed loop life support systems, so the water processor assembly, oxygen generator assembly. So that's actually where I started my career with Hamilton Standard was the development of the OGA. We also did another system called the Sabatier, which actually took waste CO2 and waste hydrogen to make water and methane. So I was actually the chief engineer on that for, probably 10 years. So, all of these systems that we're eventually going to need for a mission to Mars, we're starting to, I'll say, lose some of the people that develop these systems. So, we're starting to lose some of that corporate knowledge. So I think, now's the time that we start to refocus some of that because we are going to need those systems. We also did a lot of work on the SLS. We do the thrust vector control for that. CST-100, which is the Boeing Starliner. So we did a lot of the life support as well as the thermal control systems for that. So fingers crossed for Friday. Hopefully it takes off this time. No more valve issues. And then, we're also involved a lot with the Orion vehicle. So we're one of the subs to Lockheed Martin. We do the life support for that as well as the thermal control, power management, and then I talked about the toilet already. And then things like deep space transport. So probably back in 2016 or 2017, we actually had a contract with NASA under Next Step Appendix A where we developed what we called modular eclipse. It was designed basically to take what we had done on Space Station and make a modular eclipse system so that we could put it eventually into something like the Gateway or the Mars Transit Vehicle. We worked on that program, up until last year. I think we finally ran out of funding, but those are the types of programs I think we need to be doing today in order to keep this momentum going, and so we don't lose that corporate knowledge and that NASA knowledge going forward. The other things that we're currently doing is we are using ISS as a test bed right now. We are doing some upgrades to like the water processor assembly. We have a program called Advanced OGA right now where we're basically redesigning the OGA, based on current materials of today. But I don't think we're taking it far enough. We're also doing stuff with additive manufacturing, like condensing heat exchangers and those types of things. But these are the programs I think we need to be doing now. We need to build like a test bed someplace on the ground. I laugh, I go down to Marshall Space Flight Center. They have an Eclipse test bed that they've had there for several years, and I look at it, and it's hardware that I hand-built myself 20 some odd years ago, and it's still what they're using today, and it's a shame because we really need to build those systems and start testing now because we're never going to be ready in 10 years like we want to be. And so looking forward to questions.
Yeah, so you mentioned the needing to bring back the spacesuits and do maintenance. Is this one designed for less maintenance?
It is designed for less maintenance. Now, obviously, if we're using that on a lunar surface, you're going to have to deal with things like dust. So, we'll have to have robust systems to clean it. Obviously, on a Mars transit that's not an issue. So, but yeah, they are being designed to be serviceable in orbit.
All right, great. So I do have some questions for you, and then we'll get to audience questions. So Laura, what's the trade space right now for how long the Mars transit is going to take?
So traditionally we think opposition or conjunction, but the reality is there's kind of a very large spectrum of times that you can do the transit in between those. And you can always go longer, and you can also always go shorter. But right now, that's how long our mission is actually one of the decisions that needs to get made. It'll be in the decision trade space. So we are trying to design vehicles that would fit numerous transit durations. So there's not just one that we're designing to, or even two. We have to think about long term, like, what does a vehicle look like if we're doing a conjunction mission? What does a vehicle look like if we've got somewhere in the middle? Or what does a vehicle look like with something that looks more like an opposition class mission? So those are not necessarily the same thing.
And what are the pros and cons of short or medium or long types of missions?
So the surface duration is going to be kind of a big driver towards which way you go. If you want to spend 300 days on the surface, you're not going to try to do 300 days on the surface and then fit in an opposition class mission around that. And if you only want to spend 30 days in Mars vicinity, you don't get the benefit of the home and transfer out, home and transfer back. There are pros and cons. Opposition class, that it gets closer to the shorter total duration, so closer to that 2-year time frame, which is a little more comfortable. Thinking, we have about a year experience in space, so 2 years, maybe that's not as scary as 3 years for a conjunction class mission. Conjunction class missions, though, you've got two kind of optimal legs on either side that are rather short, comparing that to the opposition, where you've got one optimal leg and then one much longer leg. So your in-space time is actually longer for those type of missions, even though the total mission duration is less. But you can't make a Mars transit duration decision on its own. Looking at it, it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Let's go fast. It's better for the crew, physiologically. It's great. We can get out there, get all of our stuff done, and come back. But in the reality, you start dialing down that duration knob in your vehicle. Starts getting larger and larger. We like to say Mars is like a balloon animal, so when you start squeezing on one, everything else kind of expands. So I can make you go really fast, but you might end up with a vehicle that's got significant technology development required for the power and propulsion system, and maybe a whole lot of propellant necessary, or maybe it's pushed you into doing some con-ops that are a little bit riskier than you normally would have. So it's all a balancing act. We're trying to supply concepts that kind of fulfill where we would look at in the design trade space. So whoever ultimately makes that decision has all the information that they need.
Thanks. Seamus, so we talked about internal robotics, but what do you see the external robotics on a Mars transit vehicle doing? And are we going to be able to now just, instead of joysticking it, will the crew be able to say, hey, Canada Arm 4, go replace this solar panel?
Well, I'm glad you said Canada Arm 4. We'll see. So the first thing is there's a vehicle now on the screen. That vehicle will have to be assembled, and so it makes sense that the arms or the arms that are used to assemble that vehicle then walk on the vehicle and spend their life with the vehicle in transit. And you can imagine the vehicles would have to be able to walk around like they do now on station, whether it's through a shuttle mechanism or actually physically, end-to-end walking. They'll have to be able to have a reachability so that they're designed to reach anything and everything externally on the vehicle. You would think that the one place you wouldn't reach would be the place that you're going to have a problem. So you want it to be to reach everywhere. You need a set of tools, end effectors that can do the work not only that you plan on, but repair that you may not expect for it to do. You also need it to assist the astronauts. Right now on station, the astronauts are assisted by the arm. They ride out at the end of the arm, and it moves them around the station. But the big thing, I think, is you look at this configuration, and it's an end-to-end one. Everything is kind of in line. You would think that things are going to have to move and be repositioned, during the vehicle life, and things will come off the vehicle when you get to Mars. Things will go down the surface. Things will come back up. Those have to be rejoined in a way and reconfigured. So the arm, and I'd like to use plural because there'll be some larger arms that move a lot of mass around. There'll be smaller arms that are more dexterous and can get into smaller spots, but they'll have to link together. And to answer your final question, instead of it being something where the astronaut says, move to this, you would think the intelligence on board would be able to do it while the astronaut's not even paying attention. And what I'm talking about now are routine things. So there'll be a lot of time, so I'm sure the astronauts will have time to do things which are out of the ordinary, but a lot of the routine stuff, the day-to-day stuff that you would expect that the robots could do, just like they do on terrestrial in factories and things like that. They do a good job of assembling cars and assembling even satellites now. So there'll be a host of operations that they do automatically, and then there'll be a way that intelligence built into the arms and the end effectors will be able to alleviate a lot of the low-level decisions that a crew would have to make, enabling them to get higher in what they perceive, what they have to perceive, what they have to command, what they have to take care of, and contingencies, things like that.
Great. Yeah, and this is the nuclear thermal propulsion configuration of Mars Base Camp, and you can see on the left side that there's an arm right there in the picture.
Yeah. I also see there's a nifty space plane too. That's nice, right?
Yeah. And I can't imagine what it's going to be like to be in that suit on the end of an arm in orbit around Mars. That's great.
I just hope you don't have a fear of heights.
Yeah. So, Hoppy, based upon your Mars experience, what technology hurdle is out there that you want to make sure is addressed? Maybe we're not thinking of.
So, there's the technology issues that we've had with the robotic missions, and I don't really see those being the big concerns for the human missions. To me, I think the biggest concern is the life support system. Yeah. And of course, that's something we don't have on the robotic missions, but to me, that's one of the biggest problems to solve, to have the reliability and, the optimal amount of resource reusability to try to decrease the mass but not make it so complex that it's going to break, so it's going to be the sweet spot between reducing mass but also having it be simple and easy to maintain and of course highly reliable.
Yeah, and I think that interaction between reliability and then therefore how much spare parts you have.
Yeah, right.
And how closed loop versus not quite closed loop. So that was one question I had for you, Darren.
Yeah.
Like how close to closed loop do you think we need to get?
So, I'm not sure we'll ever get 100%, right? But, right now on space station, we're somewhere around 88%, which is pretty good, right? I think NASA's goal, and they did put the brine processor up there, so Paragon, Grant Anderson was out here the other day, that's their system. They got that up there, that increased our water recovery, so having systems like that in place are great. But I'm not sure we'll ever get to 100%. NASA would like to see like oxygen recovery at something above 75%. With Sabatier right now, we're probably around 50%. So there's things that we can do to get closer, but at the end of the day, you're really talking thimbles of water. It's not huge amounts. So can you pre-position supplies out there so that I don't need to rely on these systems for everything. I think they're going to have to do some of that in order to be successful. So yeah, I think you want to get as close as you can, but you're probably never going to get to a 100% closed loop life support.
All right, thanks. Questions from the audience? We'll come on up to the mic.
So, Laura, I just finished reading the MTAS studies, which are great. But looking at the trade space for EP, whether it be SEP or nuclear electric, or it be solar electric propulsion or nuclear, I keep seeing that hybrid element being brought in. Can you talk about how, like, hybrid components might offer more options or solutions in a DST trade space? Thanks.
Yeah, so like I mentioned when we were doing the introductions, I've done low thrust work for a long time. And so I've really seen the benefits of it. And I mean, when we've looked at Mars, and you traditionally think of, missions to Mars, it's, one big rocket, you hit a button and it's a large burn, and then you coast and you get to Mars and the engine turns on again. But in between those two burns is 200, 250 days, we're not doing anything. If you have an EP system on board, it really helps you soften those really inefficient high thrust burns with some ultra efficient EP in the middle. So you can actually reduce the TMI burns and the MOIs and the TEIs and the EOIs, sorry, lots of acronyms. All of those traditional high thrust burns can all get shrunk a little because you're providing that acceleration with your highly efficient EP system. So you take that 200 and some days that you would just be sitting there, and now you've got your EP system at 3,000 seconds ISP providing your acceleration. I think I want to say it reduced our chemical delta V by about 2/3. So it's really quite remarkable what it does. And it fits a lot of, it can fit in a lot of different areas too. You mentioned we've combined it with nuclear reactors to do NEP chem vehicles. We've combined it with solar arrays to do SEP chem vehicles, but it doesn't have to just be that. You can combine it with NTP and do bimodal. So I've looked at that before too. I'm a big fan of all of those. So yeah, I keep trying to stick EP in wherever I can.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm wanting to know if you have a current capacity wanted for this transport vehicle, or is that a decision that's going to be made further down the road?
Current.
Didn't follow that.
Yeah, well, current capacity.
Is there a current wanted capacity for the transport vehicle, or has that decision not been made yet? Yeah, like crew.
Like how many crew?
How big is it? How many crew?
Oh.
Okay.
How many cubic meters? I don't know. Yeah.
Crew number is in the trade space. The number of crew that we send out there, the number of crew we send to the surface, those are all decisions to be made. So we can make guesses and do our reference vehicles just to get an idea of how those systems perform. But ultimately, the number of crew that gets sent out there is a decision far above my pay grade.
Thank you.
And when we looked at Mars Base Camp, we assumed 4 crew. Mm-hmm. Orion has 4 crew. We based that lander on Orion systems. So and I've seen everything from 4 to 6. Mm-hmm. I've seen papers on let's send 30. But I think it's sort of in that 4 to 6 range.
Yeah. So like for each crew member that you add, like how many tons of stuff do you have to bring along for resources, food, oxygen, water? It'll add up.
Yep.
Yeah, I think for a crew of 4, the food is about the volume of this stage. So it's a lot.
We've got a lot of logistics that we bring to support people for that number of days in space. So maybe the 30 crew will come later when we've got the operations and everything down pat. Maybe slightly less than that.
Starship can hold hundreds, so.
Right. Go ahead.
For this trip out to Mars and back? Have we talked about how the radiation protection might be taken care of? Is that an active or a passive? Is that a problem? What kind of impacts are expected in that duration mission?
Someone want to cover?
Yeah, so I mean, you know, we've studied some active systems for reducing the impact of solar radiation, but they take a lot of energy, so you need a lot of electrical energy, and so, you know, those are difficult. So I think that for the first missions to Mars, it will only be passive radiation protection. And it's important to note that there's two kinds of radiation. One is the solar radiation, which we're pretty familiar with, and that doesn't require a lot of shielding unless there's a solar flare, a coronal mass ejection, in which case most transit vehicles plan to have like a safe area that's kind of where you huddle up for a couple of days till the flare passes and you have a lot of shielding in that area. But the solar radiation, it's practical to shield against that. The galactic cosmic radiation is like really heavy ions that are going very fast, and they're also called cosmic rays. Those are really not practical to shield against for a mission to Mars. It would require huge, massive shielding, like a couple of meters thick, and I just don't see us having the capability to carry that kind of shielding around, and I've not seen any real practical designs for active systems to deflect the galactic cosmic radiation.
And what we did on Mars Base Camp is that you can't see it, but there's a habitat in the middle of the shiny hydrogen tanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
With hydrogen,
Yeah.
nice.
So hydrogen and water, those are all great for shielding the solar radiation. And if you had a couple of meters of water, that actually does a good job for the galactic cosmic radiation. Yeah.
Great. If folks have questions, come on down to the mic. It's just one mic, I think. But I did have a question. So we've got a lot of time that will be in transit. We'll be in a new, deep space environment. I think that we're all thinking about, hey, we're going to be doing science on the way there and on the way back. Is that part of the plans? And what kind of science do we think that we could be doing?
Okay, I'll hazard some ideas here. I mean, I think the main science will be the human life sciences and psychology issues. But as far as like planetary science, astrophysics, yeah, there are people thinking about things that you might be able to do. You do have parallax with the Earth for making some kinds of observations. So yeah, I think we'd be looking for ideas for ways to take advantage of being in deep space, away from the Earth, away from other observatories, to maybe do some astrophysics type work. Might be some particle physics kind of work that you could do for science.
Great. What about cracking open those samples on the way home? Do we think we want to do that?
Yeah, I don't think the scientists who want to get the samples back on Earth are too enthusiastic about having people that aren't them opening it up and messing things up.
What if
they don't want any fingers in their Mars rocks before they get back?
Yeah, and that also has planetary protection repercussions too when you break open the samples.
Good point. So, do we think that the transit vehicle is going to be a single vehicle, or do we think it's going to be, systems and logistics and those sorts of things?
I know it's going to be more than one element.
Okay.
In terms of, is it multiple vehicles? I think that depends on ultimately what in the why and the when decisions. Like if you want to go soon and you want to go fast, that might necessitate, different ConOps with, pre-positioning vehicles. If you want to go slower and you don't want to necessarily go very soon, so you have lots of technology development time, you might be able to, put it all in a single, combine elements to make a single vehicle. But I mean, Mars is very far away and very hard to get to because it's so far away. Capturing into orbit is not easy. Making one vehicle that fits in a single launch is probably unrealistic for something that's crewed. For all of our references, we've had, multiple elements coming together to make one vehicle that the crew then rendezvous with. So that's kind of what I see.
Bob has a question. We're in trouble.
Easy question to make up the rest of the time. The 2033, I guess Mars and Earth going to be closest. Do you see that as playing a major sensitivity in the design of your Mars transit vehicle, or an opportunity to look at maybe sending more than one?
Are you talking about the 2033 opportunity for Mars?
33 opportunity.
Well, my personal opinion, having advocated for an earlier mission to Mars and a minimal mission, is that at this point, the 2033 opportunity is the train has left the station. I don't think we have enough time to pull that off, but some colleagues at Boeing and other people have proposed 2035. There is an opportunity for a flyby mission to Mars and Venus. It's a 1.5-year duration. So I think that could still be possible, but that would only be if Congress decided it's really important for us to do this mission, be the first to Mars and Venus, and provide lots of generous funding, very soon for a 2035 mission. I mean, if that doesn't happen, then I think 2035 would be off the table.
You'd also like to have a transit vehicle which is kind of robust to the different types of opportunities, and so I wouldn't design one that would be specifically for the 2033 opportunity because it couldn't do the next ones. And so part of your question was what impact would it have to the design? I think you have to kind of design for what you think is the nominal case, so it's usable for more than just one type of alignment.
Yeah, our reference vehicles, when we look at designing those reference vehicles, we don't just look at a single opportunity, we look at a range of opportunities. We focused on 2039, which is one of the harder opportunities, but we don't, exclusively use that as a reference. We look at, a series to make sure, if we can do this one, can we do all of these other ones too? You don't want to design something and then say, well, it can only do a third of the opportunities, so don't go those other years.
Have we already decided on what the planetary protection thresholds are going to be for Mars, or is that still being discussed? How much junk can we live there?
Planetary protection is still a decision to be made. Number of samples, all of that, that's all still in the decision-making framework. I think that one's, the planetary protection one, I think is kind of higher on the list though. Doesn't have a lot of flow downs into it, so could be something that gets decided sooner in the decision-making process.
And Hoppy, what do we do right now for the robotic spacecraft?
For the robotic spacecraft, so stuff that we send there, we have a certain protocol for cleaning so that we're not contaminating Mars with our biota, but there is a certain amount that is allowed, realizing that even if the vehicle breaks open, the UV radiation and galactic cosmic radiation is going to kill all the stuff over time. What was more difficult for us is for Perseverance. When we're collecting samples, we want to make sure that when we bring those samples back, there's no Earth biota in it, so that when we open it up, we're confused, saying, oh, well, here's a critter here. Did it come from Earth or did it come from Mars? So we do all this genomic sequencing and sampling so we know what kind of stuff was in the clean room that might have gotten in there. But also we had incredible cleaning standards for the adaptive caching assembly, all the robotic arms, all the stuff that handles the samples, the sample tubes themselves. And so the criteria was to have less than one organism in that. And we actually believe that we achieved that. There was all kind of verification done. So it was an amazing effort. I couldn't believe that it was pulled off, but yeah, everything was just immaculately clean for that. But for the human missions, you're sending people there, they're going to be exposed to Mars dust. There's just a lot of questions to be answered. I think bringing back our samples from Mars before humans go would help answer some of the questions about what's there, if there really is a concern.
So we've got to send really clean astronauts.
There you go.
Genetically modified, very clean astronauts.
Almost
Anyway.
robotic.
Yeah, right. So unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. But as you can see, Mars transit is challenging, but we're working on these things right now. We've got the Gateway, we've got the International Space Station, we've got propulsion. And so I think I see the path, and there's nothing impossible there. When it's time to go build that transit vehicle, I think we'll be ready. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. AV, we're going to need a clicker for Scarlett's session. If we could get that up at the podium, that would be wonderful. I have the privilege of introducing you to the next speaker for our Lightning Talk series. I'm delighted to introduce Scarlett Hartzman, a brilliant lover of rockets, all things space, and a future on Mars. Scarlett single-handedly started a rocket club at her school and has connected with mentors from across the space sector, from Rachel Tillman to planetary scientist Pascal Lee, who she will be working with this summer. Let's welcome her and her vision of a human presence on Mars. I also just want to point out that she has excellent fashion sense, and you'll see why in a moment. Welcome, Scarlett.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm not planning on being the first person to step foot on Mars, but at 16 years old, it's quite possible I could be. Hi, my name is Scarlett Hartzman, and my passion for space has already brought me to places I never expected, like NASA JPL, a rocket launch, this year's Humans to Mars Summit, and who knows, maybe one day to Mars. But my fascination with space didn't just appear. It grew and evolved over time. But I think I can pinpoint where and when it all began. I was 8 years old, and my second grade teacher had just assigned us to do a project on a famous woman for Women's History Month. Sitting on my leather couch with a sheet of paper in front of me, I read through the names of some of the most prominent female figures throughout the last century. Michelle Obama, Serena Williams, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and so on. Going through the list, I happened upon one name that stood out to me, Sally Ride. I had no idea who she was, and that's what intrigued me. Throughout the completion of the project, I saw all she had accomplished, and it blew my young mind. I loved learning about her first flight into space, where she operated the mission's robotic space arm, performed experiments, and went on spacewalks. She had broken the gender barrier and revolutionized the possibilities for women in the space industry. This new knowledge planted a seed that would continue to grow throughout elementary and middle school experiences and brings me to where I am now as a sophomore in high school. But let's back up a bit to when I'm 11 years old in 5th grade. At that time, I was lucky enough to take a trip to Pasadena, California, home to the one and only NASA JPL. During this trip, I was able to get a private tour of the buildings and was even able to see the Perseverance rover being built in real time. And that's me in the Mars yard with a replica of the Curiosity rover in the background. Very, very cool. The tour was fantastic, and talking to NASA scientists was even better. Going into some of the offices, I was welcomed as a young mind and encouraged by the scientists to continue my pursuit to NASA. It was a beyond incredible experience, and I could feel my love and interest in aerospace continue to grow. Fast forward a bit, and 8th grade is coming to an end. I started to think about my options for high school. Around the same time, my dad showed me the videos from the 2022 Humans to Mars Summit. One speaker I watched was Rebekah, who performed an amazing speech about her accomplishments as the founder and CEO of Ignited Thinkers, a nonprofit organization used to encourage students to pursue a career in aerospace. She started the organization around my age at the time, 14, and it made me realize that even though I'm very young, I can still make a difference. After being able to email and meet with her over Zoom, she offered me lots of guidance, and I decided to start a model rocketry club at my high school as an incoming freshman. In it, I was able to build and launch model rockets amongst peers, as you can see there, and get into contact with prominent figures in the space industry, such as Rachel Tillman from the Viking Mars Mission Education and Preservation Project, and Janet Ivey, the Explore Mars Director of Education. Both have inspired and promoted my interests in this field, and I'm so grateful that these esteemed experts gave their time to speak with my club, as they have especially fueled my passion. A few months later, at the beginning of August 2023, I witnessed my very first real rocket launch. I had participated in the Stories of Space project started by Beth Mund a few months prior, where I wrote a 2-page essay on my interests in space. This essay, along with hundreds of others, were put on dozens of micro SD cards, which were put on an Antares supply rocket and sent to the ISS. Its mission was to test the effects of solar radiation on data storage hardware. The launch was at NASA Wallops, and it was spectacular. The best description I have for it was that it looked like watching a sunrise, but at 8:31 p.m. It was extraordinary to see, and even more surreal, as I recalled that a little part of me was on that rocket. The SD cards actually just returned from the ISS, and results should be announced soon. Now, as a sophomore at New Rochelle High School, I'm a part of my school's science research program. In this program, students complete science projects with mentors and present them at science fairs. With the help of Rachel Tillman, I secured a mentorship with Dr. Pascal Lee. Dr. Lee is the co-founder and chairman of the Mars Institute, a planetary scientist at the SETI Institute, and the principal investigator of the Hot on Mars project at NASA Ames Research Center. I must say, I think I'm in very good hands. When it comes to Mars, there's one spectacular thing that we would love to find: life. And the best way to find it is with people rather than robots. But where do we go to find it? How will we get there, and what will we do once we're there? Well, there's one specific place in the middle of the action: Noctis Labyrinth. Dr. Lee has proposed this area as a possible landing site for future manned missions because it is close to volcanoes and caves, the best area for life to exist due to its warmer conditions. Places that current rovers would not be able to explore. This summer, I will be analyzing possible traverse paths to take not rovers, but humans all around this area. However, unable to wait for the summer, I've already begun mapping out these paths using the Mars Quick Map site that takes us to the recently discovered volcano in Noctis Labyrinth, as well as Valles Marineris, an ancient glacier, and possibly all the way to the most well-known volcano on Mars, Olympus Mons. I plan to evaluate the slopes, elevation, and roughness of the terrain when mapping out these paths. Paying attention to those details is crucial for handling the Martian environment. We must understand what the maximum slope we need to handle is, the degree of roughness of the terrain, and the certain elevations we'll be moving through ahead of time. Once we have that information, we can leave the rest to the engineers. My project is critical, as it will plan ahead for possible future missions and map out the routes in which humans may one day walk on Mars. It could be me, it could be one of my peers, it could even be someone who's currently in 2nd grade doing a school project on a famous astronaut. But I hope if I do step foot on Mars or help others find their path there, that like the figures in my life did, Sally Ride, Gitika Gorthy, Rachel Tillman, Janet Ivey, and Beth Mund, I too can inspire another curious kid to dream big and reach for the stars. Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. Moving us into our next panel, our moderator is Explore Mars President, J.R. Edwards. Please let's welcome him again.
I'm back. We have a wonderful conversation here. I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Mary Ngola, who is a member of our community and has been very active in the space arena for many years, holding a number of leadership roles, and is now responsible for leading space communications for Aerojet Rocketdyne. So we're glad that you're with us today. And we also have Karen Hoffman. And Karen is joining us for the first time at the summit from the great state of Florida. And I would like to share a little bit about Karen's background. Karen is founder and CEO. Let me pull my screen up here. Of Key Innovative Solutions. The organization was founded with the mission to equip today's students to be successful in high-demand, high-wage career fields. Karen has been involved in education for over 20 years, working directly with educators and their students. And she's held a number of leadership roles and is certainly an authority in this area. So Karen, welcome. Welcome to Explore Mars.
It's great. It's great to be a part of this, and I've just enjoyed these, past 2 days. I actually said it was like it's a true think tank of great ideas that are being shared back and forth to be able to take back into our particular industries to actually accomplish these goals and objectives.
Well, we're so glad you're with us. We have a lot to cover today. We will be talking about trades, about jobs, about skills. But first, to begin, I asked Mary if she'd be willing to share with us, what are we exactly talking about? Can you help define this space a little bit for us?
Sure, happy to do that. So we're really talking about the folks that are building the rockets, that are building the spacecraft, that are building, the Mars Transit Vehicle we just heard about. So we're talking about those welders, we're talking about the technicians, the hands-on folks. And so, the reason Explore Mars kind of got into this was, we as an industry, we as a space community really have focused on sort of that K through 12 audience and STEM, go STEM, all about STEM. And we realized there's a lot more out there than just those STEM fields. And so, yes, engineers or scientists are going to be critical to returning to the moon and going to Mars, but we're going to need those hands-on skilled laborers. So we need welders, we need technicians. And so that's really how Explore Mars got involved. Last year, it was great to see Tim Sheehan moderate the transit vehicle panel, because he moderated a panel with trade skills people working. We had as Orion spacecraft technician. We had somebody that drove the Pegasus barge on a panel last year. And so as a result of that panel last year, Explore Mars said, we need to figure out how to highlight these folks, and we need to figure out our programming. And so that's kind of what we've been doing, is spending this last year figuring that out.
I see. And figuring that out, going through that process, you met some interesting people, right? And here we have Karen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We really said, okay, we want to make sure, Explore Mars is a small organization, but we want to make sure there's a return on the investment. And we want to make sure there's a bang for our buck on what we do. And so we wanted to know what's out there. And so we really canvassed. And so the first stop was we went to OSTP and we said, hey, guys, what are you doing? And we discovered Karen, and she's doing fabulous, fabulous work. And so we really were excited to meet her and bring her here to tell everybody what she's doing.
Excellent, excellent.
Wow,
Karen,
I don't know if I can handle that. No,
can you share with us a little bit about some of the challenges you see in workforce development and creating opportunities for people to step into these roles?
Definitely. I have one of the immediate challenges that we're running into, and this is just across the board, is how do you bring industry experts into the K-12 space, technical colleges, state colleges, and universities. So that in order to grow and expand these programs, career technical education programs, you need to have the industry expert in there. Well, there's a limited amount. And so that's one of the goals, is really connecting industry and education together. It's a partnership. And as opposed to industry just waiting for whatever graduates, that talent pool is actually being invested in, and how can I be a part of this and actually expanding the pool, throughout, and inspiring students across the whole spectrum. So, and that is really truly exciting. I have a few slides, if that would be permissible.
Of course, of course.
And so that might help, start from that. So if you're able to set that up. Oh, there you go. So one of the aspects of it too, one of the challenges is that education was asking industry, well, what do you need? And then meanwhile, industry, all the employers are saying, well, what are you providing in talent and programs? So what we're doing is putting everybody together in the same conversation. What a novel idea, right? And so this is an example of the convenings that we've been hosting in our efforts with Space Florida. So in that room, we have together aerospace employers, related industries, because it's not just aerospace, but it's the related industries that come alongside, as you were mentioning. Then also state agencies, local agencies, and then training providers, all in the same room. It took a couple times for these meetings to take place before people started to open up. Especially, I don't know if you know this, with the aerospace industry, it's a little competitive. So people are a little reticent on sharing information for obvious reasons. So we had fantastic partners and continue to do so with NASA, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Blue Origin, Amazon Kuiper. We have Jacobs, L3 Harris. We have Sierra Space, all coming together. And these partners are saying, listen, we're going to roll our sleeves up. And we want this to be done for the greater good. I need talent. We're tired of poaching from each other. And that's really the only answer that's been evident so far. So to create a bigger pool of talent, of equipped talent, specific talent, that's the goal. So we, in the bottom corner, you could see that we have everybody lined up. We have all these related industries, and everybody roll their sleeves up, and we put Post-it notes to what are the talents that you would like to see, skills, credentials, and then the timeline to earn it. So next slide, please. And in doing so, it was really interesting. Like I said, the first we talk about it of developing the trust tree, right? We have to trust each other to get this information out and just really start working together. If you're able to help hit the next slide, that'd be great. But there you go, thank you. So now we have some end result of this efforts. And you can see in the bottom, and now it starts to look really messy. But actually, there is a sense that's coming out of this chaos. And we're getting incredible data. In fact, it's been described as these bottom with the Post-it notes as archival material. This is raw data, and this is on generating the talent, what is specifically needed. The goal always is to put industry at the helm of the conversation. You are in charge of that. It's not education's role to tell you what should be generated, but it is your role to say this is what we need and actually have say in those programs that are being developed for what particular projects and specifics that are needed. Next slide, please. So here's the order that came out of chaos. So we went into and we found 6 related industries that we're starting with and to implement this. And if you can't see it, in fact, if you see me later, I'll give you information. I'd be happy to even email this to you, all right? As in aerospace and aviation, again, that is one component, right? But I'll show the other related industries. That's also in manufacturing, construction, cybersecurity and IT, logistics, critical, right? And it made me smile earlier on in one of the panels, semiconductors, because that is related to everything. And so how do we inspire students, whether they are in high school or even earlier, or at technical colleges, the state colleges and universities, if they don't have the big picture of what's in mind? Or a lot of Prohibitive factors is that if a student is in a household that's not hearing about all that is available to them, you can't be it if you can't see it. So we're here to inspire them of all that is involved, right? And then, so it's not, if you want to get in aerospace, it's not just aerospace and aviation, or I'm sorry, engineering or an astronaut, but many others. So this is a timeline for high school. That's the first column. The second column is the 1 year after high school. The third column is 2 years afterwards, and then 4 years. And it is not necessarily directed to degrees. Next slide, and I'll go through these pretty quickly. The advanced manufacturing, on the whole timeline on there, how that is inspiring students that you want to be involved in aerospace. Manufacturing is so critical. Again, it has to be made. That's the only way around it. But we have partnership too with state trade associations, for example, Florida Makes. Next slide, please. Construction, we talked about plumbing earlier. Toilets, I think, was one of the components, but as I said, plumbing is essential. But also HVAC, electrical, all of these trades, as we were talking about, is incredibly important in the whole dynamic. Again, it's like telling the story of this is impactful. We work together with Associated Builders and Contractors, commercial construction, in that partnership. Again, industry is even at the helm of these verticals. Next slide, please. Cybersecurity. Critical in every aspect of what we're dealing with. Next slide. Logistics. We talked about that too. That was in one of the earlier slides in this previous panel. But logistics, not only what's happening in space, but how do you get what is being made, or a portion of what's being made, to the Cape? Fun fact to know and tell about the Cape in Florida is that and many of you know this, the only place where you can do an equatorial launch and a polar launch. But to give you an idea of exponential growth that we're looking at, just at Cape Canaveral alone, 2 years ago, there was 30 launches. Last year, 74 launches. This year, already on the book, is 110 launches. And so as we're focused on how do we move to get to Mars, these are critical components. Elon Musk was sharing what? He wanted to get 1 million people to Mars. Well, how do we train those 1 million people? You can't just pull them off the street and have them go, but this is all part of that. And then anything that is done here is going to be done up there. So part of that. And the last one we have is semiconductors, and that's with the Florida Semiconductor Institute. So that gives you an idea of what we generate. The last slide I want to share with you, or there's 2 more, and then I'll let you know. So, and the next one. This shows the credentials that we have in the state of Florida. So every credential of every skill imaginable, if it is on that master credential list, we went through with the aerospace employers and related industry. What is important to you? Is this a valuable credential? The ones that are highlighted in blue are the ones that are deemed valuable. So over 540 credentials on the master credential list, over 300 of them, so you could see 360 are deemed valuable. And it's across the board. That's encouraging for students because they can even develop some early wins. And they're like, wait a second, I like this. And they're getting exposed to new trades. And that inspires them to the future for them. And the last slide. And then we have a talent heat map. And in this one, we can actually have someone take a look, and what credentials are a priority for you that you need to hire. We can show you exactly what specific credentials being earned, where, and how many of those credentials are being earned. So that even helps you identify potential talent, or even for your suppliers. And we know the suppliers is a huge portion of that as well. So that gives a quick nutshell of what's happening in Florida, and to inspire students to get in there, to develop, equip them to move forward into all the related industries.
Karen, thank you so much, and thank you for your incredible outreach. I recall the great impact that running out the shuttle program had on the state of Florida and the Space Coast, and how we were looking at the issues of jobs, and folks were moving and relocating and trying to find placement elsewhere. We're looking at upskilling or reskilling. So this is very encouraging to see the local commitment, the state commitment, and even national support for these initiatives to help expand the pool of talent that can step into these jobs that are so so desperately needed. And before we bring it back to the national focus with Explore Mars and some of the work we're doing, and I understand you may have a video to share as well with us. Do you mind sharing with us what is that potential benefit to the industry, to the sector of initiatives like this that we're seeing in Florida?
Well, and what we discovered is Florida's not the only place doing this.
Right.
You know, California's doing it, Colorado's doing it,
Alabama,
and
so New Orleans, you know.
So there's definitely a lot of pockets, but you know, there's what we discovered though, there doesn't seem to be sort of a central node that really sort of tells us everywhere and what's going. And so that's where Explore Mars, I'm maybe going ahead of your question, you know, is looking at, though, how do we combine all these efforts and make sure everybody's aware of all these amazing initiatives? Because this is our workforce. We are going to need all these people to go to Mars. We cannot do it alone. And so, but there's this concern that there's not a pipeline there. But we're finding, like, folks like Karen are helping create that pipeline so that we will be able to do that. I see you nodding. I don't want to go on.
It's inspiring what's coming. Are you looking at many people retiring out of aerospace? Who's coming behind them? And again, the volume of people needs to grow exponentially, you know, in the trade. So it's exactly inspiring our future.
Yeah, so, you know, with Explore Mars, bringing it to that national level, you know, we're trying to find what all's going on there, but then how do we best communicate that and how do we showcase that? And so one of the things that I will ask everybody, if you haven't seen, we do have a survey underway, which we're trying to sort of find those gaps and find where we can best fill. And so if you have not taken the Explore Mars survey on trades, and I'm sure Chris will be out here later to tell you exactly how to take that survey, I would highly recommend you to do that. The other thing is showing young people that there is a place for them and that this is also a pathway for the aerospace industry. And so Wade and his team have started a video series showcasing the trades. And so we do have a couple clips of one of those videos. They actually chose an Aerojet Rocketdyne employee to feature on the first one. But he started his career in the automotive industry and then learned he was really good with his hands and is now working on the RS-25 engines. And, you know, we had another person that works on the Orion thrusters, and she got her start in glass blowing. So somehow there was a unique skill set with glass blowing that translated to building rocket engines. So it's fascinating finding these technicians and hearing about their backgrounds, and so trying to highlight that. So I don't know if Wade's there, if we can, here we go.
You are a welder or a machinist, a mechanic, a painter, anything that involves working with your hands, there is a place for you in the aerospace industry. And if you want to be something that's a part of human history and space exploration, this is your opportunity to go out there and do it. They're going to give me the opportunity to work on the engines that are going to send astronauts to space. Like, up until then, I built cars and motorcycles. Now I get to be a part of that. Now I get to work on the space shuttle.
And that's just a teaser. They have a full length, and so that's the other thing is folks have people they want to showcase. Let us know. You know, Explore Mars wants to showcase those talented folks, and we probably should partner with you and find, you know, graduates from your program and showcase what they're doing.
Well, just a couple weeks ago, I toured campuses throughout, you know, the state of Florida. Just a couple weeks ago, visited a high school class, phenomenal engineering program. And to see what they're generating in high school is it's just remarkable. And it just makes your heart so proud. But the students, and hear their conversations, it's unbelievable. Like we don't have as high of expectations as they're capable, and they will meet those level of expectations, evidenced by our student here, Lucas, who is just really remarkable.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that video. And again, thank you for your incredible outreach and leadership in this area. We are at George Washington University, so certainly must give a nod to the academicians in the crowd and to the administrators who are thinking differently about the opportunities and thinking beyond the traditional pathways that we are familiar with coming into the work that we do, to consider these other opportunities that can provide meaningful jobs for folks who might not be interested necessarily in going down the engineering path or exploring other sciences. So thank you so much. Any closing comments that you would like to make?
I think in your realm, I guess if I can make one ask, is really consider people within your organizations, if they would actually consider partnering together with local education to invest back in there, because then that would actually generate the quicker pool that and inspiring students what we need. That would be the biggest request.
I do have one last question for you. We have to wrap up now, but I just, we mentioned chips and the impact that the chips investment is having at the state and local levels. So are you seeing any convergence there with their strategy and focus in building a workforce and what our needs are on the space side?
And that's exactly part of it, with the having the semiconductor realm as well, opening up students' eyes to what semiconductors are, and it's part of national security, going back to that. So it is a perfect tie-in together. And it just really inspires students. But again, you don't know it if you can't see it. So in implementing that in high school, in space academies, and then generating the programs after that. But the partnership is critical. And you could see it with all of the state trade associations. So no one's siloed. And this is a whole collaborative effort here, evidenced by the leadership here as well.
And I'll just add, please take the survey. And if you have any ideas of things that Explore Mars should maybe consider, please don't hesitate. You can reach out to me, you can reach out to JR, you can reach out to Chris, you can reach out to Wade. Open to the inputs, because we do think this is a very, very valuable topic, and we want to do our part to make sure we can put humans on Mars.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. And thank all of you for engaging in this effort. So please be sure to check out that survey.
Thank you.
Hello again. So there's a nice piece of symmetry coming up for our next session with what Scarlett spoke with you about. I am delighted to introduce Rebekah, a distinguished sophomore at Columbia University's College of Engineering and Applied Sciences, where she studies biomedical engineering, which is obviously the best, and with a minor in economics as a C. Prescott Davis Scholar. As the founder and CEO of Ignited Thinkers, Rebekah is dedicated to spreading space education globally, empowering students and enthusiasts to explore the vast realms of space knowledge. An aspiring aerospace physician, Rebekah seeks to revolutionize medical practices on Earth by leveraging the unique conditions of space. I think you'll agree that her work epitomizes the innovative spirit of the next generation of space and medical pioneers. Welcome, Rebekah.
Good afternoon, Mars Explorers. I want to start off by asking all of you to take a moment and think of all of the space technologies you use every single day. How many can you think of? I'm sure this is a very simple question, considering how we're all aerospace enthusiasts and space industry professionals. However, I thought that this would be an important question to start us off with, because more than we realize, we use space technology every day, everywhere. From scratch-resistant lenses to water filtration systems, ear thermometers, and of course, our favorite cell phones that stemmed from and were inspired by Captain Kirk's communicator from Star Trek, space technology is everywhere, all around us. For centuries, imagination, such as with Star Trek, has inspired us to push the bounds of human knowledge and human innovation. For me, historically, space has, and now sending humans to Mars is, the catalyst for this imagination that enables humans to dream big and aim high. But what makes this imagination a reality? That's innovation. Innovation is at the forefront of taking all of these visionary talks we're talking about today and making them a reality. Centuries ago, we started imagining what living on Mars could look like. And today, through our imaginations of sending humans to Mars, we have to answer challenging questions to get there, which pushes us to go beyond the challenges that we've discovered today. For me, this ingenuity for space excites me every single day and keeps me excited to answer some of the world's difficult and most challenging questions, and makes me excited to not only pursue a career in space, but share my passion for airspace with every single student across the world. My name is Rebekah, and I'm the founder and CEO of Ignited Thinkers, a nonprofit organization to spread space education to all students. I'm also a sophomore at Columbia University. I'm an aspiring aerospace physician and astronaut, aiming to be the first doctor on Mars. I believe that all of us are born as innate curious explorers who want to innovate and who want to discover. However, many times as we're growing up, we tend to be put into these boxes, these career boxes, that force us to fit a certain bill, to fit a certain degree, or pursue a career that seems realistic. I was once one of those students. I didn't think I could become a rocket scientist or combine my two interests in space and medicine together to pursue a career. That seemed impossible. However, it all changed for me in my middle school rocketry club, where my teacher, Mr. Alan Anderson, gave me the confidence to believe that I could build rockets and that I do belong in the aerospace sector, and I can bring in my unique interests to solve some of the biggest and greatest problems we're facing here today on Earth. And I wanted to be able to spread this middle school experience that changed my trajectory forever with every single student around the world. And so in the 8th grade, I founded Ignited Thinkers, where we are going out into the world to different countries to inspire students to step out of this box that we put ourselves in and pursue these interdisciplinary space careers to not only advance space exploration, but bring that all back down to Earth to innovate and to solve some of the greatest problems we're facing today. I mean, space is for Earth. After all, we are in space, as Mr. Frank White once said. From being able to solve problems like access to clean air by using space technologies such as the MOXIE mission, which is turning and converting Martian atmosphere into oxygen. From solving problems like access to healthcare by implementing remote healthcare solutions as we are to send humans to Mars where there is no hospital. From gaining access to clean water by using the water filtration systems that are being used in the International Space Station. Like this, we are using non-terrestrial space technology to solve terrestrial problems every single day. And it is important, and what we're doing through Ignited Thinkers is not only helping students bridge out of their comfort zone and to innovate and pursue interdisciplinary space careers, but we're sending this message, how space is for Earth, and how you can take your degree, or maybe not, and be able to combine them together to solve Earth's problems as well as learn more about our universe. Most recently in August, we went to Tanzania, where we hosted a 3-day space education summit, where we inspired students to pursue interdisciplinary space careers. Apart from helping students find internships in one of Tanzania's first private aerospace companies, Allspace, and starting one of Tanzania's first Aerospace Professional Working Group, we also connected Tanzania's government with a satellite company here in the US, and now they're working on purchasing more satellite imagery technology in their country to discover where resources are for better acquisition of them and better resource allocament in their country. It's amazing to see how our work is not only inspiring the next generation, but making government leaders realize how it's important to invest in the growing space economy to advance their country, to advance our home, our planet, but also advance life in space. But I'm sure because we're all here today, we already understand the importance of sending humans to Mars and what comes out of it. But I want to ask all of you an important question. How many of you here today in the past few months have taken the time to maybe respond to that cold message on LinkedIn you got, or to share your story of innovation and your unique journey into the aerospace industry? I know for me, coming into the aerospace industry with zero connections, my mentors, whom, by the way, I all met on LinkedIn, have enabled me to become the person who I am today and dream to become tomorrow. Whether it be supporting organizations like Ignited Thinkers, or teaching a student like my middle school teacher, Mr. Anderson, or responding, taking 2 minutes out of your day to respond to that cold message like my mentor, Mr. Courtney Stad, or setting up Zoom calls with, to talk about different science topics like my mentor, Dr. Jennifer Fogarty, or even giving an opportunity for a student to attend a conference like this right next to you. You have the power, as each of my mentors have done, to create a ripple effect in every student across the world. Together, each as individual ripples, we can come together to create a wave as we prepare the next generation of Mars explorers. After all, we are the Mars generation, and all of this is our future. We're the Mars generation, and we will take humanity and go beyond what we could possibly imagine today through space innovation and solve some of the most difficult terrestrial problems using non-terrestrial technology. And we are the Mars generation who will make all the visionary talks that we're talking about today a reality tomorrow. So let's all come together, let's work together, and all be our individual ripples and come together to create this large wave of impact as we continue to propel space forward and also advance life here on Earth by empowering the next generation of Mars explorers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was terrific. So we're going to take a break right now. It'll go until 3:50, but make sure to come back after break. We have a very important panel on China's ambitions for the Moon and Mars and how that should impact our response to that. So I hope you'll come back. As I just said to the person I'm going to talk to in a moment, Adele Luta, future TED presenter that we just saw up there on the stage, we are into the last round here. After this break, a couple of panels that I've been looking forward to for 2 days. First, one about China's plans for Mars and putting humans up there, and it will feature, among other people, Dr. Scott Pace, who of course was the secretary to the National Space Council and is now back at George Washington University, which is hosting the Humans to Mars Summit this year, as it often does. He is the director of the Space Policy Institute and a whole bunch of other terrific people, real sinologist, I think is the right term, to talk about where China is in its plans and how's it going. So after that is a panel which has become kind of a tradition here. Great fun and hopefully inspirational as we talk to people about our last theme we'll pick up today, quite a crowd, Public Pathways to Mars in the 2030s, how you can help shape the journey. So I hope you'll stick around for that. This is the last of these little stand-up conversations that I'll be able to have this year at Humans to Mars. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, here for something like the 10th year of Humans to Mars. And we do call it Humans to Mars, put on by Explore Mars. But we wouldn't want people to think that Mars is the end-all and be-all. And because of that, I've asked Adele Luta to talk with us. And your pin kind of says it all, Titan. Explore Titan. Inspired by Explore Mars?
That's right. We consider ourselves a sister organization. So we have the blessing of Explore Mars. We just kicked off. So just to make it a little easier for those at home, this is our logo. So Explore Titan, starting Earth, Moon, Mars, Titan, and then to the stars, and making that discussion of not Mars being an endpoint, but one step in that longer kind of exploration journey that we hope to have.
Which is a theme I love. Now, are you talking about humans on Titan someday?
Humans on Titan, absolutely, just like humans on Mars. And there's actually a lot of parallels between Mars and Titan's challenges that we look forward to having in our discussions for our summit, which we announced today. We're going to kick off in 2026, so we'll be looking for white papers, lively debates, helping students come as well. And another thing we're working on right now is a STEM grant in which we want to be able to build curriculum free for middle schoolers, just similar to the ones if you've had kids or nieces or nephews or grandchildren that do the Mars activities in school. We want to go ahead and have similar type of activities they can do to challenge some of the engineering challenges, biology challenges for Titan to kind of stretch their minds out a little bit more.
Really brilliant. And I'm glad you mentioned biology challenges as well, because of course, something might be going on up there, either on the surface, maybe life as we don't know it, and then below the surface, because we are pretty sure now the Titan is another one of those watery moons once you get under the ice.
It is, and it's a great point. So for those of you that remember studying Titan a little bit in school, we are kicking off a podcast in May for you to listen on your way to work or exercising, brush off those cobwebs and kind of get back to that data about Titan and why we think it's a compelling argument to go to. And we'll also have an Instagram account, our website. Feel free to check it out.
So you're on the board of directors. You obviously are pretty far along with this still brand new organization. Tell me, who's part of this and how is it organized?
So that's great. I do not. I think it would be great to check out our website. We have all these kind of founding members that are there. It's a combination. So our founder Bill O'Hare is actually here today as well, and he had this vision to create this sister organization after going to many years Explore Mars conferences and being a member and so forth. But it's nice because we have a balance of human people. So like Bill's background is in designing habitats, mine is in spacesuits and spacewalks, but then we have a whole bunch of scientists as well that are kind of bringing it all together. So it's a nice, well-rounded board of directors and executive officers that I think give credibility to the organization.
Well, you gave me a partial answer to my next question. How did you get into all of this?
Bill pulled me in. He's very convincing. So, he said we had a gap area there. We haven't really looked at in depth the challenges that humans doing spacewalks will need to do on the surface. So I'm excited to take that as a white paper and a panel that we'll have in our kickoff.
So I have to think that you're all also very excitedly looking forward to Dragonfly.
We are, yes. And I think it's wonderful to have that balance of all of the science and robotics and human exploration. So we'll be looking to balance all of that.
And I suppose we should remind this Mars-centric crowd, Dragonfly now under development at the Applied Physics Laboratory, Johns Hopkins University, that octocopter that with any luck, and it's going to be a few years, is going to descend to the surface, check things out, and then take off again and fly us around. What is in, some people think, a world that in its own way may be more Earth-like, at least in some ways, than Mars.
True, and I would encourage you to listen to our podcast where we can kind of discuss that more. But I also think it's important at Explore Mars to just kind of emphasize how important it's going to be for that journey. So we've been talking a lot about Mars being 6 to 9 months to get there. Titan's 7 years if you're using current technology. So in some ways, Mars looks to be the easier problem if you're looking at Titan. So it's all your perspective, right? So we're so excited to continue to support and follow the Mars journey, and that's going to be a big piece that's important for us on the way to Titan.
It sure does put Mars in the proper context and perspective because it's a big solar system and we have a lot to explore. Thank you, Adele, and best of luck to you and everybody else at Explore Titan. Thank you very much. I will proudly put it with my other inspiring stickers.
Thank you.
So, as I said, please do stay tuned. We have 2 more fantastic panels before we finish the 2024 Humans to Mars Summit, and I will be up there moderating that very last one, and it's kind of a fun free-for-all, at least it has been in the past, so wish us luck. We will hope that it fulfills that once again. And we'll be back after letting you enjoy some videos with that panel about China's plans for Mars.
Hi, my name is Lucia Grasanti. I am 12 years old and in 6th grade. I am doing my project on how we will send energy to Mars. When NASA goes to Mars, they will need energy to power the colony. I think wind power is the perfect energy to use because of all the wind on Mars. The wind turbines will be 3D printed so that we could make more of them faster. The filament will be made of titanium and Martian regolith. This is so that the turbines are strong enough to stand through a Martian dust storm. Instead of sending the wind turbines to Mars, we could send the 3D printer and the titanium. This will affect the cost and time it takes to get there in a positive way. If the wind turbines are generating too much energy, then some of that energy can be stored in a battery for a later time when the wind turbines are not generating enough energy. If there is no energy in the battery and not enough energy generated by the wind turbines, then we could use something called a roll-out solar array, or ROSA, which is a roll-out solar panel that has successfully been used on the International Space Station. Here is my model of the wind turbines. It is 80 meters tall and will be made out of 95% titanium and 5% made out of Martian regolith. We will send the 3D printers and the titanium to Mars so that the astronauts could build it.
Hello, my name is Breton and I am competing in the Mars Innovation Challenge in the food production category. I am coding evergreen trees because they can withstand the cold and they keep their leaves all year and they can survive the night. Coding for CO2. Mars has a lot of CO2, so I will code the plant to make less Rubisco. Rubisco is a chemical used in the plant to catch the CO2. Since Mars has a lot of CO2, the plant will need less Rubisco. And the following spring will be two months longer, making a longer growing season. I will be transferring. It will be a berries I will be growing. I will be transferring the code of the evergreen tree to the berry plant, and for the soil and water, I will change the genetic code of the plant to decompose into a better mulch-like material which will absorb the water better. The mulch will be not like woody and in chunks and stuff. It will be powdery and it will absorb the water better. So thanks for listening. Bye.
Hi, I'm Almond.
And I'm Michal.
Our invention is called the #M,
also known as the Mars Water Filtration System.
Our invention will help astronauts get clean water.
So this is how it's gonna work.
Cool, I know. So we get the dirty water, we pour it into a cup, put some fairy dust in there, and then boom, you get clean water.
Close, but not that close.
Then how?
Well, so you're right about the dirty water part. We put it in the filter, and then it goes through all of the layers, and then when it comes out the other end, boom, then you get clean water.
Oh!
Yeah.
Astronauts going to Mars are going to need energy, and So we get the dirty water, we pour it into a cup, put some fairy dust in there, and then boom, you get clean water.
Close, but not that close.
Then how?
Well, so you're right about the dirty water part. We put it in the filter, and then it like goes through all of the layers, and then when it comes out the other end, boom, then you get clean water.
Oh!
Yeah.
Astronauts going to Mars are going to need energy, and our invention called the MESS is a great solution. The MESS is the Mars Energy Solar Source. The 6 wheels on this rover is because on Mars's surface, 4 wheels wouldn't be good for the rover to move. So
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to what promises to be a most informative, thought-provoking, and inspirational session that we have for you now as we explore topics related to the U.S.-China dynamic. Today we have a distinguished group of panelists who are joining us, and I have the great privilege of introducing our moderator for this most important discussion. Kara Kunzeman is the Director of Strategic Foresight at Aerospace Corporation. Kara has been involved in the space sector for a number of years and has had responsibility for championing and founding the Strategic Foresight Directorate at Aerospace and serving as its very first director. In her role, Kunzeman leads an interdisciplinary team focused on applied strategic foresight, helping the enterprise adequately prepare its organizations and capabilities to proactively shape the future through innovative approaches across strategy, acquisition, science, and the technology portfolio management, policy, and operations. So I can't think of a better person to help navigate us through this conversation. Kara, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you. Can I just go sit and grab? Okay, great. All right, let's get comfy. This is going to be a tough discussion here. I think before we dig in, I just have to say the youth perspectives at this venue have been absolutely inspiring. So we may go down a deep rabbit hole in this conversation, but I am absolutely just floored by the enthusiasm and innovation from our young population. So thank you for featuring that. You don't normally see that, and I think it's really unique in this venue. Okay, so as many of you know, we're on the cusp of having China and others start to make their way towards advancing in space capabilities like we've never seen before. And for the first time since the Cold War, the US is facing pretty intense competition, both kind of tangible, but also thinking about how that might impact prestige, soft power, economics, social well-being. And the question is how important is this changing environment for the United States? And is there more that we should be considering? So we have some pretty amazing people on stage with us here to dive into those topics. And I'm going to welcome our amazing panelists one by one. I'll introduce them, and then we're just going to dive right in. We have a good amount of time, but this is a meaty topic. So on my left, I have Dean Cheng. He is the Senior Advisor for the China Program at the United States Institute for Peace. Next to him, we have Dr. Kevin Polpeter, Senior Research Scientist at the Center for Naval Analysis. Next is Kristen Burke, Senior Space and Counterspace Researcher at the China Aerospace Studies Institute. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Scott Pace, Space Policy Institute Director at GWU. We're really excited to have you all here. So before we get into some of those really meaty questions that we want to explore, I thought it'd be good, because each of these are experts in their own right, to just kind of level set us. Like, where are we in this moment of time? What are things that we kind of should be considering as we try to work through some of these kind of changing issues? So we're just going to go down the line and spend a few minutes hearing from each of our panelists. Dean, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. So when we were talking about what each of us would be addressing with China and Mars, which very much is like the four blind men and the elephant, I said that I'd be happy to take on sort of the trunk, which is to say, how does China look at space in general, of which Mars is a piece? And I think to level set first, it's very important to recognize how different China is from the other space powers. We often say, we're back in a space race, but that casts the Chinese as another Soviet Union. And the fundamental realities are that, one, China is frankly richer than the Soviet Union, but two, that where space in the space race was really about just politics in the 1950s and 60s, leading eventually over to things like nuclear ICBMs and things. With the Chinese, their history in their space efforts is different. That, for example, a previous head of the Space Policy Institute, John Logsdon, once said that the American space program began on December 8th, 1941. If only we had seen the Japanese coming, we might have, prevented Pearl Harbor. If that's true, the Soviets probably started their space program, mentally at least, on June 23rd, 1941. If only we had seen Hitler massing. China doesn't have that history of surprise attack, doesn't have that if only we had prevented a bolt out of blue. So their space program has been driven much more by a broader set of considerations, what they term comprehensive national power, which touches on military capability, economic strength, diplomatic respect, political unity, level of science technology, even cultural security, something which most Americans don't think about. And space touches every single piece of that. A great space program is going to yield military benefits, economic benefits, promote science and technology, is going to make people proud to be Chinese and make China appealing. And so a successful space program with successful marquee projects is a key part of the motivation underlying the willingness to frankly spend enormous amounts of money and, as important, enormous amounts of human potential in developing the space program. One of the other interesting things here is that Deng Xiaoping, one of the great leaders of China, said that great powers contribute to the pool of human knowledge. And I think one of the aspects that we need to keep in mind is that China pursues big science. Whether it is space or genomics or oceanography, in part to demonstrate that it actually is contributing to the global pool of science and knowledge. But let's be honest, China is also interested in the political impact of space. And one of the things here to consider, whether it is lunar or Mars or deep space in general, is space governance. And one of the things the Chinese have said that they want to influence in the coming years is the rules for space. To put it simply, what should be the language of space? If you ever watched Firefly, Serenity, it was always interesting how you had a mix of English and Chinese, both in the signage, but also even in the slang. And I think that that accurately reflected the idea behind the Chinese motivation, that space is not going to be a Western preserve, an American preserve. But how do you prevent that? You prevent it not by going out there and dictating, although that helps, and the Chinese are good at trying to dictate things, but more importantly, by outnumbering, by launching more missions, by having a larger presence, by having weekly flights as opposed to annual flights. And I think one of the things that we need to be thinking about here, as the Chinese look into a human mission to the moon by 2030, a Mars sample retrieval mission potentially by next year, human spaceflight with Chinese crews to Mars, is the reality that almost certainly they are not going to be one and done. That they are not going to submit to the idea that, well, once we've planted a Chinese flag, whether on the moon or on Mars, with people or without, that we have achieved our mission. Not if the goal is to basically help determine how space is going to be governed, especially space traffic management. So in this regard, this conversation we are having today about humans to Mars is about sending humanity to Mars, but in Beijing, it is also the idea of sending Chinese to Mars. Not simply to plant a flag, not simply to establish a presence, but in order to determine what the rules will be, what the language will be.
Thank you, Dean. And also pretty short for how many thoughts you have on this topic, so appreciate that. All right, over to you, Dr. Paul-Peter.
Okay, thank you, Kara. Okay, so I was going to talk a little bit about what China has done, what it's doing, what it plans to do in terms of Mars exploration. So this will just be a wave-top look since we really only have 5 minutes and we can engage more, I guess, during the Q&A. But first, let me just start off that actually China has already conducted 2 Mars exploration missions. The first one occurred in 2011. It was a Mars orbiter orbiter called Inghua 1. Unfortunately, it did not make it to Mars. It was piggybacking on a Russian rocket that was the Phobos Grunt mission that was going to explore the Martian moon Phobos. That rocket had some problems and was unable to launch the craft into the proper orbit, and they eventually fell back to Earth. But China tried again in 2020, this time on their own, right? Not relying on anybody else, and that time it was a success. This mission was called Tianwen-1, okay, kind of a mouthful, but sort of loosely translated as astronomical questioning. Before this, no country had attempted to send an orbiter and a rover to Mars on the first try. China did it successfully, and I think this shows again, as Dean has been talking about, that China was out to prove that it could do something different, that it was more capable than other space powers, right? They're showing how they're a step above. The mission landed on Mars on May 14th, 2021, so about 3 years ago next week on Utopia Planitia, the vast Martian plain where the Viking 2 spacecraft landed in the 1970s. So this made China just the third country to soft land on Mars and just the second one to land a rover on Mars after the United States, of course. That rover is named Zhurong. It was designed with a service life of 90 sols, but was active for more than 347, so it vastly outlived its performance envelope. Zhurong went into hibernation about 2 years ago at this time, in May 2022, preparing for the Martian winter, and unfortunately it was not able to be woken up. They think that maybe dust from the Martian soil covered the solar panels, and so it's permanently out of action now. But Tianwen-1, that first Mars mission, has made some important accomplishments. The orbiter stayed up around Mars and mapped the entire red planet. The rover has found evidence that there was an ocean at one time on Utopia Planitia, so maybe some of this science is not necessarily new, but it's contributing to the larger body of knowledge that we have about Mars. So how does Tianwen-1 compare to, let's say, Perseverance? First of all, Tianwen-1 used a more conventional approach to land on Mars, right? It had the parachutes with the capsule that landed on, opened up. The rover went down a little ramp. You know, it wasn't like the more complex sky crane approach that Perseverance used. Perseverance is also much more technologically complex than Zhurong. Zhurong weighs 240 kilograms. Perseverance is in at over 1,000 kilograms, so a much larger, much more sophisticated vehicle. Perseverance relies on radioisotope thermoelectric generator for power, whereas we know Zhurong had the solar panels, and that ultimately led to its demise. Perseverance is still out there working, right? I looked at it today. It was 1,143 sols and still going, right? So good for it. Generally, Zhurong had a number of sensors on it, but not quite as complex as Perseverance, let's say. There were there's a ground-penetrating radar, a climate station, a surface compound detector, a camera, and some navigation aids. And of course, Perseverance, we know, had a little experiments to create oxygen out of the Mars atmosphere. Also had a ground-penetrating radar, a climate station, an array of other sensors, but just generally more sophisticated than Zhurong. And of course, one of the primary differences between the Perseverance mission and Zhurong is that we had Ingenuity, the small little mini-copter that went out there and flew around. So much more complex, much more science able to be collected. So where are we headed? So China plans by 2030, it wants to launch a mission to retrieve a 500-gram sample of Martian soil and return it to the Earth. This appears to be a less sophisticated mission than the one that NASA and ESA has planned. This one really is meant to touch down in that one particular spot, grab some Martian soil, and then head back. It's different from the envisioned mission where Perseverance has gone out there and collected the soil, will then go back, collect it, and bring it back to a craft to send back. So overall, what we see is really that China has taken a less technologically complex approach. On the other hand, they appear ready to do it, whereas, as you know, we have had our own problems. So this is sort of part and parcel of how China has approached other programs. Start out small, make it technologically, budgetarily feasible, and then build upon the success step by step. Maybe that's a lesson that NASA and ESA can learn from the Chinese. Secondly, there's a lot of talk about competition between China and the US in space. We don't necessarily need to view it as a competition. We don't necessarily need to view it as a sprint. It could be a marathon. China may be able to get to Mars and do a Mars retrieval mission first. Doesn't mean that we can't do it second and better. And I did mention we don't necessarily have to make it a competition. It could be cooperation. There could be some sort of scientific collaboration. Right now, there's lots of restrictions on NASA cooperating with China, but cooperation doesn't necessarily have to mean technology sharing. We can maybe share the results of our research. And fourth, Mars exploration is just one aspect of China's deep exploration plan. That also includes lunar exploration and the exploration of Jupiter. And so if you look at it right now, it looks like really the priority is on the moon, much less a priority is on Mars. Finally, I'd just like to point out that China has a lot planned for the 2030 timeframe. If all goes as planned, they will have landed a human on the moon. They will have retrieved a sample from Mars. They will have started exploring Jupiter, not to mention all the other successes they may achieve in regards to human spaceflight, in regards to national security, in regards to commercial uses of space. So most of this has been done by the US, but still, in just 6 short years, China could announce that it really has arrived in space, and we need to be prepared for the signal that will send to the rest of the world. So thank you.
Thank you. Excellent remarks, Kevin. All right, over to you, Kristen. I guess we have some slides too.
Yes, let's see if they will show. Okay, so we've gone to, oh, there we go. Can everybody see that okay? Yeah. Okay, good. So I thought it would be worthwhile to provide an audience who I assume goes to IAC, UN, Copious, GLEX, with some framework for thinking about the people that are on the who are Chinese space experts who also go to those meetings, who you might have the opportunity to bump into in the elevator or something like that. So to give you a framework for thinking about the timeline that they might present at one of these international conferences specific to a Chinese crewed Mars mission. And so in the future, we can anticipate that there will be news or some sort of presentation about a crewed mission to Mars for the Chinese. And there's 2 types of information that you really need to have in order to kind of think through that. First is what I'm calling foundational knowledge. You should have some sense of what are national plans on the Chinese side, either a national plan or an administrative plan, like Chinese Academy of Science, China National Space Administration, those kind of organizations. There will be some sort of plan that has already put some thinking into motion. Those are very readily available, but you do usually need to look for them in Chinese. The second kind of foundational knowledge you need to have is an authoritative statement of ambition. Usually we are waiting to see the China Manned Space Administration come out and say something, but what we've learned in the lunar program scenario is they might not be the only credible source that we can pay attention to. Once you have that kind of foundational knowledge, which is there a national plan for a crewed Mars mission, and are there credible people talking about it? When you hear something at an international conference, you need to hold yourself accountable for finding out a couple of pieces. You need to answer these questions. What's the background of the person who is presenting the information? Usually the conference will introduce the person, or the media will summarize the person as only having one hat. But Chinese people, as in many other countries, government officials have multiple hats. So it's worth looking into where else do they work, and specifically in the case of people that go to those conferences and speak, are they a current official or are they a retired official? The second question you should really try to answer is if they are presenting at a conference in English, you need to look to see if they have previously presented in the Chinese press on the same thing. With all that information, you can determine if the timeline that they are presenting to you is credible. So let's look at what are the lessons we can learn from now having an authoritative, credible timeline for a Chinese crewed lunar mission. First, there is a Chinese Academy of Science national plan as early as 2009 saying around 2030 we will send a crew to the moon. And so that timeline is pretty, they did a pretty good job of estimating their timeline given that they set that in motion in 2009. We've been looking at the China Manned Space Engineering Office as the primary credible source for information on when the crewed mission would happen, but we can see that they have, they're more likely to be cautious in their statements about a mission. Because it's actually their lives which are at stake if they speed up the technology that would take them to the moon. So they're more likely to be conservative in their estimation of time. In 2009, when the Chinese Academy of Science National Plan was published with the around 2030 timeframe, two experts had statements that were also pretty similar. They were saying around 2020 or as early as 2025. And in 2009, those two people were employed by the Chinese state-owned enterprises working on different types of systems related to the lunar program. The recent statements that they were saying were in the years where they were retired. And so the average person looking at this, trying to estimate the timeline, thought, okay, well, they're not an authoritative source because they're retired. So we're waiting for the authoritative government source to give us a timeline, and that's the China Manned Space Administration. And so a lesson learned there is if we look at the background of the people, these two people at the time when the national plan was made were employed, and Ye Peijian was an engineer working on the Chang'e 1, so he was specifically involved in the lunar program. And Long Lehao was not working on a rocket to go to the moon, but he was on the lunar exploration leading small group, which is a government organization that works on early planning for the missions. So now, if you're going to UN Copious, you're starting to see them present on a crewed Mars mission around the 2050 to 2040 timeframe. So let's run this through the checklist, right? So we need to think of what did the national plan say and who are these people? So the same Chinese Academy of Science national plan, which got it right in 2009 that around 2030 they would send a crew to the moon, also has a statement about a crewed Mars mission. It says around 2050. People who are authoritative sources of these statements, if we look at the manned, I call them CMSC, that's the Chinese translation, but for English-speaking audience, the China Manned Space Administration, they have been actually much more forward-leaning in saying earlier about their ambition to send a crew to Mars. So that's very significant. They are not being cautious in this case. We also have some of the same experts with saying things about Mars already, and we also have an additional person saying as early as 2033. And Ye Peijian said as early as 2035. And so when we're talking about who to watch in the future, these are the people I'm proposing that if you see them at a conference, do strike up a conversation with them, because they probably have a good idea of what's going on. In terms of the China Manned Space Engineering folks, you've seen the first two guys, and the second, Wang Yue, he was a participant in the Mars, was it Mars 500? They simulated a long-term human, looking at the psychological impacts of a crew that would be in a Mars exploration scenario very early on, and it was with the Europeans, the Russians, and the Chinese. The Americans didn't have any participants, but he is still involved in the Manned Space Engineering Training Organization, and so if he starts to talk about a crewed Mars mission, he probably knows what he's talking about. In the case of state-owned enterprises, Longle Hao is still involved in mentoring the 2 additional rocket engineers you see there. And of all the rockets in China, these are the 2 rocket engineers and the rockets which are rated for crew, right? And that's how to kind of distinguish all the people that work on rockets in China, who's more likely to know about a crewed mission to Mars. It's going to be the people that are working on the crew-rated rockets. And lastly, it's the crewed landing system for the Moon program. They talk about how that system and the rocket, the Long March 10 that will take humans to the moon, will be the same systems that they use to get humans to Mars. And so that's why I include Yongle there as well. And so here's additional reading if you're interested in learning about the Chinese Academy of Science, or excuse me, the China Aerospace Studies Institute's reports. And we are going to do a more thorough report on thinking through the Chinese Mars, the crewed mission to Mars in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. All right, Dr. Pace.
Okay. Let's see. And where is mine? There we go. Okay. Personal anecdote to start with, keying off of something that Dean said. When I was a lab technician at JPL in the 70s, one of my bosses was a guy named Taylor Wang, who flew aboard Space Lab, and we were doing drop dynamics and zero-G experiments and so forth. So he was the god, he was the PI, I was a lowly technician. And one of the things that was interesting after Taylor flew was the China National Space Agency had updated their website and proudly noted that Taylor was the first Chinese in space. Even though he was Chinese American, yes, he was born in Shanghai, but he was the first Chinese in space. Second thing where I don't know if this is a difference for you, Dean. Yes, the Chinese are very much interested in soft power. I have yet to see them, maybe I missed it, them have a press conference from their space station in anything other than Chinese. So it's primarily talking to a Chinese audience. They don't have anybody playing guitar in English or anything like that. And thirdly, something also you made me think about, the importance of presence. If we look at Antarctica, and people are justifiably proud of the Antarctic Treaty System and peaceful scientific exploration. It's been that way for years and years and years. But it's showing some interesting signs of stress, in part because of the increasing numbers on the ice. And we're seeing, I think, a 5th Chinese station down there. We might have maybe 1,000, 1,200 people on the ice at certain times. And things are okay, but you can also see how issues of standards, of communication protocols, so forth, would wind up being, shaped simply, by dint of presence. So with that, let me talk a little bit about shaping the environment. One of the things, of course, China talks about, I'm sure you're all familiar with, the International Lunar Research Station, which is their idea, and a lot of it, should look fairly familiar. They're out getting other people to also sign up and be part of this. It's not quite clear what other countries are going to actually be doing in this, and somewhat in a counter to the image of 2 sort of mutually exclusive camps. There is a number of countries that are members of both the Artemis Accords and members of ILRS. So people like the UAE come to mind. That are in there. And of course, we've said, officially, that if China wanted to sign the Artemis Accords tomorrow, happy to have them. There's nothing really in there that I think they should have trouble signing on to. But nonetheless, they haven't for whatever reason. The other is that if they were to come up with their own idea of Artemis Accords, ILRS, if it had, I think, any sort of relationship to international law,
that we recognize, I could easily imagine a mutual recognition arrangement. You know, they recognize Artemis Accords, we recognize Al-Rais, what do we do? Then let's maybe, you know, talk about operations rather than just theory. Now, a thing which is becoming much more real and near-term immediate now is things like space communications and navigation around the moon. We have our own ideas called LunaNet, which is, I should stress is not a NASA system. It's actually a system of a number of like-minded countries, ourselves, Japan, Europe, European Space Agency, other partners. It's sort of an international structure to it. China has its own ideas on this. And what was notable in the most recent World Radio Communications Conference, Work 23, was approval of an agenda item that will be part of the work program for the next several years until Work 27 about allocation of frequencies for exclusive use in comm-nav purposes in the space-to-space direction, which will be in space. And the Chinese concept and the US concepts do not obviously clash. Of course, they're distinct and different. But if we're going to get these frequency allocations approved through the ITU, then making sure the other major player out there is on board is maybe a hopeful sign to begin with. Sorry for the eye chart, but the main point sort of want to make here is a lot of people talk about you know, lunar resources and potential conflict with China on lunar resources. That is absolutely potentially possible. On the other hand, if you get into the working groups within space resources in the UN, you find that we're really not that far apart from them on a lot of things. What holds us in common is we don't want to be told what to do by some transnational UN organization that's not accountable, and the Chinese have the same view. So we both kind of nod at each other, you know, regarding that. You want to go use resources? Yeah, so do I. Okay, great. And then you know, that still doesn't preclude other areas of conflict, but I think those are areas where we should be discussing technically what do we actually want to do, communicating that state-to-state level. It's not really a philosophical kind of disagreement. The other eye chart up there, it talks about lunar sample exchange. Now, given the political structures between ourselves and the Chinese, you know, we're not going to be doing manned spaceflight together anytime soon. But that doesn't mean, as in the Cold War, there can't be other levels of cooperation, exchanging lunar samples, exchanging biomedical data, information, space situational awareness. By the way, we have an arrangement for exchanging SSA data around Mars. We don't have one around the moon. So finding ways to do that. The picture there is of the template you're supposed to sign and fill out and agree to if you want to have some Chinese lunar samples. Most of it is fine. But there are areas, though, where it does distinctly differ from US practices. There tends to be a central node to go through. There's some rights of pre-approval to go through. You have to sign up potentially for criminal liability if something goes wrong. So there's a number of things which are not quite the way you would do it if you were a scientist getting something, say, from the Lunar Receiving Lab, you know, in Houston. So whatever their standards and norms are going to be for science exchange, I think is still a subject for discussion. Now, in part of that discussion, one of the things that is a notable problem is even where to talk. There are things like the International Space Exploration Forum, which has all the major space agencies, but that doesn't represent the state level, governmental. It represents the agencies level. There's lots of NGOs, there's lots of track twos, there's lots of things, side conversations at nice conferences, but those, again, are not state-to-state kind of discussion. You know, it was mentioned the Chinese presentations at UN Copious. Those are great. You can go to their website and download technical presentations and find copies of, so I commend that site to you. Because we have a hard time doing direct bilateral talks with China, one of the things we can do is have multilateral talks, as we do in the ITU. Romania, believe it or not, has proposed a consultative mechanism on lunar activities, which would be not normative in any way, but would be basically a communication mechanism, multilateral, state level, to talk about issues of common interest. And this is similar, in my view, others may not share this view, but We have an international committee in the UN on GNSS for all the navigation satellite system providers, including China and Russia, Japan, India, ourselves, Galileo, Europe, exchange information about our respective systems. And that just straight information exchange, I think, has been helpful in heading off, a number of issues. So before we start getting into writing treaties and rules and what people should do, we first need to have a basis of knowledge about what each other is doing, and an official basis of knowledge, not merely what people might read in the press one way or the other. So working on that. So net, positive, negatives, uncertainties in working with China. There's a couple things which are positive. The consultative mechanism, as I said, has been relatively positively received. I've heard and have recordings of China on the mic saying that they are open to these kinds of talks. I've had the Russians say that they think this is an important proposal and giving it serious consideration. So we're going through all those sort of UN dance sort of things. The ITU, I think, has been generally working out well. The problem there is not lunar or Mars comm nav issues, really it's the mega constellations. And we've had several blow-ups both in the ITU and in COPUS over, mostly coming from Iran, regarding mega constellations. The Working Group on Space Resources, I think largely we're in the same place. Neither, I think, ourselves or China want to go toward a more formalized structure the way I think some of our European colleagues want to go. I already mentioned Artemis Accords and ILRS. And we have a number of other venues where these issues are played out. Probably one of the ones that's going to be fairly near term is discussing what safety zones there might be on the moon. Because when you come landing down, the rocket plume kicks up a lot of dust, sends rocks all over the place. If you haven't prepared a landing site beforehand, some people talk about building big berms with presumably tractors that have been deposited there beforehand to shield that. But safety zones, which are talked about in Artemis, should not be arbitrary. They should actually be based on some technical content. So you don't want to have somebody land and say, I just claim this area, the size of my home province. It wants to be related to, in fact, safety of operations. But that's, again, something that needs to be discussed. And as many of you sort of know, when I talk about space cooperation, I'm usually intent on saying that space cooperation follows geopolitics. It doesn't lead geopolitics. That space cooperation is absolutely a lagging indicator about where things are. And so the driving issues are not really going to be space, especially civil space in particular, which I think is actually a mildly hopeful area. But it's going to be all the other issues. So it's going to be the South China Sea, India, Tibet, Taiwan, of course, Hong Kong, other players, Iran and Russia, which way they're going to be going, the growth of counter-space weapon systems, which make life particularly sporting, IP theft, cyberspace, all those other irritants, in the relationship are going to be, which is why I say we can be hopeful about maybe some small or scientific bilateral exchanges, which in the words of past summit statements have been reciprocal, transparent, and mutually beneficial. With those sort of code words, I think there is a number of things that we can do as we watch the Chinese program develop. With that, end.
All right, wow. That was like a crash course, right, in all things China space. So we talked about kind of recent advancements and kind of near-term programs and plans, and then all the way out to the moon and Mars. Some of you touched on this, but I think it would be healthy, before we jump into some of the harder questions, just to maybe articulate, and we don't also have to agree on everything. I know there's a lot of head nodding, but it's okay if we don't all agree. Just on your personal impressions of China's space ambitions, like why are all of these developments so important to them in their broader doctrine? Dr. Pace, you just kind of talked about it's a lagging indicator of other things they have going on. Like where does space fit in their overall national narrative? Anybody want to give this a shot? Dean?
Sure.
Yeah.
So China is run by the Chinese Communist Party, as the name implies, they're communist, which goes to the Marxist-Leninist aspect. So why is this guy talking about all this stuff? Because as good Marxists and Leninists, they see the world through the idea of what is the form of economic power, what is the form of economic generation and it has evolved over time. And as that evolves, society and all societal activities, war, economies, social progress, changes. From the Chinese perspective, we have gone from the information age, when what mattered was stuff. How many tons of bauxite did you smelt last year? How many I-beams did you produce last year? Not to say that's not still important, but now we live in the information age. Who generates information? Who moves information? Who analyzes and exploits information? That is the currency of power: economic power, military power, societal power. Space is absolutely vital for the generation of information, reconnaissance satellites, the movement of information, telecommunication satellites, weather satellites, and then finally the exploitation. All those cool images of tomahawks and other things going through the second window, not the third window, on the left, is powered by GPS. So broadly speaking, if you want to be a major power, you have to be an information power. And space is a key, not the only, but a key avenue, alongside chips and computers and information technology writ large, of becoming an information power.
Other perspectives?
Dean has talked about politics, a little bit about the military. I'll talk historical. China's national narrative, if you will, how it sees itself and how it sees others, is largely derived from a 100-year period from 1839 to 1949 that they call the Century of Humiliation. And during that time, smaller powers, let's say Great Britain, France, Japan, not only beat China, but really trounced them. It caused a lot of self-doubt within China. What evolved out of this over many decades was a sense that technology is extremely important to national survival. And in fact, the communists now call science and technology the first productive force, because it is the basis for how you develop a great nation. It's the underlying basis for your economy, for your military, of course, for your science and technology power, and then also just for your soft power. And so when they hone in on what kind of technologies they want, space plays, I would say, an outsized role in that for all of the reasons that Dean outlined. That they say that space technology is the highest of the high technologies, that you can't be a great power without space technology, and this is an area that China not only needs to play in, but they need to excel. And so what they are saying now is that by 2035, they need to be sort of a respectable space power, but by mid-century, think 2045 to 2050, they need to be a world-class space power, which means that they are on par with the United States in most technologies, and in some technologies, they are actually leading the United States.
And in order to fit those 2050 timeframes, if you know about the Chinese population in terms of the demographic issues, they have a steep declining working age population. And so space also plays this role in, you have a Chinese Communist Party, you have a controlled economy, and you need them to be innovative. That's a tall order. So how are you going to control the innovation and spur it at the same time? Sectors like space do both for you. It's a national security strategic program, and so it's kind of weds itself to control, but at the same time it gives the very small working age group of people inspiration and drive to be innovative, and so it helps them achieve, as my two colleagues have said, these information goals and these future goals for 2050.
Yeah, you know, in many ways, the Chinese motivations are not dissimilar at all. I mean, there are things, as Dean says, the Chinese Communist Party is central. I mean, don't confuse the party with the state or with the people, frankly. They're distinct. But promoting space produces pride and therefore tolerance for the Communist Party, you know, in terms of delivering economic benefits or other benefits that people take pride in. It's a way of attracting young people into STEM fields and innovation. It's a way of upgrading the quality of their supply chains. So if you can fly something that works, you know, aboard Shenzhou, you have to have met a certain level of quality. And it also gives you something to trade with other countries, so it's a form of bargaining. What you don't necessarily see, it's a very centralized view of China. You don't necessarily see a broader narrative of, making the world a better place, or making friends, or having allies, or so forth. It really is about China, very, very sort of centrally. And I think in addition to the problems with the economy and the centralized role of the party, this is actually a real handicap, because people don't like being controlled. They don't like necessarily being put in sort of hierarchical positions. So there's an old saying in Washington, friends come and go and enemies accumulate. It happens in international relations too. And to Dean's earlier point about, of course, the Marxist nature of the party, this shows up oftentimes in some really unusual ways, or unusual maybe for Westerners. For example, in talking about space property rights and talking about resources and so forth, you will see writings of Chinese authors about, beware the new enclosure movement. And people go, what the heck is that? Well, that was like an 18th, 19th century British effort to transform what had been commonly held property in villages and such into privately owned property, and enclosures put around them, which of course impoverished many members of the of rural populations, and of course shifted power and so forth to nobility and more well-to-do people. So this idea of thinking about property in a zero-sum game as something to be controlled, is informed by sort of Marxist analysis of that. And so you hear this kind of comment, and again, then most of the people who weren't forced to study Marx at some point kind of go, what are they talking about, and why do they seem so emotionally excised, at that point? Whereas we talk about property rights as being central to having a growing economy. It's what makes people wealthy. It's the foundation of a growing economy, and not so much.
Just for the audience, think about those hard questions. I'm going to ask a couple difficult ones, but I would like to make sure we get your perspectives as well. Okay, this is maybe the most challenging one of them all. Is the United States taking these space aspirations from the Chinese seriously enough? And in terms of what we are doing, is that sufficient, right, in recognition across the gamut? Yes.
So I like to
that
give
was fast, by the way.
Well, I've had to answer this before. I like to talk about, and I'm not going to do it in the conventional way, I think. I like to talk about the Chang'e 4 Far Side lander program. So that was in 2 U.S. National Academy decadal surveys. And in both cases, we chose to fund other programs, right? We did our assessment of our priorities at the time, and we chose not to fund a Far Side sample return mission, which the Chinese are now executing. And so now that the Chinese are doing that, the national memory of what our priorities were and why we chose what we chose seems to have diminished, and we're looking at, well, we need to do that too, or they're beating us. And I try to urge people to remember that there was really good reasons why we chose what we chose, and we should be confident in the way we funded our money based on a scientific evaluation of our priorities at that time. And so if we stay true to what do we know are the things that need to be done and will really move the needle, that's where we win, right? This sort of like who gets there first kind of stuff. If that is complementary to what we know needs to be done to move the scientific and innovation needles, great, because that will then give you more funding, right? But if it's not consistent, then I would urge us to really sort of buckle down with what we do really well, which is objective analysis of scientific missions.
I think I couldn't agree with that more. And I think the bumper sticker version of this is I am less worried about what China does, and I'm more worried about what do we fail to do. All right, they're going to do their thing. That's great. I of course follow the military developments and so forth. But as far as civil space development and science and all this sort of stuff does, it's up to us. And so it's not a matter of taking them seriously or not. It's a matter, do we take ourselves seriously? The phrase goes, do we have a space program that's worthy of a great nation? And that should be our focus.
Do you have something? Yep.
So it's the early 1960s, and President John F. Kennedy famously says, we choose to go to the moon in this decade and to do these other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
That was brilliant.
And less than 10 years later, with computers where the entire NASA program does not have the computing power on your iPhone, we land, we successfully put a crew on the moon and bring them safely back. Now, I happen to remember when Vice President Pence said, I believe down in Huntsville, that we are going to put an American crew back on the moon by 2024. Keyword, back, right? So we don't have to do all the R&D of can people survive the G-forces on top of Saturn I or Saturn V. We don't have to figure out, gee, what should be the crew capsule's atmosphere, right? We had a tragedy on that one. Well, it's May of 2024. Anybody want to bet me $50 that we're going to make it to the moon this year or next year? So that's the moon. And the one thing that I think all of us up here would agree is that when the Chinese say, as a program, with authoritative documentation, we choose to go to the moon or to Mars, they are going to do it. And if they say we will do it by the end of this decade, or by the 2030 decade, or by the 2040 decade, they will do it. Now, as Scott said, that's not them, right? That's the Chinese decision. What's on us is the Vice President of the United States said, we want to go to the moon. We're going to miss. And what's the American public, and more importantly, American government and American punditry and policymakers' attitude? So, are we in a race? We don't act like it.
Anything to add to this? You're good. Well said. I don't think you can. All right, we have time for a couple audience questions. Yeah, come on up. There's a mic right here.
Hi, Elif, a master's student from the Space Policy Institute. Thank you, great discussion. I was just wondering about a scenario in 2050. So let's get to the 2050. So we're somehow succeeding to cooperating with China, I mean, as US. So how could we do it at our best? What are the things that we really tried to really fail fast, but then it turned vice versa, and we actually somehow succeeded in cooperating? Maybe it's an ideal scenario, but I would just ask, like, what would be the ways that we could cooperate if we're thinking about the best scenario about the cooperation in 2050 with China?
Excellent question. I mean, this is why I love these youth perspectives, right? So ideas on pathways to cooperation with China.
What is it, the global, so there are time frames, I'm forgetting the word, I apologize, but there's basically, everyone comes, international participants come to a meeting where they put out the time frame and they look at everyone's contribution to go to the moon or go to Mars or something like that. And so if we could, an ideal scenario would be to trust each other's systems enough to not double build it and waste that money, but to be like, okay, you're coming with navigation, I'm coming with comms, they're interoperable, I use yours, you use mine, and so we could actually do more because we're planning the resourcing of the systems together.
An answer that I would put, and I don't mean this unkindly or snarkily, but really the Chinese Communist Party has to end. Just as we could not really have the Russians aboard the space station until the Soviet Union ended, there is no way I would see ourselves on Mars with the Chinese if it's still ruled by the Chinese Communist Party. Because, bluntly, I don't want to see gulags or prison camps or whatever beyond the Earth. And we had this argument in the 1980s when there was discussions about going to Mars with the Soviets, And I had actually the same position really back then, that the politics and human values matter. It's not a technical question. Now, are there things where we could coordinate better? Absolutely. There are ways to provide cross-support to Chinese missions using CCSDS standards that are well-known open protocols. We could learn from biomedical data that they have. But the degree of trust that would be required for human missions together would require a change in the political structure. So if China is not ruled by the Communist Party in 2049, God willing, then we could be talking about a new era for cooperation that would be symbolized by going to Mars together with the Chinese. But if not, then I think no.
So I know there's a really long line, but they're going to kick us off the stage. So I would definitely invite you to come meet us afterwards, and we're happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Dean, Kevin, Kristen, Dr. Pace. This has been a really meaty conversation. We probably could have a whole conference just on this, so thank you.
Thank you all. Terrific session. All right, we're about to have our final panel, right, and then after this panel, J.R. Edwards will come out and say his final statements for the conference. But for our final panel of the conference, it's called Public Pathways to Mars in the 2030s. How can you help shape the journey? And once again, we'll invite Matt Kaplan, who has been emceeing our webcast during the entire event, to be moderating the session. So we'll wait until they remove the chairs and tables. If you have not registered for the reception tonight, there's still some spaces available as well, so we hope you'll join us there. And once again, we hope also to see you at the Innovation Coffee Hour, which starts at 8:30 tomorrow, and that is actually not in this building. And we will email people who've signed up. That is down at the Elliott School of Government, down on East Street. We will email everybody the address for that. And once again, we can still use additional help for Mars Day on the Hill tomorrow as well. So let me know if you want to participate. So, Matt?
As someone said backstage, hard act to follow. And in the words of Monty Python, and now for something completely different. I am Matt Kaplan, and this has become the traditional end of the Humans to Mars Summit. We've been doing it, I don't know, for the last 5 or 6 years, something like that. Now you can see quite a crowd, quite a distinguished crowd joining me on stage. Actually, the nature of this, if it works well, if it was practical, we would bring all of you here on the stage. Wade wants us to come downstage a little bit. Everybody come on up here. So I will encourage you, because we will try to get to audience questions and participation as quickly as possible. And if you have the program, you've seen, I'll read the whole thing, Public Pathways to Mars in the 2030s, the key word there being public, how you can help shape the journey. That's the message that I've asked everybody here to do a 1-minute, roughly 60-second response about how we're going to bring more people into this thing that I suspect we all believe in, that we should become an interplanetary species, at least in terms of exploration of our solar system. And so, to give you actually, you know what? I'll introduce them as they begin to speak, and we'll go right down the line, just as they are in the program. Very brief introductions, because if you've been around for the last 2 days, you've already met everybody on this stage. So, Melody, you are in the fortunate position of being the first, and then I'll wrap it up. But your 60 seconds on how we bring people into this. Melody, of course, of ICON, Vice President for, Building Design and Performance, building these works of art that happen to also be places that you could live on Mars or on a third world nation back here on Earth. Melody.
Thank you. Oh, that's right, I mic'd
up.
I was looking at your microphone and I was about to grab it. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be very brief, but I have three answers for you. The first is promoting education, and as part of promoting education, promoting storytelling for why we should go to Mars, what it will be like on a Mars mission, the challenges we face, so that younger generations have a sense of what's coming, how they can apply themselves, and where they can go in their careers and also in their kind of everyday, kind of leisurely activities. Think about what this means and what the challenge is. The next is exploring and promoting what I refer to as dual-use technology development initiatives. So these are applications for space technology development which bring back value to Earth in the short term. Icon Technologies, which I'm part of currently, is a company that was really founded based off of this principle. We are looking for near-term solutions to resolve the housing crisis on Earth, and in the long term introduce mechanisms and also construction technologies that can support the creation of roadways, habitats, landing pads, and eventually pressurized human habitats on Mars. So getting folks to think about dual-use technology development is extremely important. And then my last point, thinking about how we can create new avenues for public, private, and also private partnerships, generally speaking, so that we're not creating redundant solutions for technologies that need to be created, and hopefully we can leverage the work of others that's already happened.
Thank you, Melody. Great start. Scarlett Hartzman, who you heard earlier today with that terrific address, future Martian perhaps, but certainly future, sounds like a terrific Mars scientist.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett.
Yeah, so I think definitely what you were saying with getting education out to the younger generation like myself, having people with this in the Mars generation, getting involved in different science fairs, different competitions. I think competition is one of the best motivators, and it's the best way to get the word out and to get people really excited about getting to Mars. And I think another way in which I'm trying to help with getting paths on Mars is what I'm actually doing this summer with Dr. Pascal Lee, where I'm mapping out different routes on Mars where I'll be kind of evaluating different terrain and slopes and elevation to determine the best pathways around a certain area on Mars to help future Martians, get around and explore what Mars has to offer.
Let me ask you, when you started a rocketry club at your school, did that pull people in and get them interested in this stuff?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. I think it was so much fun getting people together in one room. We all had our little kits, and I even worked at a summer camp over the summer, that summer after I started it, and I was able to help a lot of these even younger students get involved and get excited about rockets.
Excellent. I'm going to go to your twin sister standing next to you there. Tiffany Vora, Vice President for Innovation Partnerships here with Explore Mars and so much more, Singularity University among them. Tiffany, it's your turn.
I love that you think we look like sisters. That's such a compliment. My call to action to all of you is to lean into and leverage this amazing Explore Mars community. If you are an innovator, bring your solution to the community. If you know a problem, bring your problem to the community. If you're a parent, bring your kids to the community. If you're a teacher, bring your students. People is what's going to make the future happen. And I think we've heard multiple times over the last 2 days the importance of making decisions today. Those are going to ripple forward, not just for years and decades, but generations. And so being as inclusive as possible, and remember that we're all people and we have relationships with each other, that's how we build the best possible futures together.
Well said, as always. Jim Green, I like Chief Scientist Emeritus better than Chief Scientist Retired at NASA, right. But much more than that. It's your turn.
All right, thank you. So I ran a podcast when I was in NASA called Gravity Assist. And at the end of that, I would always ask the person I was interviewing, what was the person, place, or thing that got them inspired? what was their gravity assist. And they knew exactly what it was. It was a teacher. It was an event. It was an activity. It was something inspirational. Space is inspirational. But what's happening in the world right now is that space is becoming more common for those countries to talk about, to those countries to get involved in. When I started at University of Iowa, there was only a couple space agencies. The United States, USSR, and only a few more. There are now 77 countries with space agencies. And if you go and you talk to those people about space, what they want to do in their space agency is hire within. They don't want to hire foreigners to come in and do space, all right? And so their local population is largely ignorant about what space is doing for them right now and what they should be thinking ahead, because truly those countries are getting the idea that we're not going to survive as a species, let alone as a world, without leveraging and using space. So there's a huge educational push that we've got to be able to do internationally. And for that Mars generation, you got to go where they are. So there are a couple groups, and I'll mention one of them. That's the Metavisionaries that are teaching a whole series of classes in space in the metaverse. You put on a virtual reality system. You log in with a secret code, and you walk into an orbiting spacecraft that's orbiting the Earth or Mars. You talk to teachers that are top scientists in the world that you'd never have an opportunity to do otherwise. And then you beam down to the moon, or you beam down to Mars. That's inspirational. Those are the kind of things that we've got to be doing to help educate the rest of the world and bring them all along with us as NASA becomes more open about what it's doing and the fantastic things that it does. Bring the rest of the world with us.
And I would think that, particularly using the example of the UAE, who we heard from today, that is a great example of using the power of space exploration, space science, to inspire young people and bring them along on the ride.
That's right. That's right. Now, UAE has a planetary scientist. She was trained in the United States. They need and they know that their schools have got to start bringing more aerospace educational activities into their curriculum. And so the rest of those countries, the other 50 countries that have space agencies that haven't done that yet, have got to get started. And we've got to be able to help them somehow.
Hunter Stanchak, founder of Thrive on Mars, getting people enthusiastic and involved seems to be kind of your mission.
Absolutely. My answer is definitely gaming. The reason is there's 3 billion gamers worldwide. That's where the world is now, and that's where people spend their time. There's so many digital worlds, and like I was talking about earlier, the overlap between real-world impact and the fantasy worlds is not very well overlapped right now. And so if we can get more of that together, we can get potentially these billions of people interested in space. And that also lowers the barrier of entry because aerospace is complicated. The space industry is naturally very technical. And although some gamers are extremely technical and it's incredible to see, a lot of people just want an easy entry into it, and once we give them that easy entry, they really start diving a little bit deeper. So I think gaming is a really good way for us to inspire people, broaden the message right now, and it's also important for it to be positive, because it is true that movies like The Martian are really popular, but again, it's subconsciously communicating that Mars is maybe a place you don't want to go. And I think more positivity in entertainment, education, and gaming is also really important for us to make sure that it's well received and something that people aspire to do.
I knew we had a great group. Before we go on to you, Florence, I want to mention to all of you panelists, if something that someone else says lights a fire under you, please jump in once we finish going down the line. And for the rest of you, you can start lining up with the microphone because, as I said, we're going to try and get to your input on this topic as well as soon as possible. Florence Puya, former captain of the Afghan robotics team and soon to be part of the student body at MIT, your dream school. What's your addition to this message?
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and it's my absolute pleasure to be a part of this great conference. So I came from a country that women and girls deprived from their very basic right, which is education. Since 2021, when Taliban took over the country, they banned all the schools and universities for girls. So now, girls in my country, they cannot go to schools. As a person who worked in STEM and technology now for 6 years, it's my duty to be an example and a role model for all the other girls back in my country. I want to try my best to be the voice of them in international platform and show other people around the world that if Afghan girls be given the opportunity, they can be among the astronauts that can travel to Mars one day. And it's very obvious that if they don't have right to go to school, how they can pursue their dreams. Now they're all in their house, waiting for a better future, but who knows what will happen. If world leaders, if people who are present today here, if they don't help Afghan girls, if they do not give them the opportunity, it can be anything. For example, if they can provide them with a scholarship, it's a great help. So one day they can also pursue their dreams, and they can also be part of the development of Afghanistan.
Please, that is so well deserved. Probably the most affecting message we will hear as part of this panel and maybe across the 2 days. Thank you, Florence. Daniel Tompkins, a founder of Grow Mars, agricultural scientist. You want to get people interested by making Mars a gourmet destination.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I came in very much a skeptic, very accidental space company founder, if you will. And I've seen, the need to, build, instead of diluting out, to really build and aggregate groups together. So that's something that I've really dedicated my year to, is really aggregating and getting people with similar goals together to solve some of these challenges of food and agricultural systems in space. I was fortunate enough to be accepted into a fellowship with the Open Lunar Foundation. And at the beginning of that, they said, you're here for the letter I. It's not inventor, it's not innovator, it's to imagine new possibilities for the future. And that's very much what this is see yourself in the future. I always flash to that, and it's like, this is now. We have to do these things now. There's a lot of present opportunity and a lot of potential. We just have to kind of be the adults in the room and paint the picture big and imagine big, beyond the moon, beyond Mars. Really look our place in time and in technology. And if there's anything that inspires me more, it's biology. It's look at all the places where how life works and all the extreme environments it's in, and okay, these are model systems. We can pull from these. It's not that hard. We just have to try, I think, to both stay in space and stay on Earth. Is where can we stay on Earth so we don't have to move? Migration is a huge issue. Going kind of into the post-oil world, if you will. And a lot of these space technologies are very similar. They have a lot of crossover with the Sustainable Development Goals: clean air, food, water, building materials, habitat. I mean, who wouldn't want some of these dream systems that we're going to need if we go to space, or if we never go to space? We're going to need these same systems in 50 years, 100 years. So really broadening it out and then also pulling it together is my kind of yearly mission. So.
This is the future I had in mind when I was 10, 12, 15. With apologies to Walt Disney, all Imagineers up here, and out there among the rest of you as well. Please, if you want to add your thoughts, how do we bring more people into this? How do we share the dream? How do we share what we imagine our proper future is? I invite you to come on up to the microphone and be part of this. While we wait for that to happen, if it happens, it's not required. Melody, I want to come back to you because if you'll pardon the expression, spin-offs, always something that NASA has been awfully good at, and they still publish the spin-off journal, is that what it's called, Jim, every year, encouraging these kinds of things. I think of those homes that you guys are building with the most amazing 3D printers, which are as big as a house because they're building houses, and that this is happening in places that are hurting for housing. And this is a part of, I think it's a brilliant example of how these technologies that we're talking about are already benefiting people on Earth.
Yes, that's exactly right. So some examples of work that we've done, we've delivered nearly 20 homes in a community referred to as Community First Village for formerly homeless individuals. We've delivered replacement housing on the Gulf Coast of Texas for homes that were destroyed in Hurricane Harvey. FEMA promised replacement housing for those homes and never delivered. We were fortunate to be accepted as part of a resilient housing program that was able to replace those homes for families. And we're going to continue working with communities of need. And the technology in particular is well suited to introduce growth where the finances just don't allow for the kind of demand that's needed to actually house people in these areas. So we're introducing automated technology as a way of introducing a higher performing structure that's more resilient, that can withstand weather and environmental disasters that are becoming more and more frequent as time goes on. And it's true that it's this same system, this very highly resilient system of building out of regolith that we're imagining for both the moon and Mars. And so my statement and my position is, why wait until a Mars mission becomes a reality? Why not prototype this work now for people who need it most? And frankly, it's the only way to really know and understand the problem from an engineering perspective, is to do it now and to do it at scale and to figure out what it is that you need to resolve from a technology development perspective.
So in situ resource utilization on Earth, using the materials that are at hand here, if you have the right technology?
That's right, exactly.
So
yes.
If I can, I actually want to ask a question to the audience.
Please.
So I think we're here together as a community because most of us, if not all of us, are convinced that Mars matters and that space matters. So I mentioned in our innovation panel that I get asked all the time the question, why should we spend money on Mars when we already have so many problems here on Earth? Raise your hand if you've ever been asked that question.
All the time.
Okay, now, raise your hand if you have a really good answer to that question.
I have 20.
Call Matt. Okay, that's the answer. So what I'm hoping has happened over the last couple of days is you have heard ideas over and over from a variety of perspectives that you can think of as tweet-length talking points that you can be rolling out at the dinner table, in the grocery store. You can be that guy at that party. That can be you. You are all members of this community, which means you're voices to the larger world. I told you my dream is to never have to answer that question again. I want to activate you all as part of that solution.
Brilliant.
Oh, I like that. That's very nice.
It's one of the reasons I wear this hat. There are two others. One, as I always tell people, my boss, Bill Nye, our CEO at the Planetary Society, says he'll give me a Canadian $5 bill every time he sees me on camera with the hat, and it also makes sure no one knows I'm bald. So let's see if we can help to answer that question or address anything else you choose to. Come on up.
So my question is kind of where we can get the public inspired. So me growing up, I built models of spaceships, I watched Apollo 13, built models of fighter jets, became a fighter pilot, got a physics degree, all with the objective of being one of these first people to go to Mars. Like my entire life plan is based around this. The people that actually have the expertise, what inspired you? what gave you that inspiration, that motivation to become who you are, amazing people that are actually going to get us there. And I think to get the public engaged, that inspiration, at least in my experience, is what really kind of gives you the goosebumps and gets you really into this and emotional about it.
It's a great question. Why don't we go right down the line, 30 seconds each. What got you started and eventually put you on this stage? Melody?
Oh man, I don't think I could pick just one thing, but I would say that fantastic mentors who led the way and demonstrated that remarkable careers in space were possible.
Yeah, so I mean, this was mainly what my talk was about. I would say that the main thing that got me involved in space was a school project I did when I was in 2nd grade on Sally Ride, and just seeing all she had done and inspired me to see all that I could do.
It's easy for me. I grew up in Florida in the 1980s as a kid. I stood in my backyard and I watched shuttle launches. I watched the Challenger explode from my backyard, which you would think would be a turnoff. But seeing the way our community reacted to that, because those NASA folks were members of our community. I'm not going to tell you how old I was because you all can add, but I was young, right? And that formative thing, you know, if you can see it, you can be it, 100%.
Well, for me, I'm actually a child of the 60s. So that means I watched the original Star Trek from the very first episode. I also watched all the lunar landings. In high school, I ended up working for an observatory, and I decided, man, I'm going to go into astronomy. I went to the University of Iowa, and Astronomy 101 was taught by James Van Allen. And so I realized I could do astronomy from spacecraft. I didn't have to stay up all night. So by the time I started at Iowa and I stayed at Iowa, you know, they were on their 54th spacecraft. So I got involved very early on in my career. But that's the trajectory I took. And it was those inspirational things all about space, whether it's science fiction or it's reality. And those are important.
I would say for me, the thing that I've always worked in technology. I started at Apple, worked on products there, and then I went to Magically, worked on augmented reality. While I was working on augmented reality, I realized there's definitely positives to using augmented reality, but it also takes a lot of distraction and it kind of amplifies that. And so what worries me about some emerging technologies is there's potential negative pathways that I don't necessarily want to be a part of. But I think that going to Mars and going multiplanetary is by far the most positive use of emerging technologies, and it's going to inspire people. It's going to inspire the younger generation to want to become less YouTubers and more real engineers, real designers. I think that's super important. I think it's also going to lead to all this amazing innovation, and it's far going to outweigh the cost, I think, eventually. So I feel like being a part of that is really why I started this company, because for me, it's using my skill set and my application, which is a little different than probably most in the room, but trying to address and attract people that aren't necessarily background in space to get inspired and come along on the journey.
Florence?
Okay, for me, as a person who was raised in Afghanistan in a community that all the people think that science and technology is more for men, not women, it was kind of unacceptable for me, and I really wanted to change that idea. So first, when I heard about the Afghanistan National Robotics Team, I really wanted to be part of that because I thought that by being part of this team, I can really show the talent and the power of girls in technology and robotics. So I took the exam. It was like very hard exam. So among all the girls in my country, so after passing those 3 exams, I was an official member of Afghanistan National Robotics Team, and after some time, I became the captain.
And you continue to provide that example, so.
For sure.
Yeah, so instead of the what, I'll kind of answer the why. The why space, you know, space is a grand filter for technologies and for approaches for living in the future. Kind of gets you past a lot of those earth-based constraints of, well, I don't really want that in my backyard. Is you're able to imagine, you know, utilizing what works, and it has to truly work too. It's, on Earth we have a lot of flexibility in systems, and we can kind of take a lot of different nuances. But in space, it's a very hard filter. It either works or it doesn't. So it allows you to kind of open your mind and embrace new approaches and technologies.
When I was a toddler, my parents started bringing me to the Griffith Observatory in the Hollywood Hills above Los Angeles. And I know that when I sat there under that starry sky projected on a dome by that ancient projector, that was very likely the beginning for me. And from there into reading books about space, and then discovering Robert Heinlein and science fiction, and it's never stopped. And I'm another one of those original series guys, Jim, so yeah, live long and prosper. Lucas, probably our youngest presenter, I suspect. Lucas, you have a question, or do you want to add your thoughts?
I want to add my thoughts, and I want to say that a great way to help is definitely to be a mentor for people like me and help out and help educate the generation that will most likely be the ones traveling to Mars. And, yeah.
Great. Nice tie, Lucas. Thank you. Anyone else? I really want to hear some answers to Tiffany's questions because I don't want to start my list of 20. Jennifer?
I had a couple things to say.
Talk right into there, too.
Well, I can talk really loud, so you got to be careful when you tell me to do that.
We can stand it.
Two things. Florence and Scarlett, you hit it on the head. You guys are inspirations, and please continue to push your narratives and your points to talk to kids, talk to adults, make them listen. And I think you've done that. But inspire children. Yeah. Absolutely. You guys are the future. 100%, all the time. Biologically, definitely. But the creativity, the inspiration, I mean, you guys inspire me. Truly. So I want to give a challenge to everybody here to continue the conversations we've had at this conference, at this summit, but also find organizations, find nonprofits, find organizations that these wonderful people have and have started, and find a way that you can contribute and be open-minded. Take people from all industries, because we all have skills that contribute to space.
We hear your passion. Thank you. We have 3 minutes and 30 seconds before we bring J.R. Edwards, the president of Explore Mars, out here to close out the 2024 Humans to Mars. We've still got a little time.
90 seconds, that's all I'll do here. Rich Phillips, I'm on the board of Explore Mars, and I was very fortunate. About 10, I think 11 years ago, we did a study called the Mars Generation Study. NASA was part of that and helped support us on that. And we learned something. We learned that if you're under 40 years old, you typically want to go to space because you want to collaborate and bring the world together and to protect our planet. And if you're over 40 years old, the number one reason cited to go to Mars and go beyond Earth is the economy, to beat the Russians and the Chinese, and really just US leadership in the world. And so I have pushed for many years that we need a bifurcated communication strategy. We really, in order to bring us all together, number one, as you said, there's a lot of Hollywood that says we're going to abandon and leave Earth for another planet because we've destroyed our planet. Young people want to know that our space program is not about abandoning Earth, but about protecting Earth. And I would support a Explore Mars, Save Earth campaign because that's really what it's about. So it's a little bit of knowledge there.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, this is really another really important point because many people don't realize the concept of what's happening climate-wise is because of space. One of the things that we report every year is the average temperature of the Earth. That means if you can imagine a grid and putting a thermometer everywhere on that grid, and then every 30 minutes you take a measurement and then average all that up and get the average temperature, then hey, that'd be great. But you can't do it over the poles, you can't do it in the ocean, but you can do it from spacecraft. And so even the concepts of how the Earth is warming started from space. And it started from our observations of Venus, because what's happened on Venus can happen on Earth. What's happening on Mars can happen on Earth. So comparative climatology that is done in the 70s and the 80s as we went to these planets, we brought that information here. When we had problems in the 80s with the ozone, everyone was going, what's happening with the ozone? How come it's going? How come it's dying off and the ultraviolet light is pouring in? What was happening was uncovered by scientists that were Venus scientists. What were they doing? They saw that chlorine was destroying ozone on Venus. That got them on the right trail to find the C of Cs, chlorofluorocarbons, so the first C is chlorine, is what's doing it. And now we have an international treaty to stop that. Those are the kind of things that we need to tell the public. They need to know how vital space is for this planet to survive.
And I will throw in a self-serving plug for the Planetary Society. Our founder, one of our founders, Carl Sagan, who did that pioneering comparative planetology work and showed us that what happened on Venus, let's not let that happen here. We'll make this our very last question or comment.
This is for everybody in the room. You guys see me here doing the photos and the content for Explore Mars. I'm a digital creator. I spend my time online. And my biggest thing is sharing stories of the industry, sharing your stories, sharing your stories. So my thing to everyone is to say, share your stories. Everywhere you can, whether it's just a conversation. I know sometimes it's hard for us to talk about our journeys, and even especially if we don't feel we're totally there where we want to be, we have imposter syndrome. Everybody in this room has a story that will inspire somebody else. And however you can get that story out there, especially online, because that's where the younger generation is. If they're not in this room, they're online. So.
And tag us.
Yes,
tag Explore Mars when you do that.
And contact me, contact Wade, contact anybody if you have a story that you want to share on our platform, or if I can share on any other platform that I work with, I'd be happy to do that, because that's why I got into the industry. I don't have a technical space background, but my story is here to share everyone else's. So.
Great point. We have been storytellers and story listeners since we first started to gather around campfires and invented this thing called language. Any of you have anything you want to get in before we leave the stage to J.R. Edwards? We are already a little bit over time, but hey, there's nobody following us except J.R. Anyone? Last comments? Okay. We'll call it quits then and bring out J.R. Edwards, the president of Explore Mars. He wants us to stick around.
Really appreciate everything that you've done.
I love this. Is one of my favorite things to do every year, all year, and I will do it as long as they allow me. Thank you very much.
Yes.
JR.
And on that note, thank you so much to everyone who joined us this week. Again, for those who joined remotely, thank you to the wonderful Explore Mars team, the staff, Chris Carberry, Wade, everyone who was involved in planning this event. To my wonderful board, both boards of directors and advisors. As we mentioned today, we will have something new for you next year, and we look forward to seeing you in 1 year's time. Today was an incredible day that stretched our minds. It challenged us. In one panel, we heard from speakers who suggested that the challenge may not be with others. The challenge may be looking inward and really deciding if we have the resolve and taking a critical look at who we are, who we choose to be, where we want to go, and then following through on those decisions and that vision. So thank you all for being so involved and being present, and have a great evening. Remember, you're welcome to join us at the reception this evening as well, immediately following the summit.